the summer. Remember when everything was bright and new.
I just want you to be more patient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Tara, let's go, let's go.
Tara, tara.
let's go, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Ready?
Ready?
아씨! 이씨! 아씨! 아니, 헤이! 나 잘하는데?
Ready, скажи, I'm not ready.
You 22, right?
Wait. 22, yes.
아이! 오! fake? 오! 오!
This hand is fast.
오!
The right hand is really fast. Oh damn.
오! 아이씨! 오, 왜 못해? 빠른데요? 오, 씨! 이거 잡네. 아우, 우쇼. 오늘. 아, 오케이, 제제.
어휴.
아, 힘들어.
힘들어.
하나, 둘, 셋.
안녕하세요. T1 발로란트 팀 소속 타격대를 맡고 있는 하정우입니다. 제트, 레이즈, 네온 이렇게 하고 있습니다.
Hello, I'm Jumpkin from IRQ. I'm agent Threat and Dice.
안녕하세요. 네, 젠지 발로란트 팀 소속 텍스처고요. 제트 레이즈 하고 있어요.
Hello everyone, I'm something from PaperX. My main agents Reina, Jet and Gecko.
Hello, my name is Palvi. I play for Global Esports. I'm the duelist player and Jet Race.
Basically, I'm not really duelist from the first day. I tried to play on Viper, and after that I realized this Viper not for me. And after Reina came out, I started to play on Reina and then on Jet.
그냥 다른 이유는 없고 그냥 처음부터 제트를 했는데 재밌어가지고 그랬던 것 같아요.
I was playing Conversation Cypher. I don't know exactly why I played them, but I just think why I'm not playing duelist. I just started playing Jet.
My eye was thirdly on Sova, and afterwards when I saw like a lot of players playing duelist, I was like, well, these guys are just shit. So I'll just start playing the duelist myself.
저는 처음에 시작할 때는 그냥 오피셜 팀 게임에서도 원래 스모크를 먼저 했다가 주변 사람들의 권유로 이제 듀얼리스트를 좀 해봐라 해서 이제 시작을 했는데 그게 더 저한테 잘 맞아서 그렇게 바꾼 것 같습니다.
자유롭다. 되게 다른 포지션에 비해서 빨리빨리 다닐 수 있잖아요.
You can pick and go back if you want to, or you can pick and kill 5 or up to you.
Being able to sacrifice yourself for a teammate sometimes. I think that's the most important thing.
Obviously, in game you must be not most, just talented, a bit talented to play on duelist. And out game, I will say, be good person, be happier, don't be like raging, tilted person. You know?
책임감이 있어야 되고 팀에서 좀 공격적인 사람이 되어야 하고 좀 더 남을 푸시할 수 있는 사람이 되어야 한다 생각합니다.
저도 사야 형이랑 좀 비슷한데 인게임에서는 당연히 좀 책임감도 있고 주도적으로도 할 줄 알아야 되고 재밌게 하는 게 일단 가장 중요한 것 같아요.
Do the same thing even though it doesn't work. You execute in the side, right, and you die. And second round you do the same thing and you also die. And you don't need to lose this confidence, and because you play on duelist, you just must go first.
I agree.
맞지? 똑같아.
게임 쪽으로는 썸띵 친구가 한 말이 맞는 것 같고요. 게임 바깥쪽으로는 우리 듀얼리스트가 스포트라이트도 많이 받잖아요. 주목을 되게 많이 받는데 그만큼 이제 헤이터들도 되게 많은 점. 그런 점이 있겠죠.
I mean, yeah, it's true. You have a lot of examples.
사격장 들어가서 셰리프 24개 칠 때까지 하는 것 같아요.
I just played as much 20
Kill on the range, a lot of bots, and come to TDMs.
Just go on the deathmatch and get my aim more confident.
대회 날이 아닐 때는 한 40분 정도 손을 항상 풀고요. 대회 날에는 무조건 3시간 정도 손을 풉니다.
3 hours.
3 hours.
Yeah, every day.
What if you're much earlier?
I just wake up really early and then I just do it.
Not tired?
Not tired.
I can't.
It's too much.
저는 좀 광대 역할 좀 소리를 많이 지르는 편인데.
And dance.
아주 중요하죠. 아주 중요하죠.
For my team, I guess I'm like being the clown as well.
텍스처 선수나 폴비 선수는 이제 광대를 했잖아요. 근데 저는 쓴소리를 많이 하는 그런 입장. 좀 안 좋은 거를 좀 일부러 말하는.
Scared.
Scared, so scared. Damn cold. When you play bad, just be happy, be nice for your teammates, and just hype up.
If your aim is not good or you're not killing, just bring more energy.
좀 그냥 우리 팀한테 빌어야죠. 이겨달라고. Carry me, please.
Kill me.
Use your mic.
좋은데? 맞긴 해.
Speak more in the game, never open the site, and bait more. Yeah.
Just go full troll mode, be toxic as hell, don't use mic, and run it down.
I have one question for Saya. Why are you playing with box on the table?
Long time ago, I didn't use the really high desk,
Yeah.
just like a plain normal.
Yeah.
But I don't know. At some point, it changed like this. I can feel more stable. You know. You know, like when we using the low table.
Yep.
And you guys try to like this, right?
Yeah.
You can feel more stable. Same knowledge, I think.
Why use super high sense?
I tried to play on low sense sometimes, but it doesn't work for me. So that's why I'm playing on high sense.
처음에 페이퍼렉스랑 붙었을 때 썸띵 선수가 되게 잘했었거든요. 되게 자유로운 플레이를 하고 다른 듀얼리스트랑 다른 바이브를 느꼈었거든요.
Yeah, I also wanna give Saya respect because when Saya played in Guard, I watched some VODs and yeah, this guy even 2-3 years ago, insane result. Even now.
I respect Saya for like playing consistently for like, all the years, like even in different games, and even switching to Valorant and playing consistently like every year.
콜비가 되게 에임이 폭발적이더라고요. 개인적으로 좀 많이 놀랬던 선수고 젠킨은 일본 팀에서부터 할 때부터 좀 봤었는데 안정적이게 잘하는 선수였는데 여기 와서도 똑같더라고요. 개인적으로 좋아합니다.
I mean, right now textures 4K, missing ace and screaming.
So hungry for it. Munchkin, he will take that kill away.
나이스.
Nice.
썸띵 오퍼 어센트 창문 이렇게 해가지고 이렇게 잡는 거 있는데.
Oh my god.
Updraft. Demon 1 updraft here.
The one I remember it was something clutch against, I think it was Valve on Lotus.
Definitely winnable. Something wins it out.
Because we also saw it, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's one.
How many should pro gamers?
I think 30 out of 30. One, two.
60 hertz.
60 hertz. Boy, you're actually pretty good with it.
Oh
Bro.
yeah,
Boy,
it looks damn easy.
you're actually good.
Yeah, why is it so easy?
Yeah, why does it look so easy?
Oh, it's cheating, bro. Somehow. No, what?
Oh, it's more than half already. Bro.
Oh,
Ben, I think you should play in 60 hertz, man.
That's not bad.
That's actually not bad. Actually, good too.
that's very good.
Just careful.
Oh,
Micro setup.
micro setup.
It's micro setup.
But I didn't see that coming. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god!
I need to buy.
I've never seen this in my life.
What's the high score for this? 11. Okay, I'm ready.
Oh. On. Okay.
No.
On, 7 more. Oh, 6. Oh! 4 more. 3.
Nice.
You beat the ice cream.
It was 11.
Oh, what? I thought it's 9 or something.
Oh, so close. Can't go again.
Tell me it's macro setup.
Macro.
Even smaller, bro.
No. Oh god.
What can you see with it?
What is this? What is this?
Huh?
What is this?
What? This is very weird. Okay, let's go. Oi.
It's over. It's over.
Oi. Oi.
Ooh.
Not bad.
He's shooting leg, man.
Oh. Nice.
Oi.
Okay.
Where is it?
Not bad. Keep going, bro.
Oi.
Nice.
Nice. Boy. Nice. And it's good time,
I
bro.
got 10. Where are they?
Shoot the other one.
Oh, I thought it was over.
No.
I got 10.
Yeah. That's good.
Let's go.
Bro, how'd you get? Bro, I want to see how'd you get 10, bro?
Okay, look a little bit to the right, move a tiny bit to the right, yep, and go press W, just hold W. Okay, keep, yeah, move left a bit, one little, okay, wait, actually keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going,
No,
keep going, keep going,
Keep going.
just keep going. Alright, now,
Press A.
press A, yep,
Yeah.
keep going,
More.
a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more.
No,
Alright,
W.
W, wait, not to your stops as well. And I need to do a 360, okay, with your mouse.
No,
okay.
no, 180.
180, sorry.
180, okay.
180 with your mouse. Yeah, wait, yeah.
Other
Another one. No,
Wait, he's in the wrong spot. It's supposed to be this line.
Yeah. Press S.
This line.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, no.
A,
Okay,
A.
your mouse keep moving right until I tell you to stop.
Yeah.
Keep going. Stop.
Oh, wait, that's good.
Okay, then press S 2 times.
Yeah.
And D. D as well.
And D.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
think that's
One
good.
more. Yeah.
Right, now press E.
E.
No.
That's 1 minute? What? Whoa, that's 1 minute. How?
Where you going, bro?
Wrong place.
I know. Like a little bit. Whoa! No! One. No!
Hey, spin back.
Oh, really?
Oh, wait,
what?
Wait, you're gonna die again.
No! You pressed the ulti. Yeah.
You chose the wrong person.
No.
We chose the wrong
What? Oh, I didn't know that.
Wait. Okay. No, you got respawn.
Don't drink on.
Okay, go.
No. Yeah.
Oh man.
GG. Cut. GG. Okay.
Right, sir, my
Nice.
movement is
That,
not as
right.
good, man.
GG, bro. I think it's gonna be done soon, man.
It's not looking good.
Yeah.
Yo guys, what is up? Magandang hapon po sa inyo. It's VCT. It's the final week of the regular season. Magandang hapon po sa inyo. I'm OSX. Sama ito si Dax and si Raph para sa bakbakan ngayong araw. And again, it's week 4, day number 1. But bagong lahat. Guys, matanong ko lang. Paano ba kayo nagko-cooldown sa ganito kainit? Like man, it's been hot for the... Well, I don't know. How many days? Months? Years? I don't know.
Raph, where you going, buddy?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, like 40 degree weather, it's not new to me. Parang since what? Season 2 pa ganito yung, I guess, weather where I'm from. But you guys...
Season 2? Where are you from? Saan ba?
I am not from the Philippines apparently. Taga Cebu ako kasi.
So mas mainit.
May passport siya. Papumasok ng Manila. Guys, talaga pag nandito si Raph sa Manila, ibang usapan yun. It's time for celebration. Sabi ko lang, hindi talaga freak. Ako, bilang bago.
Nice one. Yan. Teka, ano ba? Single type or split type ba yan?
Basta ako, ano yung... Hindi, pre. Ito yun. May remote siya. So, alam
okay. So, yun yung mga ways para magpalamig. Kasi wala tayong choice. Kahit konting labas, mainit. Pero mas papainitin natin yung araw nyo ngayon by looking at our schedule. At week number 4, yung ibang teams are secured na for the playoffs. And as we discuss and break down what's gonna happen today, so may mga teams who's actually down bottom, but still meron pang hope. But we're looking at Paper Rex, who's like sitting on number 2 sa Omega Group. But as we look at the schedule, ang bilis ng araw. Parang kailan lang, parang week 1 lang, no? Tapos parang biglang pumasada lahat. And last week, we were seeing the interviews of coaches from Talon Esports talking about PRX. But ngayon, well, ang bilis ng araw. Ang bilis na mga panahon.
Mabilis nga, buong araw tayo pupunta dito, diba? And kita natin dito ang ating groups ngayon. Sino na lang ang pasok sa playoffs? TRX, no question, 4-0. Shows na yan. Genji, top of the standings. Pero guys, nakita nyo yun, no? May malakas na Pinoy team. May Team Secret na mag-playoffs na.
Ay, secured. Ibang klase yung naging panalo nila from last week. It was 2-1. It was a great match. At parang, ang sarap maging Pilipino. Pero one thing na na-realize ko, once you're doing the cast or panel, huwag ka magsusuot ng merch. That was my experience para manalo. No merch, please. Yes.
Sumpang-sumpayan. At I guess, Raph, really, yung gusto ko pag-usapan natin dito ngayon is paano makakapasok yung sa Alpha Group. So there's 2
I love it. Go ahead.
Right now, diba? For Bleed, they win their games, pasok na sila. Pero kailangan talaga ng minimum of 2 wins ang Alpha para makapasok ng third seed nila. Kung hindi, yung 4th seed ng Omega makakapasok. Pero kita natin dito ang ating bracket mismo.
Oh yeah, Yeah, how about this, Raph? How about the seeding? It's mid-season playoffs. Ito seeding, and you're just putting out the best scenario for that team. Dax, how about you, Raph? What is this gonna happen? Like, ano ba pwede mangyari dito? Kasi again, all of the teams right now may hope pa. So, ano bang possible scenario for these teams to actually go forth and, well, para makaayos pa sa chance of this playoffs?
Well, to start off, I mean, kahit anong mangyari yung Paperex, parang sureball na papasok for playoffs. But we kind of look at the other side here with Bleed. Di ko talaga in-expect yung Bleed mahirapan sa at least at this point in time. I mean, yung hype ng Bleed coming into Pacific was really, really on that high note. Tapos marami silang stumbles on the way. And I guess just with the eye test alone, it was fixable. But it's week 4. Is it still fixed? I don't know.
Guys, wait lang Kasi alam ko naman playoffs yung PO. Pero pag binasa mo di ba nakasulat, advance to po. Tapos yung isa, no po.
No po.
Hindi sila makakapasok ng playoffs po.
Grabe. At least may po, di ba? May respeto tayong mga Pilipino. Pero ito yung pinag-uusapan natin heading to the playoffs. You've mentioned it, the Bleed Esports, yung global esports, we've been seeing great opportunity sa kanila na para makabawi. Pero ito, meron pang, they could still hang in a thread. Wait for BLD and T1. Ang problema, magkakaroon ng chance because we're looking at a team who's like waiting to just move forward sa seedings, but for global esports, we've seen some great plays, great hopes, pero parang may kulang pa rin There's something that still needs fix, and you've mentioned it early on.
Yeah, tama ka po dyan. Kasi kita natin, di ba? They only have 1 win right now. It's honestly a bit of a miracle na nanalo pa nga sila sa RRQ. Parang may hope pa nga sila dahil dun sa dub na yon. Pero pagdating talaga ng mga teams, Bleed, T1, Global Esports, all of them na nagulat tayo na mag-underperform ng ganito. Yes, may mga hopefuls na sa GE, especially nakikita natin kina Ross, kina Lightning Fast talaga nag-step on up, pero parang inkompleto pa yung nagiging package dito ng GE.
Ayoko naman maging sobrang downer, pero I can't even remember when was the last time I saw Global in the playoffs. Like, I don't know. I mean, yun nga, ang daming roster, I guess, rework and reshuffle for them that they haven't been able to just glue together as a team. And now we're back to week 4. It's like, guys, it's supposedly a new season, pero bakit yung results same? Again, I don't want to be super downer, but
It's fine. Kasi again, yung story, kung babasihan natin, a bit of a backstory, kahit konti lang. Nung, di ba yung GS was one of like the new beginning with a complete rebuild. You've mentioned about the roster. And yet parang yung Pacific was too high for them to even climb over. So parang, they're kind of like, they had the chance to watch and check on how to, what the team's caliber is heading to the VCT Pacific. But for now, we're looking at the championship points. How does this go? Kasi Gen G, man, yung mismong home court buff, wala yun talaga yan. Ranking number 1 the championship points.
I think the OSX isipin mo na lang, nasa Korea ang VCT champions this year. Tapos kung Korean team ka, tapos di ka makapasok ng championship, andyan dapat talaga makapasok ka. And kitang-kita natin dito, Genji of course, top seeding dahil nga doon sa panalo ng kickoff. Pero DRX, mahabol talaga. With their perfect record so far, they're racking up those points. Talon, TS, PRX, all tied. Sobrang close talaga nung nakikita natin for that 3rd slot. And I really feel like may chance pa naman ng lahat ng teams down the line, especially pagdating ng split 2 ng Pacific. Pero kita natin ngayon na nakatulong talaga sa Genji yung pagpanalo ng kickoff
Yeah, kickoff it is. And we're looking at the most pick and banned map. Look at this, yung top 3 natin. Raf, Lotus and Bind, there were some teams who had the strength to like, Icebox kami and their tendency is like, mas bumabaliktad, mas sumabor dito yung kabilang team. But look at this, kamusta naman ito para sa'yo?
Well, to be fair naman, I feel like in the last 2 years or so, medyo nag-stagnate yung meta no matter what the map. But with Lotus being there, I feel like it's a callback to how creative our teams can be. Lalo na there's such a different approach per site, and especially with how open it is in terms of agent composition, that a lot of teams are just willing to let it pass. Meanwhile, the older maps like Bind, Split, and everything on the opposite side has just been, I guess, removed here from contention. But I kind of want to circle back to what Dak said. So, na home court advantage yung Genji at yung DRX. Diba Korean team din yung T1? So, bakit nag-underperform sila?
Di ba Korean team yung Team Secret? Opa. Diba?
Well, you have a good point. So, yung ito kasi, it's the Lotus. We're seeing the 3 picks from Genji and T1. So, meron pa rin the similarities or like the comparison from Bind, meron pa ring lakas na parang, okay, mas gagamitin namin to para mas mabor sa atin. And we saw teams who actually showed great confidence and actually aggression. So depende na lang kung ano mangyayari dito on this, or sa pag-usapan about the analyst segment. Who knows? Kasi baka mamaya, with these two teams in hand, Paper X, saan ba sila comfort? Ano ba talaga yung pinaka-strength nila dito in terms of the map pickings?
I do feel like nakikita natin si PRX, basta pwede sila mag-move flexible sa kind of composition nila. Parang nagiging weakness dito nga ng PRX is the fact na di sila hilig masyado maglaro ng Sentinels. And I guess that's why we're talking about them. Kasi ngayon, kitang-kita natin, first game sila dito sa week natin.
Yeah, 4:27. It's Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. At ito na nga, we're heading towards the room of Team Bleed. Iba talaga yun, no? Kailangan talaga ganyang kalapit. Man, kailangan ko i-practice yan kasi minsan nadudulin talaga ako sa mga shots ko eh. And I think it's a thing from pro players to actually have this kind of skill na sila lang mismo makaka-pull off. Ayan, tulad ni ate. Naano to siya doon, no?
My coaching is this my gosh, I keep forgetting the names, but just to kind of go back on what Dak said, right?
Yeah.
Paper X.
Yeah. Ah, okay. Ay, wala pong audio.
At yun nga, di ba, Bleed Esports. Ewan ko, ba't biglang yung interviewer naglalaro eh. But guys,
Binaliktad din, no?
Binaliktad. This is
o, ikaw na lang mo po.
There's a bunch of questions where, sige, you have the star power that is Ye. You have one of the best talents in Scary. You have Zest here, you have Darion, you have Retla talaga na nag-claw their way up from T2 to the T1 scene. Pero bakit hindi gumagana tong Bleed Esports na to?
Oof, that's a big question, and I feel like siguro kahit sobrang apparent ng star power nila. Darion, I feel like, is also in question here. I mean, how many years has it been since he's been the focal point of Bleed na palaging siya yung, again, being handed the setup and all of that. But so far, he hasn't really broken into that superstar that we expected him to be.
Okay, so parang you think there's konti pang may konti pang plancha na pwedeng gawin with the team's composition and how they want to work. Kasi again, we're looking either with Ye's and Zest, and Ye's performance, again, there's some points that hindi nagmi-meet the expectations and they had to make a decision on how to actually make it work. You've mentioned about there's a contrast with the superstar player teams and parang it's a ano ba to? There's they need to fix something out of how they rotate most of them up or even for the gameplay.
Hello.
Okay,
Now, ooh, cool desk.
Yeah, I'm giving this award to my desk.
World's best desk, a trophy, and cute stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
You gotta prettify this place. You know, it's very bland sometimes.
And your checklist? Yeah, no molding.
Yeah, this is from my manager. You know, he tells me this all the time, but I find it very difficult to follow sometimes.
Are you gonna follow them today against Bleed?
I always try to.
Okay.
I always try to, but you know, you never know.
We'll have to see. But cool desk though.
Meron talaga sa desk eh, no? There's something with the desk. Pero again, no hitting with the desk. Ano ba meron sa context na yun, Dax and Raf?
Ano ba? Kasi si Alex, palaging delikado pag may table siyang kasama. So buti na lang may rules pa nga na sinulat. Pero alam na natin tong roster na to, di ba, Raf? Tagal na magkakasama. Ang lakas nila talaga sa Pacific. Forsaken Mind Trick device something. And of course, the returning Jing. And I guess I gotta ask you your thoughts right now on how Paper X is looking. Kasi yung pinakapansin talaga natin, sobrang active presence sa map. It's the usual Paper X style. Pero yung mga teams na nakaka-catch on, na minsan nag-lack sila ng anchor utility. At dahil doon, nakalampas na sila.
Tingin ko nga ito yung stage na medyo shaky yung I guess performance ng Paper X. On paper, they're fantastic, pero yun nga, if you go on a round by round analysis, medyo obvious din na wala silang stopping power in terms of utility, but in terms of just raw aim and them with sharp protocol, it's still very apparent. I feel like I wanted to bring that up, especially in terms of the matchup, kasi kahit may spacing issue yung Bleed, they can still shoot, they can still default their way to victory. But again, Paper X, they have to avoid overplaying their hand.
Well, speaking of overplaying, like PRX is inches away from the playoff. So Alex Smash, Alex Smile. So, ito yung may dalawang matches natin today. May mission, break the RX duo, or isa naman for Paper X, only needs one map. Easy peasy for win gaming. So, what does this go? What Smash and what Smile? At para hindi masira yung desk. Kasi again, few inches away from the playoffs, and we're looking at today's matches na pwedeng again magdikta ng kanilang laban and how they wanna move forward sa bracket.
Yeah, alam naman natin PRX pwede na manalo sa map draft lang mismo. One good map, tapos na ang labanan, okay na ang lahat. I do have to say though, parang nanood na lang tayo ng MYSU region kaysa ng Pacific kasi tagal-tagal na naglalaban ng Bleed at PaperX sa history nila. Sige nga, ito na nga first time in such a long time, and PRX has always had Bleed's number, especially dun sa kanilang local region bago pa magka-Pacific. I do wonder though, para sa Bleed, sobrang must-win yung series mismo. PRX, isang mapa lang kailangan. Does that mean mas may chance pa ang Bleed dahil dun?
Oh, do they? Absolutely yes. I mean, they do break the tiebreaker if we really go into it. But at the same time, it's like yun nga, history-wise, PaperX with almost the same roster has been winning against the multitude of players that's been going in and out of this Bleed team.
Yeah, speaking of which, Zest and David, tama ba? D4, V41, very unique name.
That's the first time I heard someone say it that way.
He's now David.
It's
David.
Oh, David, wow. A very unique IGN. But just by looking at the stats ranking, napaka-similar naman no, from this Pentagon, from the matches I've seen in VCT. Like, they play so similar. So, saan sila ito magkakatalo?
Parang the fight talaga. One of the only Malaysian hopefuls really for PRX. You can see Zesto, sobrang consistent na kanyang performance. And that's really what the big reason why nanalo yung Liga recently. The fact na si Zest, 4K machine. You can see the stats talaga natin dito to. Para sa Bleed, yung mga mapa na wala talaga. You gotta look at praise na tinatanggal dito rin sa PaperX. I do wonder though, kung may ilalabas ang PRX na bago dito mismo. Kasi historically, between PaperX at Bleed mismo, palagi na nanalo ang PRX. One time lang nanalo yung Bleed recently sa kanila nung isang best of one. Pero PRX usually have the number of Bleeds in the first place.
Isa
I mean,
lang.
yun nga, just by experience and virtue of chemistry, PaperX is just so hard to beat. And sobrang curious na hindi nila pinalabas yung Breeze kasi it's an up map, right? You kind of expect the team with Ye to really pop off on those rangy maps.
Today's first match, coins also be conducted to determine the higher seed, lead.
Yeah, and speaking of maps, I think ito na ata. Magkakaalaman na kung ano ibaba na rin kukunin.
Uy!
Sales.
Uy!
So, PaperX,
Ayaw
you choose
pa
Team A or
pulutin
Team B. Team B, no.
But I guess really the maps I'm concerned about dito is paano ba ang magiging map pick ng PRX? So they go for something a little bit more tried and tested. Meron ba tayong makikita na baguhan dito? For Bleed removing Sunset, PRX removing Freeze. Medyo normal na nga yun talaga, Raf eh.
That's true. I mean, opener Ascent, I don't know how to feel about kasi Ascent is still a true toss-up map para sa akin. Yes, there are teams na medyo mas consistent, PaperX being one of them, but if Bleed have something up their sleeve, might as well do it now, right? For at least a chance to get into playoffs. I mean, it's all hinging on one good map.
You mentioned about the map, man. Ito the Ascent. We're looking at Bleed Esports at 100%. They're having a 2-win with no losses yet. But up against this, PaperX, ito they wanted to do something different. So they wanted to do with the bind. Dito naman sila 100%. So we're looking at the strengths of two teams and especially picking their own map. And then ito with their veto choice and taking out Split and Icebox, I guess Lotus, just in case we're heading for game number 3, this will be the deciding map. But look at the rankings, it's 50 for PRX and 25 for BLD.
Yeah, I mean, the big deal here is Bleed has forced PaperX to actually play Ascent now. Kasi hindi pa nalalaro ng PRX mismo yung Ascent dito sa Pacific Stage 1. Nalaro nila Masters, nalaro nila ng kickoffs nga. Pero dahil nga doon, dito natin kita yung fundamentals ng Bleed mismo. And pagdating ng Ascent, pagdating ng map number 1 na ito, titingin talaga ang lahat kay Zest. Siya talaga ang nagdadala ng mga ganitong klaseng maps with his Sova. He's always so consistent nga at finding the right darts and the right angles para multi-kill. At dito rin pwede mag-online si Ye on that shit. Yung talaga pinag-uusapan ng tao, bakit hindi na lang pinapasentinel si Ye? Ayaw niya eh! Gusto niya mag-duelist at yun nga, magiging combination ng frontline ang pangpalab talaga ng Bleed sa PRX.
Curious din ako kung ano yung composition ng PaperX dito. Kasi sabi mo kanina na parang allergic sila sa sentinel role or yung medyo static na agents. And Ascent, again, it's a map that we've talked about so many times in the past that just does not allow that much flexibility. Pero if kaya ng isang team, then it should be Paper X to be, I guess, a little more creative on their agent comps.
Well, speaking of, so for the agent comps, again, we're looking back on what happened, on how the stats went with that map. Yung Ascent talaga, pabor to sa Bleed Esports. Bleed mismo magkakaroon ng chance to actually go and actually take this. But for PRX, we know some teams actually, well, hindi mo sila nagkakaroon ng ganong klaseng data, but they're actually more prepared to even handle this. Again, they're few inches away in getting their playoffs. Or, kailangan talaga na only one map is needed. So, konti na lang. Well, in a few minutes from now, we're gonna hear from the coach of Bleed. But for this, PRX, how is their situation now with Ascent? Well, they have been preparing.
Yeah, I mean, yung pinag-usapan namin Raf kanina tayo, diba? Ascent is that kind of map na sobrang alam na ng lahat.
Boring.
Sobrang boring. Pag nakakita ng Ascent si Raf, nagre-reklamo lang siya all the time. Pero alam mo na dapat Sova, KO, Killjoy, sure na yan. But Paper X, the way they've been playing it this year has been very different. Maglalaro siya na lang ng controller, lalagyan nila ng Gecko, lalagyan nila ng Fade. At doon natin maiisip talaga na, okay lang ba yung ginagawa ng PRX dito? I guess really, yung pinaka-concern, kasi sige, panalo nga PRX most of the time. Pero you go back to that team secret matchup, kung ano man mapa talaga yung dinala doon, na-exploit ng TS yung lack of static play ng PRX. Pag masyado kang mobile, marami kang naiiwan talaga dito eh. And I guess really, yun yung tinitingnan na weakness sana mahanap ng Bleed.
Bleed is the type of team that individually they have the firepower to take on all of these fights, but Paper X is the type of team that, we know the type of things that we can fall into. And obviously you'll see something wrong when Alex starts hitting the desk. That should be like a clear indicator that Paper X have to adjust.
So that's the question. Will he either break his own rule or merong pagbabago na makita for PRX? Kasi for Bleed, man, ito yung team. We're looking at a team who's hopeful to actually still rise up, and a team is actually one map away to get an advantage to get to the playoffs. But you've mentioned about kanina about MY and SG. This is the Civil War that has been going around ba? Tama?
I mean, yeah, in a way, matagal-tagal na nga yung labanan nila. You know, the stats right. PRX, lahat ng VCT competition, talo nila yung Bleed. The only time na nanalo yung Bleed, yung recently nga, ay di na recent, matagal-tagal na yun, isang best pa lang yun sa bind eh. Pero syempre guys, alam mo na natin sino yung kasama natin ng matagal na. So baka naman gusto mo sabihin sino kasama natin.
Score grabs lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver, delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals. So guys, it is the perfect time to order whatever you want, especially cold ones, because it is so hot. I think it's like 53 degrees somewhere in the Philippines right now.
It's getting hotter day by day, man. And like, if you want to have a no-sweat summer, order ka na sa Grab. Easy. So, huwag ka na papaw, especially now. Nainggit nga ako sa mga polo niya. I should have worn something floral or something like in a pattern para magka-uniform tayo tatlo.
Palit ka na. May time pa naman, di ba?
May oras pa.
Magpapalit ako mamaya. So again, it's good to know that merong Civil War going with Bleed Esports and PRX. Kasi parang, this is what drives them. Like, instead of like heading to the playoffs, sino makakuha na isa pang win? Because Dax, you mentioned, isang win lang ang nakuha ng Bleed Esports. Tama? Against PRX.
I mean, yeah, but it's syempre the different roster compared to what we have right now. So, it's just a little bit of background nga na ginagawa talaga ng Bleed tong labanan to versus Paper X.
Well, let's see how this goes. Let's throw it over to the interview with the coach right on stage.
Compare how the team was like from day one of stage one versus like the team now? Like how far have they improved?
I mean, I'll be honest, it's like still a lot that we need, especially like because of Zest. I think his English needs to improve, but he's learning himself. Like every night after practice, he goes in his room for 2-3 hours, just really practice English, and I think that helps. Obviously, it improved a little bit, but to play on this high level, you have to have like a little bit more fluent communication than what we do, especially because if you have game plans, you need to adapt during the game. You don't always play like your regular game plan that you have in practice, so you have to adapt, and then like if there's some small mistakes in the communication, the round gets a little bit lost, and I think it showed a lot in previous games. But yeah, we just have to keep going and keep improving, I guess.
Yeah, there's an additional layer that, of course, the team has to go through because of that, right? And to do it in such a short span of time as well is quite difficult for the team.
Yeah, I was curious for you as a coach, talking with your team, day in, day out, and even during the matches. How does your job as a coach really factor into this team, and like what are you doing in order to try to like get your team in the right mindset and in the right place to slowly improve over time, and especially coming into a big week like this against a couple of big teams, like how do you get them mentally prepared as a coach?
I mean, I don't think I have to do that much in case like preparing them mentally. I think everybody has to find his own way of how to deal with pressure, with all the stuff that the community is saying or whatever. Like everybody himself, I think individually has to do it. I think that we should have more confidence than we showed before, just because of our practice results, because they are way better than we actually showed here. And I think also that was partly a little bit my mistake, because I tried to do a little bit too much focusing on game plans for our previous games, which like was a little problem that I said, like with the communication, that we could not really adapt, and we made small mistakes in our default. So I said we will just focus on our game that we play in practice and see what the outcome is, because we really show much better games in practice than we do on stage. Of course, there's like on stage you have a little bit more pressure and all these things, but it's okay. We are professionals. We have to deal with it somehow and find a way to how to deal with it. So yeah.
Right, and if anything, I do have a little bit of question. I think a lot of the fans, and we've all kind of heard about Ye and the Chamber, right? Does he want to play Chamber or not, and why? Like sticking on Duelist. I know Darren can Duelist as well from like NYG days.
If Chamber would be a really strong agent, more teams would play him. Okay. That's the first thing. I think Chamber is not really that good. On some maps he's viable. You can play him on Lotus, for example. I think last shows also pretty decent performance on Sunset. But I think first of all the agent is not that good, and second of all, Ye himself doesn't want to play him also. I offered him and gave him the option if he wants to play it, if he feels more comfortable on it. He said no, he feels fine on race. I personally think also he's good on race. Especially in practice. His performance is actually really good in practice, and I think for him it was more of a pressure kind of thing. He's a very, very famous player, very big following, and there's a lot of negative comments about him, and as a player it gets into your head. Doesn't matter how much experience you have, it will be in your head and it will haunt you. Especially for him, it was quite a long period. Hopefully we broke the ban now and we see how it goes.
Yeah, it's a lot to deal with, right? Especially since, it was one of the biggest news, of course, coming into VCT Pacific. I wanted to ask you, like, is there a player on Bleed that surprised you this season? Whether it's in-game or out of game, is there a player that, like, caught you off guard during your time here in Seoul that maybe went, like, the extra leg for the team?
I mean, not really. Like, if I judge our performance, obviously I cannot really point out. I think Scary plays a very good tournament so far. He has very solid stats, also being the in-game leader and still putting up these numbers, I think is very good. But I think there's like still a huge gap for every player, and we have so much to improve still. So I'm really looking very confident for the future also. Maybe for Split 1 it will be a little bit still too early. I don't know if we can really show our full potential in these last 3 days that we have now here, but I'm pretty sure that for Split 2 will be.
So you have a pretty rough, pretty difficult week ahead with Paper X and then DRX, but it feels like, in a lot of our opinions, that Bleed is slowly getting better and better, and PRX obviously just had that pretty big loss against Team Secret. So how do you feel like your guys' chances are coming into this match?
I mean, I definitely think that we have chances. Obviously, they are on paper the stronger team, there's no doubt about that. But I also think for us, playing the stronger teams and being the underdog might be in our card maybe a little bit. And for them, it will be a little bit harder. Maybe they have a little bit pressure. I think they have to also win this game, or if they lose both other games, they don't make it to playoffs. So we will see. Like, we will just play our game. We will enjoy it. We will have fun, and whatever the outcome is, that's it.
Well, I hope you have a good game, sir. Thank you so much for taking the time out to join us, and best of luck to the team.
Thank you. Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good luck. Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck.
That's a very straightforward, honest answer interview from the panel. And I think yun talaga sinabi ni Coach. I think communication is very vital now since ang daming nangyayari sa mismo mindset ni Ye as a chamber. A famous guy, as he mentioned. So parang, man, again, play, practice, pressure. Sobrang daming piece ang kailangan nilang gawin. And that's the playoffs din na kailangan din nilang isipin.
Yeah, I mean, siya na nga mismo nagsasabi nga sa interview na social media na right now for Ye, it's his focus to beat the duelist kaysa to play that chamber. Everyone knows the story of the chamber na matagal-tagal na. Siya mismo yung umaayaw doon. And kita mo sinabi nga ni Coach Ricky, diba? Na nag-respect niya yung nagagawa dito ni Ye. Na-understand niya yung pressure of having that kind of faith. At pagdating ng practice, okay naman yung pag-duelist niya. Nag-bounce si Coach. So, syempre, pag coach ka, tama lang naman yung dapat gawin para sa players mo. But really, the point is, kailangan ng bleed to get away from those pressure points. Na tipong kung may stage fright man sila or yung tipo talaga voices in their head, it's honestly such a simple mental thing. Pero pagdating talaga nung stage mismo, doon talaga kailangan mag-perform ni Ye and the rest of Bleed. And at least nga, nagawa nila recently against DFM dun sa last match nila.
So, with all that being said, let's head over and see this video before we head on to the match. Tara, tingnan natin to.
Lead Esports. Paper Rex.
Welcome po tayo dito sa game number 1, series number 1 ng ating, beginning of the weekend for VCT Pacific. At ang ating matches ngayon, ang pagtutuos ng magkarehiyon na MYSG, Bleed versus Paper Rex. My name is Riku, joined by Fluffy. Fluffy, kumusta ka naman dyan? Kaya nga ang daming pagbabago at meanwhile si Paper Rex parang may throwback, parang kumbaga na-retain. May mga pagbabago sa simula pero ngayon ito na ulit yung totoong test kasi nakita natin na nahihirapan itong si Paper Rex pagdating sa adjustments, reintegrating Jing. But perhaps since this is, well, I wouldn't say a familiar matchup, but a familiar region na lagi nilang kalaban dati, perhaps this might be a more of an easier matchup leaning towards Paper Rex. Oo. makikita natin yun agad-agad. Na-mention mo rin dati, no, pagdating dito sa Ascent, ng panel rather, na-mention nila na while marami tayong instance na nakita natin si Paper Rex playing on this map, syempre, this is a classic, pero pagdating sa at least stage 1 ng Pacific, hindi pa rin natin sila nakikita. So, because of the changes, because of the reintegration, perhaps marami tayong mga familiar na agents na baka natin makakita tulad ng Viper na inyong favorite. Ay, wala. Joke. Gusto ko na sinabi mo yan, Fluffy, kasi base sa nakita natin during the earlier Bleed performances, parang the dissemination of information, it's there. Pero what they do after with that information, parang may lag point, no? Parang meron delay. And I think that's, and when you're up against PRX na they really move fast, they really move flashy, parang pwedeng yun magiging problema na i-encounter ni Bleed. Pero heto na, nandito na tayo ngayon sa Ascent and Paper Rex on the defense and Bleed on attacking. Titingnan nga natin ang mangyayari dito. Kagaya ng sinabi ni Fluffy, earlier, may butas dito sa may mid. Walang nagbabantay sa may catwalk, walang nagbabantay sa may mid at all. Pero nakita na natin yung setup nito dati. Tandaan, ang napaka-importante ng match na ito. Bleed cannot lose a single match moving forward if they want to qualify for playoffs. Meanwhile, Paper Rex, this is their last game on stage 1. So, they don't want to leave the fate in other teams' hands. Instead, they want to take it for themselves and qualify by winning this match against Bleed.
Good recognition dito sa attacking side. Bleed easily spots out the gap. Paper Rex wastes the knife, doesn't get any info, pero that dark cover is going to signal this possible split into B. But this door being closed early means that they're very ready to go for a retake dito sa Paper Rex. Handang-handa sila na wala silang info doon. Paranoia gonna come out. Interesting ball, but the Vi manages to find 2. Tas si Scary pa nakuha pa ng isa.
Kaya nga, ito na naman yung mga pistols dito. Yay with a headshot! Nakalaban niya si Jing. Really nicely done. Scary and Retla. Nakasalalay na ngayon kay Mind Freak. Retla, napaka-low na yung HP. And a pistol and dark cover and as well as a paranoia. Kaya ni Mind Freak mag-clutch nito. Sheriff nga pala ang armas niya. May one way na siyang nakita. There's the first wing and the body shots are gonna land. Mind Freak, what a clutch for Paper Rex.
Grabe talaga. In those clutch situations, Mind Freak is the key. Not just in this game, pero kahit sa previous series nila when they were playing Sunset, doon talaga siya, even against like, Team Secret, siya talaga yung clutch factor nila. In this pistol round, proving to be the same genes so far. Yung strategy ng Paper Rex, playing a bit more passive, holding down sight na lang, waiting for the retake, has, I think it's worked, but I don't think it worked as well as they were hoping for. But they still get the round.
I think, diba? I think it's the dynamic of the Sage on Ascent. It's not gonna be the Killjoy. So usually, you're more prepared because of that alarm bot, diba, sa mid.
True, they have less control ngayon. And Bleed, anong gagawin nila? Kasi confident buy here from Paper Rex. Dalawa na yung Phantom, or dalawang Bulldog rather. Full rifles, 3 rifles on their side. Recon Dark gonna push out 1 player. Just gonna wait things out.
And ito yung interesting, no? Yung last time na nag-gas tayo. The classics from Bleed that felt like sheriffs, that felt like phantoms, that are Vandals at times. And look at this off angle coming from Jing, though.
Oh?
Uy, kaya na ba
Cheeky
to?
wall here. Di ma-spot out. Gets one but doesn't get away with it. Nakuha pa ni Retla bago siya atras dito. Easy break for the wall. That's gonna be their sentinel gun for the side of Paper X. Don't wanna give up that weapon. Lumalaban na si Forsaken.
Kaya nga ang ganda ng ginawa ng Paper X. Well, maganda yung ginawa ni Bleed, the double swing. It seems to be, at least they're able to take one off. It's just Jing doon.
Uy! What a shot. Body shot nga lang. Plus the damage with the Guardian. 65 to the chest. And here, collapse na sila towards that mid-side. Shots
Kaya
being fired.
nga
Gets the first and the second. 3 kills ngayon for something already. That's gonna put a good spot for their economy.
Napakahusay ng round na yon coming from Paper X. I mean, it's a clean round. And it's just full control. They're able to at least bawasan ng isa na baril away from Paper X.
Pitas ng pitas, yun yung kailangan nila. The slow play, not working out for Bleed. Grabe naman yung watch party.
Watch party.
Ang daming fans in support for these teams. And yun talaga yung hype ngayon kasi ito yung El Clasico na MYSG. And it's so far, Bleed not being able to really fight a lot of the retakes coming in from Paper X. Sila yung napapressure. But ngayon that they're on their buy round, they have a bit more firepower, or a lot more firepower rather. But in Paper X, still have rifles for their own. It's only Jing really on the Sheriff, but he's gonna play side anyway.
Sa watch party nga, sulit na sulit, no? MYSG party. Ang saya. Parang kada round, mag-cheer ka. Pero si Scary naman ngayon, makakadeal ng first blood. Si Mindfreak naman ngayon, maglalakad. Naka-spot ng dalawa. At nako, I don't think this was part of their plan.
Oh, they lose 2 out so early. I mean, granted, okay na naman maging aggressive pag ikaw yung nasa lower buy, but not playing together, giving these individual fights, just not working out for Paper X and Bleed. Going for a rotate na lang. Maybe A is gonna be the hit flash para makuha ng space para kay Davai, pero kailangan niya na umatras. Still has a bunch of utility to go for some delay, pero ang layo ni Jing for the rotate once this begins. Already spotting out the sound cues. Going for delay, pero walang pake si Ye.
Oo nga Grabe nga yung shot ni Davai dito. And the flash! And as well as the spray down! Ang dami. But si Zest able to at least slow down the pace here. 2v3, pero napaka-doable pa rin on the side of Paper X. And Bleed, it's not a plant the spike.
Lot of post-plant utility naman para sa team nila using those killjoy mollies to clear out a lot of corners. Si Retla, siya magsisecure ng round. Pwede na lumaban yung dalawa. May drone pa to delay for even more time, just buying precious seconds dito for that retake.
Isang Sheriff, isang Bulldog. We know what Jing can do with this aim. And Retla with a jiggle peek, and that's a double! Mag-isa na lang si Zest dito sa hill. Nag-drop pa nga siya! And there we go! Grabe! And the bonus has been lost. PRX, 3-0. Napakalinis ng ginawa nila.
Grabe yung shot ng Sheriff para matanggal yung A-main player. That's their post-plant gun. I'm surprised na nag-peek siya. Hindi siya nagtiwala sa mga kakampi niya na kaya i-hold yung site. Naipit pa yung isa sa hell. Yung pinakawawa. Nawala na lang sa mukha niya. Wala siyang palabas. Tapos nakamark na si Forsaken.
Ang galing. Pinapakita talaga. Ang ganda rin ng ginawa ni Davai dito It's really, truly what made this round extremely winnable. Yung fragment really cut off the rest of the players going into side, so mag-isa na lang tuloy si Ye.
Good isolation coming in from the IGL dito. Big brain for a big game kasi 3-0 ngayon yung big lead. Something, masaspot out ata siya ng recon dart pero mababasag naman ng kakampi niya. Spotting out one player, jump picks, backs away instead. Ayaw ibigay yung advantage, that space with that operator. Surprised doesn't get that frag, but still, at least they get a bit more mid-control. And look at Paper X's movements. Kahit wala silang hard sentinel, takot pa rin yung Bleed mag-push.
Ayaw nila ng mga cheeky off angles that a Sage Wall can do. And I'm sure preparado na sila dito sa mapang to
Exactly, and something wala pa siya nahanap dito sa operator. It's gonna be Jing, para nasa-press siya, so alam naman yung location niya. Turret, gonna be broken instantly. Pressure gonna be gone. Something smelling, something cooking down on Sabrosa, but looks like the aggression not gonna work out for him.
Lagi siya nasa smoke, pero yung active repositioning niya, it will keep Bleed guessing here. 40 seconds on the clock more or less, and mukhang A, ata sila. Ito na, nasa may A main. Ay, he missed the timing.
Kawawa naman yung timing nito. But he spots him out just in the perfect moment. Nakakuha ng isa, naka-atras, walang ka-trade. 3v5 ngayon and Bleed, they have a good buy, but 27 seconds na lang. They have to go for the push here. Naka-stack pa naman yung Paper X sa A site ng katapat nila. It's gonna be very difficult. Might just have to go for a save here, honestly.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the best course of action here. Lalong-lalo na They really have no access and they really have no choice. And that's gonna be a 4-0 start so far. 4 straight rounds.
Parang iba talaga yung Bleed ngayon. Last time that
Oo.
they were playing this map, napakalakas yung attack nila. Very confident in their play. But against a team like Paper Rex, kahit wala silang masyadong utility for that defensive side to get info outside of that recon dart and maybe drone, they're still so careful. And when you're playing that slow into an operator, tignan mo naman yung start ng round, nagpipeak ng mid yung op ng Paper Rex. Tapos makita mo siya sa cat. Tapos makita mo siya sa aiming. So a lot of time for him to get so much space for Paper Rex regardless of the fact that they're missing some utility.
Honestly, gusto ko yung point na yan. Kasi the fact that Bleed was the only one using utility kanina, yung dalawang dark cover, yung suppress, pero they're not getting anything out of that. They're not taking active movements. And I think it's a reflection of the perhaps lack of confidence against this matchup.
Oh, Mind Freak na dodge na yung scan ng kalaban. It can be a great bait here. Just maybe inches off of him. Here comes the execute, but they're not going to be able to spot him. He's going to be in open. Good discipline. There comes Mind Freak. Maka-out pa siya. Dark cover to push out more players. But Jing gets one. Davai as well. Lahat na sumasama para sa itong laban sa A main. Might even go and push through the smoke, but there's a slow to go for more delay. Gets a shot. Retla from the side. Dito sa wine.
Eto na. May crossfire eh. So, it's gonna be a little bit awkward if they want to push through that. And look at this Scary. Cutting off the positioning. Nakita niya si Forsaken. Na-dink pa. And I think the drone's gonna try to spot it out. Something. Nasa may pizza. So maispatan pa siya. Here we go.
No.
Dash pa. Scary with a headshot. Forsaken, napatay niya. And 3v1. Kahit na maganda yung play niyang yun. Retla.
Winnable.
Hindi niya makaklatch yun para sa team niyan. 5-0 na ngayon para sa Paper Rex.
Bleed Esports, nagawa nila yung damage, but Paper Rex still super healthy. 5-0 ngayon. Commanding lead dito sa defensive side sa Ascent. And napakahirap talaga ang galawan ng Bleed Esports. They always fall into a crossfire. They wait so long na nakaka-reposition yung Paper Rex. They have to start getting a lot of picks. And this unfortunate scenario, hindi siya lang siya na-scan ng KO 0 point. And due to that, napitas lang si Ye mag-isa, di makapasok. I feel like one of the advantages dito of this Sage though is pag nakapasok niya yung Jet, that Sage low, similar to a Molly, just really stops the rest of the team to support.
What is happening? Retla though, and hindi pa rin na kapag trade, magpupush pa rin to. Kasama si Forsaken, tandaan, this is a very big buy on the side of Bleed, and Paper Rex will decide to just keep cutting these corners.
Oh,
aggressive.
Quiet down ngayon. Kailangan kumalma ng konti. Recovery dito from Paper Rex. Nawala na yung dalawang players na off an aggressive stance. Forsaken gonna make contact with multiple players per Retla. Oh, hindi actually siya mag-pick. Siya pa yung nakakuha ng trade.
Kaya nga eh, tandaan, numbers disadvantage na ngayon ng Paper Rex and Bleed will have the entire confidence now to attack this site. Davai, he has made some rounds very winnable. Tulad na ngayon, hindi. Mind Freak ulit, nahulog sa stairs at nawala yung crosshair sa ulo. And that's gonna be the first point coming in from Bleed sa round na to.
Dapat hindi ka tatakbo sa stairs. Baka madapa ka kagaya ni Mind Freak.
Ito ito yung fluffy eh.
Grabe yung aggression ng Paper Rex, yung tiwala na kaya nila. Interesting wall din para makuha niya yung timing sabay ni something on the dash. But unfortunately, nawala na nga yung Sage mo. Yung pa naman yung resurrection in case you're gonna go for a play. I feel like yung thought process nila was like, laban si something, kung namatay siya, edi arrest na lang natin. But so far, that aggression being punished, good job by Retla there on the side of Bleed. They get their foothold for this game, pero yung Odin and Forsaken putting out some pressure dito sa B.
Ayan, nakita na natin yung Odin kanina, hindi nila nilabas, pero this could be oh my god, ang ganda ng scan na ginawa ni Forsaken, pero hindi niya na-take advantage. May mga chip damage lang.
Oh, good ulti here for the delay though. Nakahanap niya si Retla, trying to find even more info with the Hunter's Fury. Laban sa mid-side dito as something gets one Scary off the board. Controller gone dito para kay Bleed.
Nakapasok na si Ye dito. Kailangan na sumunod ng the rest of his teammates. Pero si Jing kasi nakatingin dito sa may B-main para sila papasok.
Oo nga, tapos wala pa yung controller nila. Kailangan nila i-dry peek, but that's gonna be the solution. Recon Dart into Flash para makuha ng space, pero wala pa nakalabas.
Ayan na nga, lilipad pa nga si Something! Ang ganda ng headshot! Knives to the head! Pupunta sa lane! Kaya ba nila ito? Nandyan yung peak with the operator! Grabe naman ang Paper Rex. Grabe naman si Something.
What a retake there. Pero yung linchpin talaga, yung key factor is something dun sa mid-side. If he wasn't able to take out Scary, baka naman yun yung late rotate ng Bleed. May smoke sila pang labas ng B-main para ma-smoke yung CT. But just because he gets that initial frag, wins out that duel with the knives, able to give so much more momentum sa Paper X. I mean, Forsaken also doing a lot of damage dito. But it's really this important kill that secured the round for them and helped with this retake, helping out Jing hold this angle.
Kaya nga, napalibutan tuloy lahat and naipit ulit si Ye. I think this is like the second instance na parang he's first to sight but hindi makapasok yung teammates niya.
There's just so much more delay. Yun yung trade-off talaga ng hard sentinel. Unlike a Killjoy or something that, yeah, meron siyang delay but more often than not, nasa sight lang siya, may setup ka. Pero yung Sage, the moment na, kailangan natin mag-isolate ng angle, battle ako ng slow. Tapos hindi makatulong yung team niya. And Ye, yun nga, being left alone in an island, nahirapan talaga siyang kumuha ng value. Kahit nakatago siya sa sarili niyang smokes because of the short duration of that cloud burst, eventually, kailangan niya lumabas and the crossfire already set up by Paper X at that time. Ngayon yung timeout, they really need to find yung opening dito because this first half is being so difficult for Bleed.
Kaya nga parang they've been... Sorry, I've been hearing like a giggle. Siguro may nangyari sa stage sa Korea. Pero ito na nga, let's see if Bleed, maybe if B, nahirapan sila, baka A naman ngayon.
Decisions. Spike left in the open para may option sila. Very early aggression dito sa A main. Good job by them to pull some pressure. Nahila na kasi something to go for a rotate and stack towards that A side for the defenders. But so far, other than that, mid gonna be covered dito by Jing and that aggression gonna be backed off here. They do pull the rotate. Ano yung gagawin nila with this pull of rotations?
Yan nga ang katanungan. Nakabantay naman si Davai. Dito, hindi niya nakuha yung scan. Yung Torre lang. Ay, yung Torre, yung turret. I mean,
Torre.
I guess that's the Tagalog.
Tier 3.
Yung Torre. Oy, si Jing could be the first contact nga dito. Pero wala pa masyadong impormasyon. Everybody's pretty much silent here.
So far, si Jing talaga yung maghahawak na mid dito. If he falls, the map is open ngayon for them to flood. But that comes the slow to separate Ye yet again. Kailangan niya ulit maghintay, buying a bit more time for Forsaken. The Vi finds one somehow.
Oo nga, grabe yung pag-spray down through the smoke and Mind Freak is just already here. Ye gets first blood alongside Scary. And 3v4 na ngayon. May res naman para i-even out yung numero and pay up something once more. Talagang ang lakas ng value ng operator sa kanyang kamay. And hindi, na-plant na nga yung spike pero na-trap sila dito lahat sa site mismo sa may boathouse. First contact si Retlak dahil half HP na siya. And tandaan, ang mga baril nila ay hindi ganun kaganda. Pero Retla is taking a lot of value off of his life. They have the Hunter's Fury. Retla is doing it for Bleed. Forsaken, mag-isa na lang. Odin, ang kanyang armas. And I don't think he's able to clutch this out. Exit frags na lang ang hahanapin niya.
So much damage dito para sa side ng Bleed. Misses the timing of the jump out by Ye, and that just gives him the advantage to get a shot. What a round for the recovery. Considering na may hero bulldog lang sila ng isa, somehow they get enough frags to flood into B, and that is the weakness of Paper X. Nakuha nila yung mid side, isa lang naman yung nagbabantay dun. Smart move to pull some rotations para mawala yung pressure, and then that's when they start beginning the attack. Feeling ko yung Paper X kailangan na mag-adjust ng mabilisan para sila naman yung mag-aggro, kumuha ng proactive moves sa space, imbis na mag-react lang sila.
Kaya nga, ang ganda ng timeout, ang ganda pa ng thrifty. And yung nangyari naman ngayon, hindi na-isolate si Ye this time around. They were all able to flood in as an entire squad.
I mean, it's a good thing na mid din yung napuntahan nila because that slow had to go towards the mid side, not the side. So at least konti lang yung crossfire dun, naka-smoke out sila. But this time, gonna try to maybe go for aggression ulit dito sa A. Pero si Ye, ang lalim na dito. Holding out a cheeky angle dito sa mid side. Might spot out one if Forsaken goes for a drone. Kitang-kita si Davai, but he lands the shot instead. There's Ye, their lurker off the board.
Really nicely done here. Coming from the... Oy! Na-flashan itong si Darian, pero okay lang. Able to creep slowly, pero I think mag-exit ulit sila dito sa A main.
Oh? Silent steps ngayon for Bleed. Naghahanap sila ng butas dito si Something nakabantay para sa 3. Double up na sila kasama ni Davai. First shot gonna go on the side of Retla. Here comes the trade possible. Laban na lang ng mga robot. Panalo si Davai.
Nako. Bleed. Parang basang-basa na. Basang-basa ni Paper X. Every single movement that they do. The jiggle peaks there. Pero surprise, andyan si Jing. Hindi makakapag-pangalawang kill. Scary ngayon. Nasa may A main. And si Mindfreak nakaabang doon. Meron na silang impormasyon na yung last player standing ay nandito. Gusto niya mag-save. Gusto niya makuha yung orb. At least consolation prize lamang. Pero nandito si Davai para tanggalin ang chance na may dala ang weapon on the next round. And that's 7-2. Ang lakas ni Paper X.
Ang last na nga, tapos magbabalik na yung ultimate ni Divike dahil sa 4K na yun, konti na lang makakuha niya ang null command, stopping out a lot of the utility. And in a fair fight like that, I feel like Paper X has the advantage kasi they do have slightly better individual players for the most part dito. And Divike showing that point to be true there, holding down yung 3 side nila.
And I think ito yung nagiging pattern ni Bleed eh. Parang, okay, we're gonna show ourselves an A main. Okay, we're gonna go catwalk after. Pero, inaabangan na nito ni Paper X eh. Ay! First blood. Surprise. Di ko din alam, Fluffy. Di ko din alam.
Grabe! First time ko marinig ng sound na ganyan, but sound, hindi marinig. There's something. Anlapit na sila. No cues dito, but the sound of the judge rings through as he's able to find 3. Si Scary naka-trade, but that might be a little too late and too much damage already dealt for something. 3v2 ngayon. Nakapitas pa si Forsaken. Scary left alone, but the Clutch King, 10 HP. That instant trade dito from Davai. What a hold!
Lastan na lang ako doon kasi hindi ko alam din yung sinabi ko doon.
Ay, grabe.
Grabe nga
Battle
talaga.
cry.
Soundboard na soundboard. Pero eto na nga, Paper X. I don't know, that feels like another timeout to me after that. Gusto na bilisan ni Bleed yung execution dito. Pero parang basang-basa na okay, lagi sila nasa A main, magpipik, and they're gonna pull out and something's mood. Ayan nga yung timeout.
Ayun na, tama. May sarili din siyang soundboard dun ah. Sayang-saya dahil bumili siya ng judge. Nakakuha siyang 3. Blade Esports not looking very happy about the situation. I mean, who would be? 2-8 ngayon. And right now, they need all the points they can get. In Paper X, medyo secure na sila. They can just chill. They're just playing at the moment to try to get up on that seed or higher seed para maybe they get into a bye if they're able to eke out enough. I'm not sure if the maths with that one, but in general, just trying to do their best para sa match na ito.
Oo, napaka-competitive ng group ng Omega here. And, I mean, hindi lang si Bleed tsaka si Paper X yung nanonood nito. I do feel like T1 is also banking on Paper X to win this one kasi nga medyo delikado yung kanilang spot. But of course, the main focus here is Paper X. If they win this, playoffs na. Pag si Bleed natalo dito, ay nako, Delix.
True, and Bleed really needs this. Kung nanalo sila ng 2 game, they do make it to playoffs themselves. If they do lose twice, they get eliminated since wala na silang chance para makuha ng ibang games. But if they win 1 and lose 1, they will have to compete pa rin in a tiebreaker. So at the moment, best possible scenario para sa Bleed is they really need to get both of these games. So it's gonna be difficult with the juggernauts of Paper X holding down this map, this mid-side control, something. Handang-handa na umatras. Pop Flash, gonna push him out. Pero walang punish dito para kay Ye. Kita yung baril.
Kaya nga, walang punish. Nakatingin siya doon. Actually, sa may catwalk, pero at least nakatakas man lang siya.
Retla though, doing some damage here, but the pressure from Paper X getting a double. Ngayon on the 3 side, quick flash from Davai. The spray not connecting at the end, it does though. Expecting one to be close, this could be a great spray. Naka-anti-flash naman siya, pero panalo pa rin si Davai at si Jing. What a cleanup. Lahat ng individual duels nila, nahihirapan sila lumaban.
Ang galing naman. Ang galing ng ginagawa ng Paper X. I think Bleed right now feels a little lost here. Parang kahit anong mga duelo na gusto nilang gawin. And the thing is, something just proactively rotates. And I feel like parang yung information na bigay nila, parang obsolete na. Kasi nag-iba na in a split second.
Grabe yung duelo.
Shush! Shush, Fluffy!
Pero totoo naman, malakas sila dumuelo. dito, especially sa may mid-set ngayon. Fast control coming from Bleed. Early damage, hi, hello lang, and goodbye from something. Patras sa 3, going for a rotate, expecting the mid-pressure to be immense as Bleed has been trying to prioritize this. Good flash from the Vi, might be able to get one. Tries to get a double there, but Ye's off the board. Initial duel is out. Yun yung dash nila. Naka-judge pa rin si Forsaken?
Oo, something. Nakaabang din dito sa loob ng smoke. Just wants any sort of a cheeky setup pero nag-expire na! Lilipad pala siya! Kitang-kita ka sa may railings dito. Nakakita ng ulo. I feel like they need to push him right now. Darian, really nice flash here. At yung null command ngayon ay ma-activate. Mind Freak nasa top mid, by the way. Pero wala na. Wala na siyang makikita kasi pumasok na sila sa may market. Darian, tinatry niyang mabilisan na execution dito. Pumapasok. Forsaken, naka-judge. Kagaya ng sinabi mo kanina, Fluffy. Ito na. Lalapit ba siya? Oo. Spike. Carrier is killed. Scary though. With the trade immediately, 2v2 na ngayon. Napaka-doable on the side of Blade here for both teams. Paranoia sa nakapag-plant. Alam nila, nasa likod ng box. Naka-headshot pa rin ang Rekla. Able to clutch it out once more and we're ending the half with a 9-3.
Grabe naman yung round ng Bleed, somehow stabilizing that pagka post-plant. Sayang yung picks ni Forsaken. Hindi niya nakuha yung killjoy there. At least getting maybe one more to put the man advantage towards Paper X kahit wala silang util para maklear. But at the end of the day, 3-9 ngayon tayo sa first half natin. Curse activated dito sa Bleed at kailangan nila talaga na gumaling sumpa para makuha nila yung map number 1, winning that pistol hopefully after they plan out their defense. Because Paper X, since wala silang Sentinel, I'm expecting a very quick rush from them and they have a lot of good post-plant utility, at least in terms of delay dahil sa Sage nga nila.
Oh, dahil sa Sage Wall, sa slow orbs, and as well as that tradability. Oh, ganda naman ng drawing. Ganda.
No nga eh.
Amazing.
Drawing buff. Ang dami naman nilang, ang daming artists yung Paper X. Kahit yung mga iba na sa tabi, parang ayos naman. Ako, hindi ko kaya mag-drawing ng bilog.
Oo nga. Oh, isa pa. Ang cute pa ng Sage. Sakto.
Grabe. Wala ba drawing yung Blade?
Saan? Oo nga. Kailangan ng energy. Ayan. Meron akong... Actually, I think that's the Paper X side. Baka mamaya ipakita yung Bleed side to the right. Ganun kasi yun eh. Parang sinisegregate nila. Nung daw nung Pacific dati. Segregate.
Sige pare. Yan talaga. Dito tayo sa half number 2. Nagbabalik tayo sa Valorant map number 1. Sa ngayon, nanalo ang Paper X and the pressure is on for Bleed to recover with this initial pistol or secondary pistol round rather. Fake dart possible for the B-side attack? Or actually, maybe he's gonna go for a dart as siya naman maglalurk. Interesting na yung Sova mo yung wala or hindi kasama sa team.
Oo nga eh. Baka tama nga yung sinabi mo. Tingnan natin kung magfe-fake dart nga siya para i-force yung rotate from Bleed here. Let's see where this dart is going. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Hindi na muna.
Hindi na muna siya makapili dito. Interesting smoke there actually. Para hindi maka-cross or threaten the cross na baka may tao naka-mark. Heavy stack here from Bleed. Oh, but Jing finds one. Classic lang.
Oo nga eh. Yun nga yung hinahanap natin on the side of Bleed. Look at Zest though. He wants to push out this mid para may ispatan sa may catwalk at instead, the Vi gets the shot onto Zest. And ngayon, yung kanilang hit. It's a bunch of classics here. Jing with another headshot. Ang galing ng ginagawa nila with a double swing, Forsaken and something. And that is going to be a quick pistol round. Paper X wins this.
That opening pick giving them so much momentum. Hindi pa nga nasara yung buong pinto bago natapos yung round. Ang bilis talaga ng wipeout ng Paper X and they push that advantage even further. Double digits na nga sila. First round pa lang ng second half and that's gonna get them that better buy. And they're gonna be able to get at least one Bulldog and a bunch of other weapons para makuha yung weapons advantage na yun and even push this score.
Kaya nga eh. Sobrang ganda ng ginawa nila na tinira si Forsaken na mag-isa sa may A-main dito. And again, nasira yung position ng nilang lahat. This might be another fast to execute here on the side of Paper X and Darion at saka si Scary. Sila ay nandito sa site and Scary is gonna fall very early. The Vi on fire right now. Darion with a pop flash here. May na-blind nga pero marami din ang hindi naka-blind. And Paper X, full control dito.
Look at this delay coming in from 3. Dalawang barrier. Yung wall tsaka yung actual door para hindi sila makapasok. Makes it so much easier to just focus on heaven and everyone can just look in that direction. Looks like a checkmate position dito but yay, managing to give them some hope dito on the side of Bleed, pushing past this. Just trying to do some damage as the time does tick down. But that's gonna be an easy cleanup, I think, for Paperx. Kahit anong gagawin ng Bleed ngayon.
Kaya nga eh. Ayan, Retla with the classic try to break the two walls. I don't know why that's funny, dude.
Oh, buong araw siya dun.
Well, I mean, it's a, oh my god, wait, hold on. This is gonna be doing some major damage on the side of Paperx dito. And look at that, even the third kill on Retla. Kagaya na sinabi natin, akala natin buong araw niyang magsuspend time dun sa may 3, pero hindi pala. At isang weapon lang yung ang natira.
I'm surprised, honestly, that Paperx even held that close to heaven sa may A side. Since hindi naman sila makakalabas ng 3, pwede naman sila mag-stack sa labas sa may A main. But instead, they choose to go for a couple fights here, pushing up there, and there goes the Weasel as Ye and Zest finding picks of their own. Interesting exit frags nito. Normally, nakita natin lumalabas sila, pero ito, nagpupush yung Paperx. So, dyan na lang sila tatambay.
Kaya nga eh. And I do feel like it's an indicator of the, you know, like how confident Paperx is coming into this. Not only this matchup, pero in the current situation, look at Retla coming here on logs and something, an immediate trade using the Spectre, and mukhang ma-hold off na muna yung mabilisan na execute. Zest, nakaabang dito with the Odin. He knows that people are on in lane and nobody's checking that corner. Mind Freak though, able to salvage the situation, pero hindi pa rin nagbabagong sitwasyon. 2v2 pa rin ngayon.
Oh, flank not gonna work out timing for Ye. Kala ko makukuha niya si Jing, but still might get the positioning here. Kita niya yung damit ni Mind Freak, pero small yung size ng t-shirt niya at atras lang siya. Hindi siya mababaril ng hitbox. Still keeping his life alive here, buying some more time. Dark cover out already. 1v1 sa lahat ng lanes ngayon. And looks like Bleed not going for more aggression.
Oo, they're still trying to hold out. Paranoia though. Pero walang follow-up. Nako, hindi. Joke lang pala si Ye at si Scaredy nag-tandem. They win that one. It's gonna be 11-4 and it's a really good retake coming from Bleed.
Great paranoia din from Scary, honestly, para makuha nila yung advantage na yun. The fact that they're able to still recover that round, considering that they lost so much early on, has been one of the more surprising factors dito sa side ng Bleed.
Oo nga, it felt full control, but 2v2 pa rin. And that gave a huge winnable advantage on the side of Bleed. Tingnan naman natin ngayon sitwasyon. Paperx on the opposite side, where we see them not on a bigger buy for the first time in 16 rounds.
True, and Bleed Esports hawk pa rin yung Odin, hero buy for Mind Freak to maybe clutch out some rounds. Playing the same position. This time around though, slow attack dito from Paperx. Gusto nila umikot dito, get some pressure towards that A side, pero walang rotations na mahihira from the side of Bleed dahil nga yung Sentinel nila may alarm bot sila, may pang-contact sila, na turret din. They have no reason to move at all, so they just get the orb. Mga-atras naman yung Paperx.
Mag-iisip muna sila kung saan nga ba makakakuha sila ng pick, and nobody's gonna be taking them on that challenge so far.
Slow and steady is the key ngayon for Paperx on this lower buy. Harap muna sila ng picks, but that's gonna hold down this side with the Odin. But that Recon Dart being out does give them a signal, but I feel like this is a trap kasi may player at saka may turret din sila for the contact. That's gonna be enough na bait siya. Walang Recon, maglalakad na ako, pero may turret pala.
Kaya nga, nako, yay! Sorry, na-distract ako sa synchronized awe from the audience in Korea. The flick coming from Ye here. Mind Freak is trying his best to see if he can deal more damage, financial damage on the side of Bleed. And mukhang hindi niya magagawa yun kahit na-dink niya si Retla. And it's Bleed slowly catching up at least.
Walang financial damage pag Bleed.
Totoo daw.
Kaya nila. Ngayon that they have that economic advantage, hindi nila yan ibibito ng dali-dali. Paperx, nahirapan talaga to get that match point, and so far, at least this time around, they do get their better buy. Si Jing may resurrection, gonna be important. Yung KO din with the null command can make the numbers advantage a bit interesting, as they can have two players rather kind of revived.
At importante nga yun kasi 2 consecutive rounds, I mean, to be fair, that was a bit of an eco, so it's gonna help in case na may na-pick off on this side and hindi masisira yung Recon Bolt at ma-scan tuloy yung ibang miyembro ng Bleed. Something trying to get this really cheeky angle. Nahil naman siya though ni Jing, so it's okay. Ganda ng timing, pero nakabang naman si Darian. 2v3 na ngayon. The Vi can still be revived, and the slow orb is just going to stop them denying any sort of resurrect. And look at this, ang ganda ng position ni Mindfreak dito sa rotation. And now match point from Paper Rex. It's a dominant map so far, Fluffy.
Mahirap talaga pag Bleed parang gumalaw into this Paper Rex composition. The fact that they're parang substituting the lack of utility instead with just raw damage. And kita naman yung value ng Sage Load na mention mo nga, naka-rest sila dahil doon, and they still have, I think, the resurrection available. So it's a lot of sustain dito for the side of Paper Rex, and that's really helping them on the attack. Because after those initial frags, pag hindi napitas sila, or kahit napitas actually yung isang miyembro, na-equalize pa rin yung situation.
Kaya nga ang galing talaga ni Paper Rex. Once they're inside, they really find these very hard advantages, hard peaks, and yay naman ngayon yung naka-knives. May Hunter's Fury naman din yung Bleed.
Utility for Bleed out there, but Mindfreak nanalo pa sa jumping yay, and that's gonna be difficult dito sa Bleed. Man down na nga sila. They still have utility, but the hold of Paper Rex still holding the extremities dito sa Ascent rather.
Hirap nga. Oh, mukhang magkakaalaman dito. Naku, hindi tuloy na trade. Nakadash pa siya at naka-flash pa rin din. And Paper Rex is just complete domination. Nag-resurrect pa. Ito na nga, match point na nga sila. And if they win this, well, they win map number 1 dito sa series na to. And it's looking like Scary has to pull off a miracle here if they do want to extend Ascent.
I mean, if there's any player na kaya, it has to be Scary. We've seen him come up even in Ascension with these 1v5s that look almost impossible. It's gonna be so difficult against a veteran team dito kagaya ng Paper Rex. He manages to find the Vi though, so that's a good start. Keep the ball rolling dito, but the 3 players on that A side, kailangan niya maging aware. May ultimate pa nga siya, no flash. It's gonna be so hard. Early contact already here, waiting for all the players to swing him. Nadodge yung Paranoias, able to find another one, but it's not gonna be enough. The pressure too high, and Paper Rex is cooking here in map number 1. Yung mapa pa nga ng Bleed.
I mean, understandable, di ba? Mataas yung expectations from Bleed after seeing their performance sa Ascent, pero wag natin kakalimutan, Paper Rex, extremely dominant. While may mga question marks during stage 1, we still cannot deny that their international performances, their performances in stage 1 is still really, really scary na kung iisipin.
Yeah, I feel like so far, Paper Rex still that strong point dito on Pacific, and although they have stumbled on the international stage and medyo fell short, I think, to their own expectations, it looks like they're still back to form. And Bleed, even though we saw them very strong sa mapa nila sa Ascent last time, it seems like they have been struggling against when the enemy team can really just pressure you down.
Kaya nga eh. And of course, I'm really curious to know kung ano sa tingin ng mga panel sa match na ito. Go, go, go!
Thank you so much, casters. Mainit. Napakabilis ng labanin. A very dominant game for Paper Rex. And that was, again, that was Bleed's map, Dax and Raph. And it just bumalik na naman. Same thing what happened. Same thing what happened last week.
Tagal na. Marami na i-expect na baka ibang off lalaroin dito ng Paper Rex. Biglang, laro na tayo fundamentals, diba, Raph? Simple lang. Play everything that's usual, except kung gusto mas maging active, sige, ilaro mo na lang yung Sage na ni Jing. And truthfully, it was very one-sided, diba? Nakita talaga natin yung fundamentals ng Paper Rex ang tagatalo ng lead, eh.
True. I mean, they played a really basic game at normally di naman ako super fan of the Sage pick because I think it's an absolute waste of a slot.
Bleed and perhaps a bit less from PRX, but now I feel like it's the exact opposite where Bleed aren't.
No wrong, and I guess Bleed, right? Like when it comes to how they approach the map, I feel like di naman nila na simplify yung plan nila na, hey guys, on attacking side, 1:1 is just really good for us. But again, Paper Rex was just so good at keeping up that pressure.
Yeah, they were all over the place. I'm looking at the KDAs right now on that map. It was 5 and 13. There were some choices or pwede sana nilang gawin on some corners that Bleed had to actually... You were mentioning it right because kanina 1-1 kaya, but one thing that was lacking inside of Bleed, that was the utility na kailangan nilang i-counter with the Sage.
Yeah, and I guess really yung pinaka nakita nating concern doon para sa Paper Rex, paano kaya magiging mid-play nila? They're running the stage rather than the Killjoy. Paano sila go for those kind of stalls? At nakikita talaga natin, sige Bleed, they're gonna be able to try and play off that angle, pero may mag-peak, may willing mag-push. At nakikita pa rin natin, classic W gaming ng PRX eh. Advance lang ng advance, push lang ng push. And especially, may mga times na maglalabas sila ng judge. Yun pa yung pinakapanira sa Bleed eh. Kala mo na okay, Bleed, pwede nila yung hold off yung utility na mas maaga. Pero biglang may nakahawak ng judge na malapitan, tas doon pa nadurog yung Bleed Esports.
Yun nga eh.
Yep, go ahead.
I mean, di makabuelo ng maayos yung Bleed kasi yun nga. Aggression on the side of Paper X has been pretty much at an all-time high when they did get that judge going. And I feel like that discomfort that they caused in the first half made Bleed so passive on their attacking side na parang sobrang kulang ng confidence nila on their duels.
Mentioned about duels, and kanina with how we saw Jing and actually they even Forsaken had way so much vision to actually flank most of the corners. Yun yung naging problema nila eh. So that was the question, how will they deal with the pressure of the map na kailangan nilang ayusin against PRX? And from the conversation that they had from the paddle with coach, ito yung kailangan nilang ayusin, the mindset how to get in the heads of team PRX. Just looking at these highlights, ang dami yung judge kung paano sana balik na rin yung laban kaso nagkulang din sila eh.
Yan, bigla na lang this is something, diba? And especially ito si paring David, Davai, whoever you wanna call him. He's had so incredible angles rin dito sa pag-playoff niya talaga sa papunta mid eh. Yung mga pop flash from Door, pop flash from Cubby, laking tulong talaga para sa side ng Paper X. And pagdating na talaga ng defense, I do feel like agree na ako dun kay Raph na dahil lang sa first half na wala ng confidence yung Bleed more and more sa kanilang mga plays. Kita mo yung mga hero time sana si Scary, mag from the shadows sa malayo, si Ye mag-push lang para lang makahanap ng pitas. Pero hindi mo pwede gawin yun sa Paper X. Baka Paper X yan, baka pwede ka nilang barilin sa mukha niyan.
That's true.
Yep.
And again, just to kind of look at how this went, right? We're not discounting the individual talent of Bleed, but as a whole, yung mga spacing issues na pinag-usapan natin beforehand, it's still so obvious. And to go back on Paper X side naman, I think Davai has proven to be the glue of this team no matter what role he plays, whether he plays Ini or the occasional Senti. He's been really getting that macro going for his team.
Yeah, as the macro with this kind of map that they're gonna choose in the next game, may pick ngayon yung PRX. Again, heading from the first game, they were like, wala kaming data dito, sige kaya, dadali na namin dapat, we're just gonna play our game. And you've mentioned about the capability of the players of Bleed na baka, ako nakita ko rin kanina eh, at some points, they were overstaying and some parts of it, they were kind of like overthinking. Nakaya sana eh, and I think doon na nag-crumble lahat when they had to lose most of the points. Nakaya sana nilang i-push, maybe climbing up maybe from 5 points further. Pero looking on this map, blind or how that map would actually be in par with PRX, medyo malapit pero ewan ko I don't believe in stats anymore. Depende nila kung anong map kasi pwede pa naman baliktad ng team and you're looking at PRX who's still respected and has more confidence in getting towards the map in every game dito sa VCT.
Ngayon PRX, hindi na konti yung off nila dito sa Bayern on the history. Kaya naman natin alam na Yoru, Forsaken, yung naging standard. It kind of did taper off down the line na ngayon naglalaro sila ng double controller tapos Arbor pa nga ginagamit ni Forsaken. It's very successful, diba, Raf? Nakita talaga natin na pagdating ng Harbor play ni Forsaken, sobrang active siya, sobrang active yung Paper Rex. And from what we've seen so far sa map number 1 pa lang, yung activity talaga, yung willingness mag-push ng PRX na nakakatalo din talaga sa Bleed kasi hindi nila i-expect yung mga angles to ng PRX na nandun na bigla.
True, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they did go back onto that Yoru pick. I mean, bagay naman talaga yung playstyle ng Paper X to bind, especially when they have a lot of teleport control and when they get really aggressive towards all the orb spots in the game, especially when they can get that Gecko going if they choose to play that. But again, it's really more on Bleed now to survive kasi yun nga, I think the pressure is already getting to them. Kita naman natin on the pistol round, even on their buy rounds where realistically they could have forced and contested, but it just didn't happen like at all.
So, pwede nating isipin na baka mamaya may konting jitters lang in game number 1, may konting adjustment kasi you guys just said it. There's so much potential in these teams and players na parang what if hindi lang tayo mag-overthink at tumawid lang tayo mismo sa sapa? Ganun lang talaga dapat ang isipin kasi, again, we cannot speak on behalf of the players how are they thinking. Kasi syempre, iba talaga yung pressure when you're on stage and you're up against PRX. So, if they want to force game number 3 at kung maayos na what they wanted to do from game number 1, I think that could fix anything. Kasi you believe in some of the points na there were corners na yung Omen or pwede nang magkaroon ng way to actually flank everybody out from PRX. And once maipit sila yung situation, ang hirap nila mag-coordinate ulit instead of like focusing on what could really matter. Pero sino ba talagang uunahin mo if you're against PRX and those kinds of pressure?
Kasi naman nasarapan mo, diba? But the thing is for Bleed, pagdating sa fight, the biggest concern really is how they approach their attacking side. Hindi gaano ka-refine talaga yung nakikita natin dito between Gay, Zest, and Darion. Gusto nga nila double para makapasok sa game ng mas maayos. And it didn't work out against Talon. And we've seen from Talon, sobrang talaga mag-play ng contact plays. When you had Jit Boys there, when you had Surf there, they had that double control. And Bleed was basically walking in blind to those angles in bind. And that's the problem right now kasi double control ang likely lalaroin pa dito ng PaperX. PaperX has shown na palagi nilang mga cut up yung map the way that they want. And it's really up to Bleed to show na dito nga sila pwedeng pumalag. Kasi sige, alam mo, yung fun fact talaga yung history. Sige, Bleed did take a best of 1 against PaperX. Dating-dati pa, pero ibang roster yun. And they haven't shown much dito sa bind mismo. So I really feel like ang hirap na ngayon para sa Bleed. Pero I guess guys, exactly ba isipin mo, map 1 panalo na yung PaperX. So pasok na sa PaperX sa playoff.
I mean, eto din yung pinakamalaking problema sa Bleed. It was super obvious in a sense, and if it continues on a map like Bind, I think the series is about done. There was no map control. Sobrang open ang positioning na ni Something. I think there were some duels that Jing could have easily died to, but wala. They just couldn't punish. They couldn't confidently place their footing on the map. And siguro if di na maayos ng Bleed, at least that problem, then I guess we're out for 2-0. Go PaperX.
Okay, I love you just being straightforward because we cannot just like sugarcoat the fact of like how dominant PRX is and just looking how the agent select goes in this map. This is just purely how the stats speak and the numbers speak for PaperX. And how about this? You mentioned about the double controllers. Meron bang konting silver lining for Bleed Esports to actually push us to a better match this time around?
Mas may chance sila, mas active sila dito with Gecko and Sky together. Zest gonna switch off from that Cypher na nalaro niya last time. For PaperX, no real surprise. Jing is back. He's gonna play that Raze.
Yep, Raze is here and also there's a switch up. So baka meron pagkakataon ngayon ng Bleed Esports to actually be more ready to answer back for PaperX. Again, this is the playground of PaperX to take for another sweep for 2-0. Any thoughts for this, Raph, before we head on to the match?
Well, I think the biggest difference is that Viper pick. Bleed probably mas malakas yung anchoring nila, but again, they want to be a bit more active. They don't want PaperX to do what they did in map 1.
Let's see how this goes. Will they push to game number 3 or will this be a sweep for Team PaperX? Casters, painitin na yung laban.
Woo! Yes, mainit na ang Pilipinas. So, syempre, mainit na talaga yung Fluffy Fluffy! Oy, kami nagbabalik.
Grabe energy.
Oo nga, syempre, kasi ito na nga, makikita pa natin, magkakaroon ba tayo ng map 3 o kaya madadala ni PaperX yung momentum na ginawa nila from Ascent. Ito na, Fluffy.
Momentum na nga, nakastack na sila sa B-side. 4 players ready, handang-handa para ma-push yung long. But that's also the same story dito sa side ng Bleed. A lot more utility from them. But tignan mo yung buy ng PaperX. Baril na lang yung bibili nila. Wala nang util. Yung kalaban nila, naka-armor. Handa sila na maraming bala na papunta sa baka naman sa chest nila para mabuhay ng konti. Good wall here to get an early advantage dito sa side nila. It's gonna slow down the push also on Hookah. Maikot yung PaperX dito. Ayaw nila mag-defend. Sila pa rin mag-a-attack.
Oo nga, that's truly the PaperX way. Makakapasok naman si Bleed dito parang, teka, nasan yung tao? Tapos narinig na nila yung pagplant ng spike. So nandito sila manggagaling sa long. Medyo nabawasan na itong si Davai. Ang dami mga flash, ang dami mga ibon. Pero si Mindfreak pa rin ang makakapag first blood dito. Tingnan naman natin ngayon ang retake on the side of PaperX. And so far, they want to clear as many angles as possible.
Pressure dito from Forsaken para lang yung attention ng Bleed is split. There comes the smoke as well. Grabe siya mag-drawing para ma-isolate yung mga angles na slow. And the wingman's gonna buy so much time already. PaperX is winning. They have to peek into them.
Nako, teka lang. Parang ang dami nakapag-peek. But everybody has wingman covered. And I think yung pinaka-key doon is, again, the fact that there was so much utility involved. But Mindfreak still was able to get first blood.
It's really a great play from Paper X. Alam nila yung strength ng composition nila. Instead of playing to go for, laban tayo sa site, they go for something aggressive because they know that their retake is so strong. May wingman sila para sa defuse, naka-mark sila, and with that pistol advantage, they only really need yung harbor wall, which is free, to get any sort of value. And just like that, Paper X nakuha nila yung round number 1 advantage towards the second round, and it looks like a difficult start here from Bleed.
Kaya nga, yung high tide, sapat na para hatiin ang mapa. At hindi tuloy sila makakuha ng space. Pero kagaya ng sinabi natin, Paper X, they could do the same thing that they did dito sa Ascent na malinis ang anti-eco. Ay, Yay
Quite
though.
possible dito. Yay, nakahanap si Jing. Slowing down that attack na naman sasabihin ko. Pari-defense na pala sila. Kasi
Si Paper X lagi.
paikot-ikot.
Naku, Mind Freak, grabe naman. Yung dalawang headshot na ginawa niya, parang nawala tuloy yung advantage na inopen up ni Yay.
Sayang talaga. Baka naman yun yung momentum na kailangan nila to get around this time around. But it looks like Brim Smoke's gonna fade so soon. The Vi, spotting out one player already. Handa ba siya sa tatlo?
Ay, alam yung dalawa. Hindi niya alam na tatlo yun eh. Naku, yung smoke! Hinati na naman tuloy naging 1v1 ang hindi nila inaasahan. Yung high tide, nakakuha pa rin siya ng body shot dun. And Mind Freak releasing that ghost. But hindi na papasok si Scary. Grabe naman yung timing ng smoke ni hindi si Scary, ni Mind Freak.
Grabe. Just perfect timing dito from Paper X for the execute para ma-support kahit wala siya doon, keeping the Vi alive for so long. Na-hold pa na nga yung showers. Ginamit niya lahat. Ginamit niya yung main weapon niya. Nag-pistol pa siya. Somehow, I don't even know how he got yung second player without falling. But that was just an interesting cascade to save his life. I think he even tried to go for a knife sa dulo kasi wala na siyang bala.
Kaya nga, may konting butas dito sa high tide kagaya ng sinabi mo. And still very clean and very confident. And I think yung kwento dito, paano mahanap ni Bleed yung confidence na hindi nila nakuha kanina sa mapang yon?
Yeah, confidence might be the issue dito. Na-mention nata din ng panel na yun talaga yung isang kailangan mo against Paper X, not gonna be faced against any of his pressure because this team is a heat check.
Retla. Galing ni Retla dito, sayang. Makakatatlo sana siya pero something. Pangatlong peak coming from Paper X, but that's still a major advantage on the side of Bleed. At may signal na siguro nila na B na lang ang pupunterihan nila.
Grabe, they even get 2 controllers off the board. So the value with that one can be so huge, forcing Paper X to respond. But they go for the TP instead para mahila sila pabalik. Pero 2 players already from Paper X. Baka naman lason dito yung smoke. They have a flash.
Kaya nga, nagstay pa rin itong si Jing at si Davai at nabawasan ulit. Walang flash si Paper X na ngayon. Meron at least si something dito pero sapat kaya siya and Scary. Mag-isa na lang itong si Jing. Kaya niya. May clutch ito and Scary's just right there para sa trade and that's a really good start for Bleed.
They don't want to give any rounds for free. They know na kailangan nila yung series na to and that starts if they can win this. But Paper X picking up the bind, they know that they're very strong on this map and now they even have the operator para mahirapan talaga yung attack dito from Bleed. But what a shot from Retla to even get some value. Baka kung may isang controller sila, kakayanin pa ng Paper X mag-retake pero napakahirap when you lose both.
Oo nga, hindi tuloy nila ma-close yung sa may baths and dito na magkakaalaman. Something we've seen this before. Itong Gecko na may operator. Let's see how valuable it's going to be here on long.
Yun yung tanong. But no one really going for the peak for him. Just gonna dog him out instead. Grabe yung thrash, madidikitan si something pero may nag-cover sa kanya. The Vi just buying more time. Nade gonna stop but something still alive here.
Ang daming utility na binato sa kanya pero buhay pa rin siya. May heal pa nga na may bibigay itong si Davai. And Darian, the wingman, is gonna be planting here towards sa may garden. And maraming angulo na pwede nilang i-cover on the side of Bleed. Let's see how the retake is gonna go. Nakaabang na yung flash, yung dog. And a lot of the boom bots to clear out this spot. And may nakatambay actually sa may spikes. Mababawasan siya. Forsaken eliminates. Yeah, look at this though coming from Zest.
So close.
Mabaflashan. And another coming from Scary. 3v3 na ngayon, napaka-doable. Forsaken already towards the spike. High Tide just having this entire side at the moment. Jing wanting to do an off angle, but it's not going to be possible. Retla saving this round for Bleed. Davai na lang natitira. And unfortunately, mag-isa talaga siya with an operator pa sa kamay niya.
Save na lang ngayon, kulang sa manpower, kulang sa time. It looks like the stride for Bleed working out for them dito, equalizing the score 2-2. Grabe talaga yung initial take nila, able to get that detained, forcing out the players to get the info of the B elbow hold, and because of that, they're able to flood onto site. Napakalaking tulong din na nakakaplant ang Wingman, but this flash really pushing the aggression towards Paper X. So, yung tanong natin kanina na kung mafe-phase sila to fight is obviously answered ngayon as they're willing to really get a lot of these rounds.
And I do feel like si Scary talaga tsaka si Retla yung nagdadala dito sa bind, at least for building morale and building confidence so far.
It's been working out for them. They can keep the momentum up. Kasi yung Paper X, naka-eco sila. They do have that operator that they save. Interestingly, naka-Davai pa rin. So, if he's able to get a pick with that, it's gonna be very valuable dito sa Paper X. Get an upgrade with that one, but Bleed can be very careful with this.
And it makes me wonder, maybe it's because meron trash itong si something, baka nag-aabang sila if there's any sort of use for it, any sort of open na magandang timing. Pero Bleed, actually dito sa B sila ata pupunta.
Go for the rotate here instead. Naka-stack na sila on that garden side. Naghihintay na lang para sa signal, but the Vi finds one with the operator somehow. Nakapitash pa siya ng isa. That's gonna stall out their push. Maybe even think about the TP as they have players towards showers already.
Kaya nga, nag-aabang. Nagpo-push itong si Retla, pero look at this aggressive push as well. Coming from the side of Paper X, kuwang-kuha na nila yung sa may market na angle dito, and something able to land an important shot dito kay Zest, and tandaan, this is like a broken buy, an eco for some on the side of Paper X, and nananalo sila dito sa round na to.
Sulit na sulit talaga yung pag-save ng operators. Redla's able to find something as well.
Tingnan nila na, alam na nila, isa lang. Isolated yung player dito, Jay! Trying to bounce off from the high tide dito. Trying to peek, able to find one. And now it's super winnable for the side of Bleed na ngayon yung round na to. Retla nakapasok na ngayon. The Vi with the operator in hand, 13 seconds on the clock. The plant's gonna come down dito na sa likod ng box actually. And Forsaken, and a double kill at that as well, Jay! He is doing it with a transfer to the top. 1v1 na ngayon. The guessing game, the 50-50. Sancha lalabas sa A-short kaya or hindi? Now he knows at least from Lamps. Iikutan niya kaya ito? Hindi. Davai gonna be super aggressive, gonna tap the spike. Yay, not buying it. He's not doing it. He's doing it right now. Just buying a lot of time for Bleed. Davai stuck in this situation. And yet he's still able to get the body shot on the board. And there is still a lot of time.
Grabe naman the dance between these two players to find that pick already planted for Ye, but it's such a shallow angle that it's easy to telegraph against this operator. Wala siyang flash, wala siyang pang satchel. He had the need to maybe buy some more time, but at that point, the hard-headedness to just stick that angle. May chance naman na pwede siyang umikot ng lamps, but the fact that he's still fighting for that to create that pressure, and the fact that this is all built on Paper X and naka-eco sila, that operator that the Vice saved has been the game winner for this round.
Imagine yung operator na yan nakasurvive ng siguro 3 rounds in a row. And nagiging valuable talaga siya on the side of the Vi. Pero ang nakahawak naman ngayon sa operator na yan, I see something! And again, every time they have to keep guessing, kataas kaya siya! Meron pala sa likod niya! At ayun sa si Jing. And that's gonna be a 1-for-1 at least for both of the raises. 3v3. Ang bilis ng mga pangyayari, Fluffy. And I think at least it's getting to slow down a little bit because of that smoke.
Bleed has to stop for a bit. Sabi mo na nga, yung Sky Smoke stalling them out, have to reposition here, pero hinahabol pa rin siya on the long side by the Vi. Won't get the timing because of that stim actually giving them the movement speed to rotate towards A. But look at the positioning of Mindfreak. Kukunin niya yung showers para mas madali yung retake. May pang-ipit sila. 3v3 ngayon. Operator in hand pa rin for something, but he does get the timing of the angle. The smoke's though gonna stall him out a bit.
Yung smoke pa nga, no? Mapipigi. Alam niya tuloy yung angle na gagawin niya sa orbital strike, and the plant's gonna be delayed. Pero ang dami pang oras para sa Bleed. That's 50 seconds more or less. The Vi spots out the spike, and now it's in the middle of nowhere. Look at this, the sandwich that Paper X has served. Ang sarap.
Ang sarap talaga, especially with an orbital strike, pushing them out of that Viper's pit into the crosshairs of their flanking teammate. Great timing from Paper X para sa delay. They don't really care kung may na-tag sa ultimate, but this operator, ito talaga yung survivor eh.
Kaya nga, constantly napapasa to from one player to another. And sobrang sulit ng buy na yon so far for Paper X. And now it's an eco once more on the side of Bleed, and they're trying to pick up the pieces ulit.
Yun talaga, no? Yung tell ng Paper Rex, parang lahat sila kaya bumaril, pasa-pasa lang yung operator. Okay, my turn, ikaw na lang, kailangan ko mag-flash. And this time around, Zest trying to go for some more aggressive pushes. Actually flashes out, I believe, Raze back in the backside dito, and something still looking for a pick of their own. They have to play so slow this time on bind.
Oo nga eh. Try to find these picks this time. Kasi nakita na natin yung posibleng thrifty na nagawa during kanina, or rather sa Ascent. But so far, nobody's taking the bait. Nobody's pushing long, or sorry, peeking. But Zest will deal first blood.
Important pick here. Natanggalan si Jing. This time around, wala silang resurrection. They are playing that double controller for some more stall. Yung spike kukunin na ngayon. I feel like the regroup from Bleed might head towards his A side. This operator also being dodged really well. Means that it's all up to Mind Freak and Forsaken para ma-hold yung site. But that Reckoning could be valuable towards this stall.
Oo nga, naipon na nga sila. Nasa taas pa nga si Mind Freak dito sa very cheeky off angle here. And they're walking. There's the Reckoning na
good ulti.
able to be used. And na-flashan pa. Scary though, with a really good body shot as well. Hindi makakadalawa itong si Mind Freak. 2v4 na ngayon. I swear, the thrifties of Bleed. You gotta love watching them in this type of situation. Hindi niya alam na meron nandito na si Ye. And ito na ulit, yung operator na posibleng ma-save ulit.
The sole survivor, si Something, and the operator. Makaka-atras na sila dito. Not gonna go for this one this time around. Bleed, what a great eco from them to isolate yung angles. Nakuha si Jing early round, and because of that, they're able to really flood the site. The fact that they're able to dodge the Harbor ulti as well, sobrang ganda. Akala ko ma-hold na ng Paper X dahil 5 yung na-reckoning, but it seems like they just W-key that, and Mind Freak without the support of Forsaken to hold his cross. Just too many players peek him to do any damage.
Kaya nga, and tandaan, that was a thrifty of a lot of slow kills from different points of the map, and importante talaga yung ginawa ni Zest kanina on that Sheriff first blood kill.
Early momentum coming in from the side of Bleed. Good thrifty round in as well to get some recovery back, and Paper Rex not looking as confident as they have been on map number 1, but maybe that's just because they started on this defensive side and they have to play a bit differently.
Baka nga yun yung key dito on the side of Bleed, and so far so good dito sa mapang bind, and it's just a 1 score gap between these two. And so far nga, di ba, yung pagpasa ng operator, as long as ma-dodge nila ito, pwede. But look at this, Jing, sobrang aggressive ang ginagawa nila dito. Jing with a showstopper, pero wala siyang mahanap. Umatras na sobra talaga tong si Bleed.
Basic raise bind play right there coming from Paper X. Ulti A short, papasok sa market, paatras ang Bleed. They waste that ultimate, but that does give Paper X a lot of space, and that's a lot of space that Bleed has to re-clear.
Ang dami nga eh. Dito, wala tuloy silang masyadong impormasyon, pero they still have to keep guessing where the operator is gonna fall, and mataas yung crosshair just to see if there's any sort of flash. Something though, makakakuha ng first blood kay Ye. Wala na sila tuloy duelist.
Wala nang duelist, and that's momentum gone already. Oh, the timing.
Ganda naman ng positioning. Kaya nga, sobrang libre. And nababawasan na unti-unti ang mga miyembro ng Bleed. And Divine naman ngayon naka-judge. It's gonna be like very similar to what they did earlier. Naku, hindi niya na makuha. Pero si Mind Freak nandun naman para sa pag-save ng angle na yon. And Paper X still leading on this map.
Stable as ever. Mind Freak on the top there of the box, just being able to hold down that B-side. Operator pa rin buhay dito para sa Paper Rex. Nakay something ulit, and that's a round that all started with Ye going down. That early momentum being lost out. They get pushed out so far from the Jing ulti, and they have to re-clear it so slow. It burns so much time, even though that Jing doesn't get a kill.
Kaya nga eh. And that will definitely call a timeout here. Nandun na nga yung flash, and marami na nga sila, pero hindi sila nakapag multi-peak because I think they just wanna hinder sort of information.
May bote siya.
May bote. Nakahawak ng bote.
Niya, dito tayo guys.
Oh. Intense, no? Sobrang intense. Understandable kasi, again, Bleed truly has to win this series against Paper X, and it's gonna be a little bit of a tall order kasi nga they really badly want to get that last what do you call this, a slot at least, kasi naka-qualify na tong si Genji tsaka si Team Secret. Isa na lang kumbaga yung natitirang slot from Alpha. And yung next nilang kalaban si DRX. So, first champions and then first runner-up for last year's Pacific. Mahirap.
Mahirap talaga. Napakalakas ang Paper Rex sa Omega bracket. If they win this game, automatically they do get into playoff. If they lose 1-2, they go into playoffs. Pero they cannot... it's RRQ and Zeta, I feel like, who have a chance, but they can't still beat Paper Rex sa map differential. But if Paper Rex loses 0-2, they will have to compete, but that's already out of the question because nga, nakuha nila ang Ascent. And dito sa Bind, slow pace dito coming in from Bleed for control of Showers, but it's PRX actually that gets the orb just to back away dito. The operator pressure coming in from something to hold down this B site has really been stopping them from taking this angle very fast, which I'm kind of surprised kasi dalawa naman yung initiator na nila may flash.
Oo nga eh. They're able to get a lot of space here, but instead, Paper Rex with a more forward angle dito, and looks like Ye is gonna shift towards here, and na-miss niya yung timing for both of them, and I don't think they still have information.
Sakto naman yung pagka-alis niya. This time, something also let's go off the angle at the time where Bleed does go for the rotate. Paper Rex with the wrong read dito. Napaikot nila si Davai. It's all up to something to hold his side, but in fairness, he can TP out if he gets a frag if he holds the correct side.
Oo. Hope na lang niya walang multi-peak dito. Isa lang. Pero baka ma-flashan pa nga siya dito. Nakaabang na nga. Dodges the flash. Unable to get a kill. And they're gonna rush through. He actually escapes that way.
No way.
What are you doing? That is insane. And oh my God. 4v5 na ngayon. Kagaya rin sinabi mo, nakatakas nga. Pero mukhang wala naman matatamaan ng Thrash dito. And while it's a full control, 14 seconds on the clock on the side of Bleed. Kompleto pa rin ang mga miyembro ng Paper Rex. Grabe naman si Something Fluffy.
Grabe, around the world talaga and scary. Ito naman yung pinaka-around the world.
Oo nga, nag-world tour pa tong si Something at nakabawi after a man disadvantage as what we seemed on the side of Paper Rex. Andito naman sila Davai at Forsaken and Mind Freak para isalba ang round na yon.
Grabe. I'm surprised that he's able to get out.
No
Hinabol pa siya ni Ye tapos na no scope. Grabe. Sinundan pa siya. Thanks for the follow na lang.
Sorry. Ang benta ng world tour.
I'm surprised that he's able, yung more surprising, I even know it's more surprising, pero the fact na pag nag-retake yung Paper Rex, andun din siya sabay, hindi siya late.
Nakaikot siya agad.
Hindi pa nakaplant, andun nakabalik sa bisan, grabe.
Kala mo meron siyang Kagibunchi no Jutsu, pero hindi pala. Siya lang talaga, mabilis lang. Kala mo neon siya. Pero isang gecko lang yun, orbital strike. Tatakbo lahat ng Bleed paalis at masasandwich sila. Nandito na si Jing, naka-teleport. The satchel to dodge the stun of the wingman. And ipit na ngayon ang Bleed. Wala silang mapupuntahan. Retla though trying to salvage this. But Mind Freak has other plans and things are falling apart on the side of Bleed.
Last player standing.
What an aggressive play from Paper Rex to go for the orbital strike into that and just an easy cleanup dito para kay Davai. They lose Jing, but what does it even matter? 73 ngayon para sa Paper Rex. What a call. Alam mo, iko yung kalaban. Tapos naisip nyo, let's ulti shower guys. Tapos TP la tayo. But you know, it's Paper Rex, so if it works, it works. And so far, it's been working out really well for them.
I think yun na nga, no? When it comes to these sort of tactics or strategies, you know that Paper Rex can pull it off. Their aggression, their confidence, yung kanilang mga mechanics, talagang swak na swak sa yung strategiya na yon para sa team tulad ng Paper Rex.
Yung aggression talaga bagay na bagay sa kanila. So far, it's been working out for them. I'm more surprised na naka-operator pa sila considering na double controller
Kanina pa
na.
ata yung operator na yan. Kanina pang round 4.
Oo nga eh. Pero the fact is able to get picks, like apat yung technically parang apat yung controller sa buong game na to. But you're still able to find the gap, but he just backs off in the right time. Chance that he gets punished there. Oh. He even knew kinda na may baka pwede siya mag-molly dun. He just missed the light up, I think.
Oo nga eh. Parang tumama sa ibang direksyon, and they're gonna be revealing a lot of their utility, so they know that people are gonna be towards Hookah, and the wingman's gonna spot out a couple, and yay. I think, you know, it's a good start sa kanya kanina, pero so far parang ang unlucky ng mga moments niya dito sa Bind after.
not really sticking to the game plan for him. But for Paper X, so far smooth sailing. There are some rounds na nakuha ng bleed, but look how hard they have to try to even get one. May ulti pa naman si Zest for this. Scary has a pulse plant, maybe to clear U-Halls as well, but Jinx ready for the nade. Itatangke niya yung decay para lang matapon yung nade. Prioritizing the pick here as they're delaying so much time. 30 seconds na lang, has to pop the Seekers. May pang-clear nga sila. Orbital Strike available for U-Hall. But an operator still gonna try. Oh, what a flash!
Oo nga, akala ko madadodge niya yung flash at makakuha siya ng kill, pero buhay para naman itong si Something. They're able to get the plant down and they know where they are. Mind Freak with a headshot, Forsaken with the Odin as well, can spray through the smoke. Wala siya pakialam. Oh no, it's a bit too high here. Still able to get a kill. 2v2 na ngayon. 4 seconds on the clock, hindi pa rin ipa-plant. Zest trying his best to get the plant down. He has the time and they're able to extend the timers here. Something ipit na ipit and Bleed is able to win the round despite Retla falling down on a Molly.
Grabe si Retla, napatay pa niya yung teammate niya. Hindi pa tapos yung killing spree, but that's still a round for Bleed. And possible 7-5, and to be fair, if they do get the 7-5 and win the pistol, madali lang mag-equalize dito. So this is a very important round for Bleed. I think they might get an operator for themselves, but what the util combo, they have the Seekers, ma-flush out yung U-Hall. Jing actually tanks it to go for a spray kasi hindi naman siya makaalis.
Grabe yung, yung Odin ni Forsaken kanina kasi
sayang yun.
It felt like, yeah, he had it. It was just parang 1 inch higher than their heads.
No, kung ikaw yun, buhay ka pa.
Hoy! Ba't ako na nakolat dito? Hoy, please.
Oo nga eh.
Thank you. Not thank you. Anyway, please.
Grabe.
Ay, nako. Eto na. The crossfire between the Vi and Jing. Mangyayari kaya to? Abangan in like a couple of seconds. Wait, no, they abandoned the crossfire reckoning. Gonna flush out everybody here. Meron dito off angle on the side. Do they know this? Will they check this? I'm so curious. And yes, the Vi falls here. And now it's a 5v4.
Oh, 5v4. Advantage for Bleed. Davay nga natamaan ng showstopper. It looks like Forsaken trying to hold another angle dito. Finds one. Won't be able to get out though. Easy trade dito para scary.
And it feels like this is definitely on the rise for Bleed. Ang daming utility na itinatapon ni Paper X just to slow this possible push down, and it's still not gonna be enough. Something is trying to get a flank. Will go the long way around. Really good reads on the side of Something, pero the retake might be a bit slow here dahil the long way nga. Darian with the off angle. Alam nila lahat kung saan sila manggagaling, and there's just a lot of things to clear. Jing and Something though, tag teaming, winning the individual fights, and it all boils down to a 2v2. They still have to guess, nasaan ba si Scary? Nasaan si Zest dito? And time is ticking. Time is running out. They get the 1, and now it's a 2v1. How is this possible? They've isolated all the angles. They know where the last person is, and now Scary has to do the guessing game! Scary clutches it for Bleed.
Grabe, pagka-isolate niya ng angle dun just at the last second to push this into the halftime. What a round there for Bleed to even get more value out of that, which looked like a very dominant first half for Paper X no una, but it somehow yung fighting spirit ng Bleed has pushed them to that 5-7. And as I mentioned earlier, if they win this pistol, mas madali talaga mag-equalize ngayon, slowing down that momentum from Paper X. But let's not underestimate the attacking power ng PRX ngayon sa bind.
Oo nga eh. As in, that felt like so many layers yung the way that last round ended in the half. And it is scary. Scary, we've seen him clutch so many rounds in the past. And parang if there's anyone in Bleed that can like, pull up a 1v3 or a 1v5, you know that player can really deliver.
Get that confidence back up, and yun naman yung Bleed artist na hinahanap natin. Kinakain yung Bleed ng Paper X, never mind.
Ano nga yun, Kirby?
Nakita ko sa yung beat. Nakita ko sa yung beat. Tapos kala ko Bleed fan. Yung pala, kinakain lang pala siya.
Paper X. So magiging Paper X siya. Tama?
Oo.
Yung pala yung lure. Amazing. Yung lore, wow. Eto na nga. It's the second half. And two rounds lang naman yung agwat between Bleed and Paper X. So once Bleed wins the pistol, pwede nila ma-even out ito.
Other possibilities ngayon. Get that footing back into the control of Bleed. Score this map, which was Paper X's. So gonna be interesting if they're able to get each other's maps. Pero Paper X, this time around, some armors finally. as they go for a more aggressive stance dito sa B side. But look at the aggression din coming in from the short push from Bleed. Handang-handa para lumaban, take more control. Maybe this is a good way to split up the forces, but if they push too deep, it can be a way for them to get sandwiched by the team of Paper X.
Oo nga, baka makakita tayo ng posibilidad ng 3v3. Ito na naman, magkakasalisiyan ulit sila. But yay, with the headshots, gonna deal first blood. Really huge advantage on the side of Bleed so far, and job well done.
Parang these two teams ayaw talaga nila mag-defend. No?
Gusto talaga
Umiikot sila, attack pa rin. But see, so far, the attacking side, quote-unquote, ng Bleed has been working out as Paper X. They get the plant down, but they have to look for and spot out that pressure bolt. What a click talaga from Mindfreak.
Oo nga, classic nga lang yun. And he does have an idea. Ngayon, dalawa na sila.
No
Ang
way.
nakabang na. And Paper Rex still coming up on top here. Nakasalalay kila Scary pero mawawala ulit siya. Darian with full HP. And naka-frenzy siya. And Something and Jing will just have to hold out. Nag-spray pa siya ng let's go Bleed. Pero ang lapit na ng Paper Rex sa kanya. Jing with a triple, finishing it out on this pistol round.
Nagsummon pa siya ng energy pero hindi kinaya yung brunt ng Paper X. Talaga napakalakas on these pistol rounds. Even though they lost out the player early, still able to equalize. The moment na nag-decide sila, lalaban na lang tayo. But this shot talaga from Mindfreak with the class. Was that the right click?
I feel like it is. Or meron na meron
Grabe
pang
naman yan,
feature.
yung range.
Kaya nga eh. Right click from amazing distance. Amazing.
No. Yan, di ko kailangan yung bilhin. Meron akong Paper X na classic.
Ako din. Same.
You know, biased caster. GG.
GG. Eto na daw. Ang bilis ng possible execution dito ng Paper X dahil alam nila sila yung panalo kanina with better guns and Retla. Siya ay nag-iisa dito on hookah.
Important job here to hold down the situation, pero with this better buy and the quickness of this execute, I love the cove here in case my player para hindi mag-spray yung kalaban so that they're all able to exit. Good use of utility as they exit the choke.
Oo nga eh. Pinag-isipan lahat ng the small steps still lead to this very big scoreboard on the side of Paper X, and naka-post plant positions na lahat ng PRX, and Bleed is in their spawn.
Yeah. The AFK play strategy. Hintay na lang para wag tayo lumaban, wag tayo magbigay ng orb. Honestly, a very smart decision. Just die to the spike instead. But Paper X, they're gonna come out with a very clean and flawless round. Feel like they can smell the fact that they're just going for the save here. No one really going for the re-aggress.
O nga, yung medyo, mukhang nagpapakita sila, makakakuha ng kill si Davai. Does he get the second? Yes, he does. But meron crossfire between Retla, and that's gonna be maybe 2 orbs given on the side for Davai before he fell.
I think that's more important than the rifle, to be honest.
True.
So baka naman the value is gonna be gained as they get momentum going into Bleed's buy round. Pero 9-5, napakahirap. The pressure is on for them. Wala na silang chance after this one. This is their possible final game for this series, and they need to get this map out of the way. They have a good buy here, but that is also one that can be said for Paper X.
O nga, handa. Dalawang Spectre. I mean, Jing able to cross through long distances, and Forsaken can use his kit as well to close it out, and perhaps ito na nga yun na solution dito sa may sa showers.
Kayang-kaya naman to close that distance with all this smokes, all this utility. Kahit yung cove nga para pa sila lumapit. So Paper X, they're not at a very difficult spot, to be honest, if they're able to find an opening. It's really on the aggression dito ng Bleed to control these initial picks para hindi sila group up na maayos, able to separate that out. That nade gonna slow them down a bit, but that's not gonna do any relevant damage dito sa side ng PRX. And it looks like they can just go for a retake or regroup themselves as they walk possibly into showers. But it's so much to re-clear now. Oh, where does this lineup go?
Oh, curious din ako. Saan kaya siya mag-clear? Sa may cubby kaya?
Shower.
Oo nga. But that's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. Look at that synchronized crouching from the Vi and Mind Freak here. And that's a 4v3 na ngayon. Scary. I-unleash yung Molly, pero kaya naman i-jump yun. But that's gonna be a flash, the Vi. And now it's completely even. Forsaken, nakapag-sneak up actually siya sa may short and magro-rotate na itong si Something. Pero baka mag-1v1 pa tong si Retla. Ayun na nga! Nakuha siya. Ang ganda ng timing between Scary and Retla here in Mind Freak. Can he clutch this out? Naiipit siya between two players. Nadink niya, but it took too long. Scary with the triple. And Bleed is catching up.
Yun yung mga moments na nag-wish na Vandal yung napulot mo dun kasi pag nakuha mo yun, you might be able to get the Brimstone that you know is positioned already. But that important fragment that you mentioned earlier on the minimap, yung si Retla nakaabang para kay Something, that's their spike down. With that, their plan is ruined. Even though they kind of upgrade, it's a good eco from them to get the damage done. But not the round that they need to start closing out and push to double digits.
That's something that Bleed can possibly prevent and delay. Pero as I say that, attacking operator naman on sa kamay ni Something. Ay!
Ayaw nila talaga bitawin to eh.
Please! Ah! Nakuha nga siya! Parang horror movie, hindi niya alam eh.
Grabe naman.
Oo. Grabe talaga ang mga pangyayari. Mabilisan ng pagkikipaglaban itong dalawang teams na ito. Walang red timers. If Paper Rex is going to be on the attacking side, talagang bibilisan nila ang pag-execute. Dalawa ang nasa may backside. Jing patalon-talon. Hindi niya nakuha yung kill with the showstopper, unfortunately. But Something has something to say about that. And 3v1 na ngayon. Scary ang natitira. Perhaps save na lang siya.
Looks like that's gonna be the plan. Not much to say here. Just aggression from Paper Rex na naman. The way that they're able to take sight and take so much control of it. Whenever Bleed's not able to parang break yung early momentum, isolate a couple fights, it's so difficult. But how will you do that pag buhay si Forsaken to really provide a lot of cover? One nice thing about Harbor is that the re-smoke capability of one specific spot can basically be smoked forever. Kasi pwede ka mag-wall, tapos dalawang cascade, tapos mag-wall up ka ulit. It's almost the same timing. The gap is very small, and pushing a lot of these Harbor smokes honestly feels so awful dahil sa slow.
O nga, tama ka dyan. Parang, again, kagaya ng sinabi mo, you can smoke an angle forever. And it's not like an ordinary smoke where you can play around it and push aggressively or play inside it or else. And dun nga yung slow. Ito talaga eh! Ito talaga, unfortunately, para kay Zest, scouting, makakuha ng kill tong si Something. And it's so interesting no dito sa cheer on the watch party, no? Cheer, but it's MYSG. It feels like they're watching MYSG.
Oo, sanay na sila sa bakbakan na ito. Ito talaga yung El Clasico na region nila, and even though it's a different team on the side of Bleed, slightly different roster, yung core pa rin sila Scary, still being the hero for them. And this time around, they're gonna try to get some early space, but will they expect this operator yet again? Because it did get value on the previous round as they tried to creep on this one. A more standard hit coming in from Paper X, positioning towards this B side, pero nakaabang na si Zest.
Oo nga eh. May nakaabang na rin yung flash ni Davai dito. Naku, nasa garden! Revenge coming from Zest with a beautiful headshot. Alam niya may kasama si Something dito, pero this time the trade will come from Mind Freak. Jing ready to just fly across the map.
Oh, no.
Wait, Retla! With the trigger discipline, hindi mo na siya mag-shoot. At ayan na nga, nakuha si Mind Freak. He is down. Jing still in the middle alongside the rest of Paper Rex. Still able to make it very doable on their end. And yay, nabawasan dahil sa paint shells. Napakasakit. And now with a really weak HP on the side of Yay, but still able to get value off of it. Nabawasan nga ng almas itong si Paper Rex, but it's still their round in the end.
I mean, at this point, you're just trying to close out the game. Malapit ka na naman sa match point. Makakabay naman kayo. And that positioning talaga from the side of Bleed. I thought that they could get that, but because they lost this early, this fight against Retla, si Jing really saving them from a potential pincer here from Bleed that could have closed out this round.
Oo nga eh. That the paint shells, the smokes, the important utility ay natira despite it being a little bit dicey because of Retla's corner doon na nakaabang. But look at this, mabilisan na ulit na execute. But Darian's flash is gonna prevent them from going through it na fully. Orbital strike though ay gagamitin. Darian mababawasan until 30. And Jing At least able to get that heal up.
Get that heal up, back to full health. Dario naman, different story as he has to back away. And this time, Ye holds down the angle with the operator. Handa para sa Shower's push, but it's gonna be so difficult once this Harbor does start bringing in the tide. Look at the positioning from Forsaken though, so far away. Kasi alam niya naman na aabot dyan yung wall. Siya naman yung mag-late rotate and pull some pressure towards B because that's where the stack of the rest of Bleed is. And something actually takes Ye out with his own operator instead.
Wow. Look at Forsaken though. Titingnan niya kung makakakuha siya ng mga nagro-rotate. Hinahabol niya actually. But because of the Vi's ult, I do think they have an idea kung nasan ba yung mga natitirang players. Hindi mahanap ni Forsaken actually ito. And they want to do the sandwich. But the plan may be a bit too slow. Joke lang pala. Forsaken with a double kill. Oh my god, my words. The spike hasn't been planted just yet. They're just trying to find all of these kills. And I'm not sure, with 3v1 na ngayon, actually, it's still a very good plan on the side of Paper X. Nabot siya ng thrash. Oh! Nawala lang na parang, oh!
Nawala
lang na parang multo. And Mindfreak's gonna end that round. And Paper X, that's match point for them.
Paper X on match point already. What a round. Interesting decision na nag-TP sila lahat just because they had that advanced positioning already with the embedded lurk from Forsaken para makalisten in siya sa mga rotates. I think they got low-key kind of baited by the Seekers kasi paikot sila, but it's travel so slow that you're not sure. But going to the TP, that could have been such a difficult situation for them kung hindi nakadalawa si Forsaken.
Kaya nga eh, parang the plan was there, but it still worked out in the end. And now Paper X, Zest and CA, they do have a showstopper and the Seekers to at least try to make this map extendable.
Interesting moves para sa kanilang dalawa. But it seems like Paper X have been winning a lot of these gunfights, which is the most important thing at this point. I'm surprised nga sa A na natalo si A na may operator, considering that he's being peeked into, but I feel like that's just so difficult to deal with this. A good showstopper here, but it's not gonna clear bench.
Oo nga, eh, nandun pala nakabang si Jing, pero din siyang sariling showstopper. Makakahanap kaya siya ng sarili niyang kill. Alam niya na meron ata sa may lamps, something with 26 HP. Does Jing find his target? Yes, he does,
wow.
Tyrion. Gusto niya na sana magtago. And ito na, mag-expire na yung smoke. Nakakuha ng headshot, scary. But that's still a triple on the side of Jing and just a lot of damage on the board. Hindi pa rin nakapag-plant ang Paper X. So may chance pa rin si Bleed na i-prevent ang pangyayaring ito. Forsaken daw, ang ganda ng angulo niya. Klaradong-klarado. At maka-cut off niya rin itong short on the side of Bleed. Wala silang access, wala silang makita. At ang daming time ang nabibleed ng Paper X dito.
What a reckoning also to stall out information gain, and nandun pa rin sila. Looks at the wrong time, but Redla actually gets the shot. The Vi opens up U-Haul for their team.
And the Viper spit as well. Look at this rotate coming from the side of Mindfreak. I don't know if they do have a lineup, but instead flank ang hinahanap nila. Forsaken trying to creep up a little bit. And now, it's open. Alam nila, when they tap this fight, kitang-kita nga, kagaya ng sinabi mo! And they do it! My freaking Forsaken, they don't want to extend this map any longer, this series any longer, and it's a 2-0 finish for first match of the day.
Sayang naman yun round na yun. Kaya pa naman yun ng Bleed, but Paper X, the ingenuity, and Jing fragging out at the end. Able to get 3, reducing the numbers, and then may Harbor ulti pa nga, the reckoning really being brought down on Bleed Esports. At Paper X, they get their win that they're looking for, secure their playoffs nila, and Bleed is a different story for them.
Oo nga, medyo delikado na yung sitwasyon nila, and the next match that they have to encounter and win is against DRX. Again, DRX has been, I guess we'll talk about that next week, pero honestly, Paper X, they're looking really solid. Parang nababalik na yung Paper X na nakita natin last year.
It's so difficult, especially para sa Bleed. Congratulations sa Paper X, but for those who are fans ng Bleed, since Bleed lost this map and lost the series, they only have a chance to tie up with T1 and GE later on. So baka mahirapan sila dun if they're not able to beat out yung DRX na yun.
I mean, there's still a lot in store, lalong-lalo na mamaya for a second match. But first, let's take this to the panel.
Thank you so much, Rico and Fluffy. Yes, tama kayo, Dax and Raf. That was a 2-0. No holds barred. Diretso. Complete domination for PRX.
Ang lakas ng Paper Rex dito ngayon. And another map where they show their mastery, diba, Raph? Nakikita talaga natin na Paper Rex ang handa para sa lahat ng contact points talaga ng Blade. What really impressed me the most, especially yung pag nag-play off talaga sila sa mga smokes doon ni Forsaken. Anytime na either nakakapwesto siya or nakaka-set up ng high time, alam mo na magkakagulo dun sa area na yun ng mapa.
Siyempre, nagustuhan mo yan kasi harbor player ka. And I've heard your complaints many times about bakit hindi kayo nag-swing sa cascade ko. But putting the focus back on the game here, one thing that's really thoroughly impressed me about Paper X is how they shuffled between switching to, hey, let's just win this out through gunfights, or mag-pressure tayo with our utility. And really, despite Bleed stopping the snowball, there's just too many rounds that Paper X snuck away from, you know, Bleed hopeful of getting that playoff spot, pero yun lang.
And the momentum continues. Kanina nga on the first 5, it was like a medyo swing back and swing forward with PRX and Bleed. And just by looking at these highlights, they were covering most of the positioning na nahirapan ng Bleed mag-cover. Especially there were some points that they were like trying to TP around. Mas na-control sila dito, especially during the lurks na ginago din. The Vi had so much vision na pwede na ibigay sa team.
And we've seen it, diba, na they try to build on the Vi having the Seekers, something hitting some of the best shots talaga na nakikita natin, and Paper X, inuwa na lang nila lahat the style that they know how. Shout out to Mika, by the way, that's the English side. Pero yun nga Paper X, it's not just the playoffs that they're trying to prove. Napatunay talaga nila na back and better pa nga sila, and a convincing win like this already does wonders for their future.
To be fair, for Paper X, ano naman lang yung kulang sa resume nila, diba? They're still hunting for that Masters win, if I'm not mistaken. They're still obviously hunting for that Champions win, as all teams are. But let's kind of go back on what we saw earlier. I think Bleed making the adjustment to not let Paper X take control too much of the map early on was really good. At the same time, yung ginawa ng Paper X, they made it so expensive to clear out all those extra angles that were afforded by the said utility that you pointed out earlier, Dax.
And I agree also kasi kita mo first half pa lang competitive naman yung Bleed. May mga times na nakakapasok siya, may mga times na grabe yung nagagawa ni Retla. Si Scary naka-clutch for a few rounds here and there, pero pagdating ng second half, parang besides that one round talaga na nadala para sa Bleed, it was just all Paper X all day. And it just was that answer na parang kanina na problema natin, paano papalag yung Bleed when they're going in blind against smokes, against all these setups ni Mind Freak, ni Forsaken. And the answer is they couldn't really find that answer. Pinaka naalala ko talaga, naka-lurk si Forsaken, diba, ng B. Sabi niya, guys, nandito sila. Pero hindi lang yung tipo nag-TP pa yung buong Paper X. Nag-smoke rin si Mind Freak para safe talaga yung angle. Patayin lang lahat nung nandun sa harapan nila. And that's what Paper X really excels in, finding where to funnel yung mga kalaban nila.
That's true.
And they know the positionings. Yep, go ahead, Raph.
I mean, with that funnel, the operator was getting so much value. I feel like we saw that time and time again. Another thing that I wish Bleed translated well into their gun round. Sobrang talino ng positioning in terms of their ecos and their thrifties. I think the casters brought this up. But for some reason, when they did get their guns, I mean, it's one thing to be confident, pero ang dami nilang sayang eh. Like getting that 1-for-1 in shower and then backing off instead of double dipping. It could have been something else.
There's so much what could have been talaga sa PRX, and we were looking for a way to like just parang paano ba nila ma-force to a game number 3, but just by looking at the map and the KDAs now in 6 and 13, it was the same thing from game number with the scores, pero may konting angas na pinakita sila in the first half pero somehow they kind of like lost it. And looking at the post plants and how PRX managed to close everything out, it was just completely like how they wanted to rotate aggressively against Bleed.
Pagdating na nga ng spike plant, medyo panalo na lang talaga yung Paper X. And it really was a bit of a concern for Bleed and how they played that spike. Round 1 pa lang.
Yup.
Sino nagdala? Si Wingman. Sige, mag-3K ka dyan, Mindfreak.
Rekta
no? Pinabayaan lang na mag-defuse. May isang round din kanina yung Bleed. Parang 4.03 seconds na lang. Buti pa nga na plant nila, tapos na-flash pa nila something para manalo. But it's always been awkward para sa Bleed to play on those sides. Compared to Paper X, na palagi may presence, palagi na lang may mga angles na pwede sila gamitin.
So yeah, and I feel like Retla, despite, doing pretty okay, may moments na pansin ko medyo uncomfortable siya on the Viper pick. I mean, I think I pointed it out to you, Dax, din on round 1 na pwede siya magbato ng snakebite para ma-stop yung either wingman or maybe the swing from Garden, but it just wasn't present. But then again, it's one of those in the heat type of moment.
And Mind Freak, the MVP of the game, PRX, looking at how they controlled everything, guys, said it perfectly. And ang hirap lang talaga i-control on how to even manage. Kaya there were some plays na ginawa kaya ni Jing na parang, well, it was really a showstopper to everybody. And having the control, most of the sites, kailangan nila tingnan kasi kung paano nila pakapasukin. And there were some moments, you've mentioned it perfectly na, wait, paano mo nga ba gagamit or i-utilize yung mga ganitong klaseng positioning and always like, how to be alert sometimes with Mind Freak. Ilang beses nakakuha ng magandang smoke and also like the block of vision. Man, wala na ako masabi. It's PRX completely dominating that game. And now, look at Bleed Esports. Their chances in this, again, this group is shortening and pwede sila mag-rely mismo sa scores na ibang teams heading into the playoffs.
May chance pa naman kasi may isa pa silang match. At kung matalo yung GE o matalo yung T1 sa last match nila, hindi meron nga mas chance complete. Pero remember guys, kailangan 2 wins para mag-qualify sa Alpha. Bawal yung sabit lang na 1 win. Tapos yun na yun. I think really for Bleed, there's still always a possibility. And I'm really excited to see kung paano nga sila papalag. Pero Paper Rex, just what a series. One series, especially from the bite. I'm very impressed. Something shot. Sasabi ko na nga, diba? At ito na naman tayo. Ako naman guys. Don't forget guys, we are together with Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 50% cheaper fares. And Grab Car Saver delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals.
I'm about to order as we head on to the break in a few minutes from now. Para dire-diretso yung laban. Kasi as we discuss the teams, for the first match of the day, sila yung parang we need to get to the playoffs and the other teams like we're hopeful to get into the playoffs. Pero on the next match, we're looking at Global Esports and DFM. How is this match up? Like, what are the chances? And we're looking at these teams heading into the playoffs. I'm looking at Rap's reaction. Nakikita kita. What are you feeling about this as we head on before the interview?
I mean, it'd be nice if DFM would not take another split to win a game, you know?
Same can said for GE. I'd love to see get to the playoffs. Exciting yung next match talaga. For many, many reasons. Alam naman natin din, sobrang do or die para sa GE yun. Kailangan na manalo para may chance mga playoffs.
Yeah, and we've seen great hopes from this team, especially from the matches of like week 2 and 3 na nakakabawi sila in a way. But somehow, they can easily read through patterns ng teams that they lose control, especially with the maps. So, let's see, you're really hopeful for GE now. But for Team DFM, we're looking for like, okay, paano ba ito mababawi? Pero guys, let's head on for this interview. Let's watch this.
This Davai after their dominant 2-0 win. Now, congratulations, Davai. Playoffs clinched with this win. Are you relieved? And, you know, will you be able to sleep with both eyes closed today?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of like halfway there, you know. I mean, job is not done, but yeah, halfway there. I think tonight will be a very good sleep, you know, for us. So yeah, very happy about it, and I'm pretty sure the team felt the same way, you know.
What are your thoughts going up against Bleed?
I think it was even though the score looks one-sided or whatsoever, but I think it was a hard game for us. We feel that they were trying something slow, and playing against a slow team is not something that we are used to, you know. So yeah, I mean, we definitely have to be smarter, I would say, in terms of reading their gameplay and stuff. So yeah, I would say it was a hard game.
You said it was a hard game, so do you think Alex is smiling right now or kind of angry at the moment?
I think definitely not slamming the table, you know. So yeah, definitely.
That's good. That's good. You got the job done.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about that comp on Ascent, because we saw something very similar to that comp today in Masters Tokyo when CGRS was on the team. You guys played the Fate instead of the Sova, but pretty much the idea was the same. So why bring this back?
I think for Ascent, we kind of feel like the old comp was good, but I think we don't think that it's us, you know. It's more like towards defensive side, and it's not so explosive, you know. And that's why we trying the old comp again, and we feel like, oh, maybe we should just take the old comp, I mean this comp.
Yeah.
So yeah, we just feel like it wasn't really ourselves, you know, playing so defensive and stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah.
The last comp really didn't kind of suit you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like we're playing too defensive, kind of like too scared, and we're
Wasn't
expecting.
you, right? Yeah. You just have to be you. Anyways, that put Forsaken on the Sova. So, coming from a Sova guy, how would you rate his Sova?
I mean, my Sova isn't the greatest, you know. I mean, but compared to other good Sova players, for example, like Sasi Com, I think his Sova did pretty good job, but
Okay.
I would rate his fit better than
Oh,
the
Fade
Sova
is
on the
better.
sand.
On the
the
sand.
sand, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
So yeah.
But still got the job done
Yeah,
as well. as
obviously. I mean,
Forsaken,
it's
yeah.
Forsaken, you know.
Always
so,
do. Yeah.
Always there to do the job.
Now, with how everyone's been playing so far, would you say Paper X is ready for playoffs and that you guys are in that playoffs form? Are you guys happy with how you guys perform individually as well?
I think I would say we kind of like halfway there, but at least we win a lot of pistol rounds
Yeah.
and not a lot of thrifty, you know. So I'm kind of not used to that, but yeah, I mean, we win some rounds, you know. So
It's good.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely a positive feelings I would say inside the team. Like people are more happier, obviously because we are winning, right? So yeah, I would say we kind of like ready, but also maybe need a little bit more dry run to run few more shots and stuff, you know. I mean, people are gonna study us from these matches and stuff. So yeah, we're gonna try even harder from here.
I guess that's the job laid out for you for playoffs.
Yep.
But here's a hard question. I know it's kind of a Asurai's job to make predictions. But who do you think is going to be the last two teams to make it to playoffs? We have Genji, Team Secret, DRX, Paper X already in the playoffs. So
If I had to choose two teams from the list, I'm not too sure about the ranking orders, but if I had to choose, probably I would go for Talon and another one probably Zeta. I
Okay.
think. Yeah.
all right, Talon and Zeta.
Yeah.
All right. Is this from like the scrims or
Yeah,
just
I
based
mean,
on how
kinda,
they
yeah.
perform?
We kind of screamed them
Yeah.
a few times, and they're looking good, like both of
Okay.
them, you know. So yeah, I mean, if I had to choose two teams from there, I would go for these two.
All right, all right. I'll maybe kind of predict the same teams because it's coming from you,
Yeah,
right?
maybe.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Davai.
Thank you for having me.
Congratulations
Thank
once
you.
again. I'll see you in playoffs.
Yep. See
And
you.
that was Davai with the post-match interview. I'm tossing it off to a short break, but don't go anywhere because when we come back, it'll be Global Esports taking on DFM. We'll see you soon.
When we are apart, I will remember the summer. Remember when everything was bright and new.
I just want you to be more patient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Tara, tara. Let's go, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
What do? You get shredding flour.
Sui roti.
Dude, that's not how you play breach. You have to use the flash stun and then shoot them, you know? Yeah?
You just need to shoot heads.
Yeah. Well, playoff's still a possibility, so what are we gonna do today, Global Esports?
Do everything we got. Everything we have been practicing, we're gonna let it go out. Yeah.
Okay, alright. Pour your hearts out.
Yes.
Alright, good luck. Yeah.
Yo guys, what's up? At papalapit na ang gabi, pero ngayon, welcome back sa Tagalog broadcast ng VCT Pacific and at week 4 day number 1 MOSX. Kasama ko din si Riku and si Flumpy, yung casters natin from the first series. Guys, kamusta?
Okay na okay. Good mood, good mood.
Good mood. Naka-straight tayo 2-0. So for this team, we want to talk about this one who's sitting at 5 and 6 from both Alpha and Omega. This is Global Esports and DFM. As far as the interview was going there, well, they need to give it their all. May chances pa ba? Ano pa ba ang kailangan nilang gawin dito besides that?
Marami kasing mga teams ngayon, no, na during this week, it is going to be like 2 matches na lang yung natitira. So it does feel like wala nang leeway sa mga teams na isa lang yung punto sa scoreboard.
Oh, well, tawagin na natin yung teams. It looks like they're ready. Let's call them up on our screens.
Hello guys, now Global Esports just said they're gonna give it all they got today and pour their hearts out today, so what are you guys gonna do? Oh.
Heartbroken.
Oh. You're gonna make them heartbroken today. Alright.
Very straightforward. So, hindi man Valentine's, pero heartbroken. So, what does that mean? Like, paano ba to? Like, DFM. Okay. Paano ba? Rico, Fluffy, how are they gonna bounce back from that? Like, Okay.
Paano
Go
nga
ahead.
ba, Fluffy?
if they completely lost. Yes, again, we were seeing teams who are hopeful at kung babalikan natin how Global Esports could lean towards a great hope in winning this match again. I call them the teams like better late than never because they have Icebox and Breeze, and one of the similarities I think from Bleed Esports with Global Esports is they tend to overthink stuff na pwede nilang i-pushan if they kind of like consider like what could have been in some matches, but they can do wonders still.
I think ito nga yung problema, no? Sorry.
Okay.
Nice
Sabi
one.
na eh.
Pero gusto ko muna isingit. When it comes to overthinking, if Global Esports does do that, I think DFM is the perfect team that is able to take advantage of that. DFM likes to play these long timers, likes to play the mind game. So, kailangan i-watch out talaga nito ni Global Esports. Oo, syempre. I think, again, DFM can play the chaotic game. Parang walang pressure na nag-aantay sa kanila kasi they are already pretty much not qualified for playoffs. So, again, they can play loosely now and possibly ruin Global Esports' chances.
Yep, looking back on these highlights, there were moments of DFM and also ng Global Esports like may mga pagkakataon it could like it end up like a slow-paced match, but if you're up against like TS at some point, medyo nabubuhayan dito yung DFM. But now, by looking at this Pentagon, well, si Paul V, we've seen how he makes openings and we see how his stats goes. Lamang na lamang dito si Paul V at saka yung Global Esports.
I think yun na nga eh. I think malaking lamang si Paul V talaga dito pagdating sa mga first bloods and if he's actually able to gain momentum. Pero si May kasi, I think when it comes to the extended rounds, the long rounds, siya yung buhay, I think mas malaki talaga yung clutch factor ni May, and I think that's reflected dito sa mga points dito na I do feel like every single sector except the KD mas lamang talaga siya kaysa kay Paul V, and I do think he does have a lot of really good highlights, lalong-lalo na pag nakikita natin ng mga mapa tulad ng Lotus on his race.
Especially si Paul V dito, we can see naman na napakalaki ng impact niya when he was playing that Jet on Icebox. And si May, of course, he is one of the strongest players dito sa DFM. Siya talaga yung isa sa mga movers of that team. And if he is able to get that ball rolling, it could be an unstoppable force for the rest of DFM.
Ang tawag ko nga minsan kay Paul V, si momentum tol eh. Kasi yung last match nila like last week, it was like the openings with his clutch plays, and it's always about the momentum na pwede nilang gawin in the pistol rounds. And that's what Global Esports wants to capitalize on, having the heat on their side. Ito yung ginagawa nila eh. Kasi that was the match against RQ at some points, and nakita natin kung paano nabuhayan din ng Global Esports. But the problem with this is, how will they close the match this time, especially with the maps being presented on our screens? With GE and DFM, they have the percentage on the Icebox, but for DFM naman, they have 100% and a 50 for 3-4 maps against GE.
Sobrang interesting nga eh, no? May mga mapa pa rin tayo na hindi natin nakikita, and that is definitely Bayern, where a lot of the teams are comfortable playing it, mainly because of the Gecko. So, now for GE and DFM, curious ako kung anong mapa yung makikita natin. Malaki yung kutob ko na makakita tayo ng definitely Lotus. I think that's definitely very important for both of these teams to play it out. Lalong-lalo na sa mga mapang to, dito nagsashine yung mga duelists din as well, tulad ng nila Paul V and Sinabay.
Yeah, speaking of important na maps, yung Icebox talaga gonna be very important for GE. Kita naman natin yung lakas nila when they do play it. 3 wins and 1 loss so far. 75% for them most of the time. Ito yung mapa that they do win even if they do lose the series and go like 1-2. That one is on Icebox. I'm gonna be surprised kung hindi to binan ng DFM.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Totoo nga, no? Kasi the fact that I don't think anyone's gonna be pressured to ban Bind. I think DFM should totally focus on banning that icebox bind kasi yung utak ko nag-combine na.
Kaya mo yan.
Pero at least tama naman, they also have to band together in fairness because this is one of their more important games, especially for GE. And since I'm not sure which team won the coin toss, but that's gonna decide who bans out. By GE, natanggalin agad-agad. DFM, to no surprise, removing the strongest map of global esports.
Yup, Icebox and Buy for the first half, and for GE, Split ang gusto nilang gawin dito for their first chance. So for DFM, from the matches that I've witnessed, minsan baliktad yung yung stats, like it's the other team who gets the win at nagkakaroon ng momentum. But for Lotus, you mentioned about the Lotus, Rico. So will this be good for DFM to show up and parang makabawi pa? Well, despite of like predicting na maging half broken hearted kami today, may chance ba in a way na papush to for another decider map?
Honestly, yes, because DFM ang weak actually ng Split nila. I think their record right now, they're not the map, like compared to GE, I think GE is a better performer when it comes to this map. I think DFM, yung showing nila sa mapang to, hindi siya ganun ka-convincing. Pero Lotus, I feel like this is the map where they're gonna truly shine. And I do think kaya tayo mapupunta sa map number 3. Shocking naman ang reaction mo, Flavi. Totoo naman base sa stats
straightforward lang si Rico
You must defy the limits ngayon dito sa Valorant. An Ascent, of course, kitang-kita natin time and time again. Allergic si Raf. Siya pa naman magakas. So sana para kanya hindi aabot sa map number 3. Split and Lotus though, looking like pretty decent picks dito from GE.
Well, the Ascent could be the decider map if we see a tiebreaker game. And looking at this team, well, there's still hopes for GE na parang let's close it out, polish what we can, and think of what we wanted to do. Kasi kanina, before we head on to this match, pinag-uusapan natin kung ano nga ba yung goal. And looking at Split, it's DFM having the attackers percentage of 55%. So we're looking at the agent select. This matters, especially if they want to get the momentum against GE.
Ito nga yung pinaka-importante, no? Kasi I do feel like if they do win Split and they're able to, get a lot of the repairs kung bakit sila nahihirapan, on the defense and not able to close it out or not able to catch up, I think there's a good chance na magiging 2-0 to. I think they're also, I think not only they have to rely on May, but a lot of the players have a lot of clutch ability factors. And, I'm just excited to, I think nakikita yung pagka-bias ko, no, na talagang I'm really rooting for DFM here to win this map. To win the series. Yan.
Ganun talaga si Rico pag Japanese bias talaga. But dito naman tayo in the more global side of things. I feel like, especially since hindi naman pinakita yung composition nila, they haven't really shown a lot of info on this. But they do know na medyo mahina ang DFM sa Split. They've lost 0-2. And if they're able to really capitalize with the aggression, kita naman natin that GE can match the firepower of a lot of these top-end teams when they do play together. So it might be difficult if they just rush a site. Ironically, isn't Split in Tokyo?
That's true.
Yeah. So may home court advantage sila.
Pero hindi pa rin to nalalaro din ng GE. So parang may mystery pa silang hindi nadadala. Baka that's the reason why they picked it up. Maybe they have a secret weapon and on top of the stats that they know that either they're better or like weaker itong CDFM sa map.
From the matches of global esports, you've mentioned about the secret weapon. It's been like the stats na data na parang wala silang existing experience in a map. And somehow, some way, they win. It's hindi siya ma-explain ng science or anything analytical, but somehow parang, may natatalo tayo. Parang it's all of like pure will and power na kailangan natin mag-rise up because meron pa silang hope. And for the other team to be beaten by them, they could still be an underdog story, but depending on how they wanted to finish this match because it's very crucial to see na we're at the last week of the regular season and they need to get those points in. And kanina pinag-usapan natin to, ano nga ba yung goal? Rico, ano nga ba yung punterya ng team or dalawang team na to? Kasi I know you like this word, so please, give us the punterya ng dalawang teams na to.
Ang target ng mga teams natin ngayon is, well, si DFM, wala silang visible goal at the moment kasi nga they're not in play anymore for playoffs. So now they can really cause chaos for GE's chances of qualifying.
I feel like even though ito yung last chance nila to really show something, if they show their best, it also proves na parang they can be a team that given enough time can still improve. Kita naman natin yung improvement nila in the first iteration of DFM towards now, albeit medyo sobrang tagal, but they can speed it up if they're able to really keep that practice up.
Well, mukhang ready na yung mga teams. Tawagin na natin sila. Akit na sila ngayon sa stage. It's Global Esports.
And one thing I'm looking forward sa Global Esports is yung single split map nila this year. It was during kickoff, and they were able to win that. Part of ng kanilang mga siguro 1-2 performances nila from that tournament. And it was definitely a very interesting composition because usually we don't really see we see the Gecko usually on Lotus, on Bind, but Split feels like a rarity. So I think that's one thing I'm excited about to see them bring it out.
Yeah, I feel
We're
like for
excited.
DFM din, pero medyo they've lost a lot on this map, so the fact that they had to prioritize banning something else means that they have to play it. So ano kaya yung mga improvements na makikita natin to take this map number 1?
Let's see how this goes. Yes, Rico. Final thoughts as we head on.
Honestly, para sa akin, I think DFM really has to prepare for the attacking because I think with the breach, if they do play that with the Gecko, it's going to be super aggressive, it's going to be super fast, and it might really throw off DFM, lalo na they want to play things slow on their games.
What? Okay, let's see how this goes. It's GE and DFM. Ready? I know you have your hopes up for DFM and also for G both. So, more ready na. So, let's see how this goes. Looks like it's all about momentum. Casters, painitin na ulit yung laban kahit gabi na.
Okay, no, boss, mainit pa rin yung panahon kahit ganito eh. And we are gonna be getting into our series, guys. Ito na naman, Raph, ang tangkad mo talaga. Kasing tangkad mo si Rico, pre.
Sorry. Yeah, Rico's like 6'8", you know? So she's by default the tallest of... You see how big her chair looks? Oh my god, my camera. My bad,
Okay
guys.
lang,
Alright,
it's working. Okay lang yan.
It's working.
We're gonna even things out. At yun nga, diba? Ano ba ang kwento ng labanan na pupunta na natin? GE versus DFM. Exciting kasi may pag-asa pa naman ang GE makapasok na playoffs kasi win is DFM. Okay lang. Happy that you got your first win on T1. Maybe a second win. Play Spoil Sports versus GE. Pero pre, pareho lang kulay nila eh. Yun naman sabi
Yun
ko.
nga.
Yung stage blue na blue.
Pero para sa akin, gusto ko manalo yung DFM. Kasi, di ba, they already won their first. Tapos, they get a 200% increase within the same stage. That's insane, dude.
Di ba pag from 0 to 1 to infinite ang increase?
Not good at math. Like, no, cause no, 200% of, kasi, tama. Basta, ikaw na bahala doon, Dax. Ayoko na mag-isip. Basta gusto ko panalo yung DFM, yun na yun.
Pwede naman sabi ba, GE fighting, GE winning ang habol nga nila, diba? And the fact of the matter is, we're gonna be playing into Split. Ang last time nga, sabi ni Rico kanina, na nalaro to ng GE yung kick-off, yung first series win nila versus Stadium pa nga yung decider. At kita natin, with Viper at may Omen. So mukhang mirror matchup tayo dito para sa GE at DFM.
Interesting choices kasi alam naman natin yung Split medyo demanding when it comes to team play, and truth be told, both these teams, while individually have had a lot of history, especially on the side of global, as a unit, makita natin yung potential, yes, pero execution medyo shaky. So maybe this is the time finally for most likely again DFM, just to play spoiler at maging malungkot yung GE, but you know, global like hey dude, honest thoughts. Honest thoughts, right?
Sama mo yung lason ka lang talaga, tipong
Oo
hindi
nga.
naman tayo makaka-playoffs. Sama natin tong GE nga, sige nga. Ayun na nga, it's time for us to get into the game. I kinda wanna focus on, especially as we're starting this matchup dito, yung pag-shift nga from Rich Gecko to Viper plus Sky. So more control sa mapa, yes, more ways to go for the flash, pero in terms of yung paulit-ulit na utility and safe plant, kailangan talaga paghirapan dito ng GE ngayon.
Totoo. At saka, I guess how they adjust with the Viper, I mean, yes, we understand what the Viper can bring to the table. But again, the follow-up question is, what are they gonna do with all that control? Considering that they don't necessarily have the refinement in their protocol and their, I guess, dissecting of the map. Or at least it's still lackluster.
Yeah. And I'm thinking right now, paano kaya babawi dito sa Benkai? Pinakita nga kanina doon sa preview eh. Ginawang Super Saiyan real quick. Pero super sayang siya nung last series. Kalaban niya yung former team ng Paper Rex. And yeah, it was very one-sided. Parang lang yung bleed game kanina. But anyway, GE now pushing para dito sa may mid. May Poison Cloud na nakaharang. At umpisa pa lang itong DFM naghahanda na kagad.
Snake Bite by Medusa could potentially delay this, but wala pang info duck, so just patience. There it is, the boom bot. It's counter out.
So si Sis na nga nauna dyan. And Medusa with the push. Lightning fast, medyo slow on the trade, but he does get the kill anyway. Paranoia pang tinapon, but DFM, okay yung control so far. Na-burn na kagad nila yung big blind sa side ng GE. At nag-iintay pa nga si Anthem. Swing kay Benka, hindi sapat. And looks like DFM, no GE are going A here.
Rotations coming in, but a lot of A heaven control here. Kaso medyo sketchy yung cross dito.
Ito na naman si Blaze King. Pero itong Paranoia, malapitan. Sears the swing, madali lang. And Benkai instead goes bye-bye onto 1. So at least DFM, they have the numbers right now. Pwede pa nga makaplant dito. Lightning Fast nag-iisip, magbina nga siya dyan. Pero wag mo iwan yung pare mo si Benkai. Natatag through the wall. Lightning Fast, lulusog na rin. And DFM, they were second-guessing themselves. Pero buti na lang nakatingin si Sis. Kaya nga Sis, diba? Pangalan pa lang eh.
Kitang-kita na lahat.
Eyes wide open.
Pero tatlong mata ni Owen so medyo lugi talaga yung nag-peak,
That's
diba?
true. That's true. Huwag mo sabihin
Diba?
bibig.
Math.
Diba? Yung sa gitna, hindi naman pwedeng bibig yun eh. Vertical. Sa mapapasok yung pagkain, friend.
Why am I like doing it also? First I am thinking. Because I was looking at the map spread, right? And I was like, wow, they cut off the rotation at yung mga early gunfights ng Global maganda. But again, I think they got caught up in the control part instead of getting the pressure of the plant.
Sobrang awkward nga DFM kanina. Pero ito na si Sis tungtong sa taas. Anthem also. Si Sis grabe eh. Good kill so far kasing tangkad ni Riku nung round na yun.
Wow.
And now in a 4v1, Benkai. Classic by the GE Classic. Alam mo itong GE Classic? Mukha siyang Nerf gun. Sa lahat ng...
So bagay siya sa sa Blast X, diba?
Oo, diba?
So you know, Blast X enjoyers, bili na kayo.
Yung kulay ng GE Classic, parang pang Gundam. Pansin mo?
That's true.
Diba?
That's true.
Yung ano ba yung kulay? Yung strike sa Gundam Seed, ganun yung kulay. Yung Barbatos ba may sa...
Mas Barbatos sa bread pa?
Hindi ka nga sure.
I'm not sure.
Ayan, baka, probably, sabi ni Fluffy yes, so mag-yes na lang tayo.
Wow.
Eh, syempre, nag-usap tayo Gundam kasi anime. At sino nanalo? Japan! 2-0 ang DFM.
Oh, good start. Pero, yun nga, mga nerd lang gusto sa Gundam. Me personally, my favorite is probably Tolkis. I'm also a nerd guy, so, you know, chill out. And, I guess, natural conversion here. I would be more surprised if G managed to eke it out. Considering they already got one, that was pretty okay. That's pretty decent.
Paano yung surprise mo, Raf?
What do you mean?
How were you gonna show you're surprised?
Kita mo?
Oh, bro, kitang-kita ko. Kitang-kita ko camera mo habang
So,
nagkakas tayo.
imagine mo na lang.
Oo. Tatanong ko sana kung may Tagalog version yung surprise mo. Pero sige, gulat
I
na lang.
have no idea.
Ayun, yung,
Right, that's the word, gulat.
Anong Bisaya ng gulat?
Nakalitan.
Wow, haba.
Or there's another one. I'm trying to remember. Honestly, I don't even know how. Ano?
Hindi, sabihin ka lang, alam mo, pwede mo mag-cast ng Tagalog, tapos cast ka ng Bisaya, tapos translate na lang natin in between.
Pwede ra kayo. Pwede ra dyan, pwede ra dyan.
Oo, Filipino naman. Kung sasabihin mo, hindi Filipino ang Bisaya. Nako.
Yari ka sa akin.
Sinasabi mo, hindi parte naman yung Cebu sa Pilipinas. Which is true. Which is true kasi kailangan ni Raf ng passport at visa para mapasok Manila.
It has been almost 3 years and we're still going with that.
Yes,
Absolutely,
sir.
yes.
Ang tagal eh. Wala pa nangyayari. Pero eto na, Paul V nakahanap na rin ng entry point dito sa may ramps. And on the tower, they go. GE actually fighting with 2. Okay, Medusa! Simple lang yan. Kanan, kaliwa. At least alam ni Raf yung mga words na yon. But Medusa, he's playing up here on Heaven again. May smoke, may flash. At may GE na naman nakapasok. Anthem siya na lang ang natitira dito. Walang katap-tap at all. Net has to try and fight in a 3v1 here.
At least when GE simplify their game plan, kita naman natin sobrang kaya nila just to take those gunfights. But Neth has 1 cage available to him, Dax. Di ako sure if he can actually get past this crossfire. Nope, not at all.
Yeah, no chance really. GE, binigyan ng baril, bigla na lang nag-play ng tama na bang-bang. They find a way to get into A, and I think really that's where dito natin makikita yung pwedeng gawin place gamit ni Russ. Kaya nga nilagay siya on the sky instead of that breach kasi pwede siya makiswing with the rest of the team.
Yeah, I guess yun talaga yung pinalaking problema when you play breach. You end up being super hard support, right? Where you're so dislodged from everybody else. I get Rolling Thunder is so valuable, but essentially you get I guess the same type of control with Seekers anyway.
And you just pop the flash past the toxic screen and you're good to go. Kung na-burn ka agad ng DFM yung mga snake bite, yung paranoia, yung paint shells, dali lang talaga yung life ng GE. Speaking of, lurk si Benkai pumunta ng ramps, the rest of GE nag-iingay sa mid.
Oh, DFM a little more hesitant here. And I know exactly why. Medyo malakas yung dueling ng GE ngayon, Dax. And I think the panel brought up an excellent point. They may be playing just that much more relaxed.
Siyempre, excellent yan. Fluffy, Riku, OS6, alam mo na.
Nako.
Fluffy pa lang. Hindi ko nasasabihin yung iba. Pero May, nakatambay dito sa may screen, sees the head of Russ. Goodbye sa kanya. So DFM, kahit na neural theft sila, naka-rotate naman sila. And I think that's a curious point. Dahil nandito si Net sa may A, bumagal yung GE sa kanilang push and instead, back to B they go.
Ooh, good rotation here, but once again, C's could be the spoil sport here, Dax. He does have one smoke. I think G expect this, no?
Colby? That might have been a wish there. At si C's naman, may laban pa rin. Ayan na nga yung paranoia, tatama pa rin dyan.
30 seconds left.
Ipit, kita yung barrel, na wallbang ka pa nga. Benkai finding that pick there, 3v2, GE. Ito na rin, mapupunta nila yung B para makap sa plant.
To be fair, doable naman. One away from a showstopper. If May can get one more, then this is potentially easy pickings. Kaso, ang dami pang delay utility ng GE. Tas nakita pa sa cam si Anthem.
Itong GE, parang mga Pilipino lang yan eh. Sanay sa traffic, boss. Ang tagal ng rotation, pero they found their way in. They found the right path. Shoutouts to Waze real quick, but there you go. Lightning pass. And Benkai in good positions there from backside. Benkai gets a third. May, what can May do? Medyo wala. If he gets a kill here, good na sana. Okay.
Gets to? No.
Yeah.
I mean, yun nga eh. A really good routing on the side of GE there. They scout out the info. Nakita nila isa lang yung naiwan sa B. Was it C's again? But again, curious choice by C's to play a one and done angle after getting discovered. But again, it's within the heat of the moment, so...
Gusto mo yung jersey ng GE? Gusto mo ba yung jersey ng GE?
Okay lang.
Okay
Sucks lang.
Sucks lang.
Pero kung if they give me one, sure, why not, diba?
Ano size mo?
Ayaw ni Fluffy sa mga small, diba?
Oo nga eh. Ayaw niya yung size mo eh.
Inaway na yung Omen.
I'm glad you know where I was gonna bring that. Ito naman tayo. Si Medusa kanina pa nagpa-play sa may mid, lightning pass. And the rest of GE, palagi na lang mid ha. And this has been their default. 1-3-1. Nag-split on up para sa hindi lang isa, kundi dalawang lurk. And this is a little dangerous kung biglang ma-headshot pa nga sa ulo dito si Blaze King. Pwede kunin ni CC Barrel. Kaya nga, pinantayan siya ni Russ. Re-smoke muna, pero DFM showing that they are putting intention dito sa may garage eh.
Naka-light by pala yung DFM, so if ever may noise on any of the sites, they might just have to commit to it a bit earlier. They see the wall, but look at this. They decide to let loose towards A, and now it's the same situation. CC's na lang mag-isa sa B.
Yeah, and this is just such a bad rotation right now for DFM. Maybe I spoke too soon kasi GE rin papunta na ng A, so good call pala. Kaya caster lang ako, di ako pro player, but you see for DFM you notice they put that pressure onto Garage. They wanted to burn a lot of that utility. And now, DFM with the right read. Russ alongside Colby. Bet na try mag-air shot dito. Tama yan. G just have the gun advantage clearly. And C's with 9 HP. Wala na siyang ibang magagawa dito. GE should get the plant going. Pero nice try so far para sa DFM
True. Perfect conversion on the side of GE to get things started on, I guess, the middle portion of our first half here. DFM, medyo, I guess, reacting a little too quickly on those rotations, Dax. I mean, understood that they had weaker weapons, yes, but even on their gun rounds, they were just so anxious about the weaker side.
Yeah. I'm a little curious, hindi nga na-push ng GE, but then again, sa tagal-tagal ng DFM's control towards mid, towards B garage, then you'll understand why they rotate that way. Anyway, simple lang naman. GE gonna get this lead. So far, this game, medyo slow-paced kung pansin mo na talaga nag-iisip mga teams natin as GE get a flawless to get this lead going.
I'm trying to,
Parang kung kanina puro W gaming yung Paper Rex, ito, hold shift.
S.
Diba? S at
Oh.
shift. S stands for shift. Walk lang ng walk. Quiet lang ng quiet. Lurk lang ng lurk actually.
I mean, it makes sense naman kasi walang hearts. Actually, no, they do have both the sentinels up, but the way they're traversing the map, nahanap talaga nila yung mga gaps. Like, they're going through vent, they're trying to contest mid constantly. I'm honestly a little surprised that Polvy's being reserved with this grenade, especially trying to clear out vent. But it does look like they're gonna go for a faster play here.
Yeah, it begs the question also, DFM, pwede ba sila mismo yung mag-push? Kasi nag-split up madalas dito ang GE. Pero ito na, simple lang yan. Polvy busy going for the camp. Blaze King with a shutdown on the showstopper. And right now, GE at least minimizing casualties. Pero may nadink pa nga net, kaya backing on the way. Masakit yan sa ulo para kay Lightning Fast. But GE, they wanted to go for the push towards B. No dice against Net's position.
Baka hard read yan na naka-rotate na yung Cypher to maybe play towards A. Neth being dynamic and honestly a little risky. Still manages to hold this site. The question is GE gonna re-hit this?
Cage triggered. It's always a chance at may setup pa naman sila ng toxic screen dito. Snake bite muna ang palag. Bawal dumaan, sabi ni Medusa. Trailblazer nag-iinay. Lightning Fast actually getting in there. Lightning Fast wala siyang katakot to play ng entry. Yun pa nga si Netman mo tutumba. 1-for-1. Medusa from above. Stone Gaze yan, boss. Ultimate position for DFM and we are tied up again.
Grabe talaga si Dax. Historian.
I'm glad you think of it that way.
Of course.
Sabihin ka lang isa pang...
Hindi naman sa ibang rason, pero di ba, yun naman yung basis ng lahat eh.
Ang lakas ni Medusa eh. Walang mana shield, may armor lang.
Goes there. Wow.
Galing, di ba?
I love mythology.
Yeah. Okay, Perseus, whatever you say. Anyway, laban na naman tayo dito papunta ng A. And you got GE now with a stronger position to over ramps, pero as soon as that happens, ang ingay masyado. Anthem, tamang spray down lang. Lightning Fast, hulog na. And that's already one of the smoke agents gone. So dahil lang doon, Seekers, marinig natin dito kay Ras. Also the showstopper, GE, nag-ultimate up na lang para pakapapalag. Wala pa rin sila nakuha do. TP dyan si C's, awkward position, buti lang ilagaan ng guiding light. Si Polvy para laban pa rin. And GE now a chance to go towards A. May holding, May waiting, and May finds two there along the way. Huli kagad dito, GE na naman.
I thought for sure they would have taken the side here, but many times we've championed May to be the best player on the side of DFM. GE confused. Where else can they go? 2 players left, Dax. In DFM, despite losing the controller early, still looking really good.
Yeah, DFM. They're just so good at anchoring these sites right now. Pansin talaga natin na yung presence ni Net laking abala. At dahil lang ayaw nila puntahan yung Cypher, lipat na lang sila kung saan nakatambay naman si May. Using this billboard for cover. Painchels tinapan na rin, paubos na ang oras dito ng GE. And what's even worse, Raph, that spike nandito lang kay May. Nandito lang sa Hell. Kailangan mo ba talaga ng GE para lumaban? And there's consideration, mag-save na lang sila. But with that pick, on to May, there's a chance. A little too ambitious para kay May. Blaze King mag-drop down na rin. Pero Anthem nag-iintay lang. Huli pa nga si Benkai. Blaze King has to shoot his way out of this one. No chance at all. And Anthem with the 3K gives the lead back to DFM.
Kaya yan sana. May Viper spit pa si Blaze King. Kaso, again, just so many stray duels coming into the way of everybody. And nag-basic math naman yung GE, di ba? 1+1 ayoko sa Cypher. So, we run into May instead? Question mark.
Parang nagtanong ka, kilogram of rocks and a kilogram of feathers. Which weighs
Oo
more?
nga eh.
Pero kahit alam mo dapat equal sila, iniisip mo ayoko dun sa bato. And ayun tuloy. Ayun tuloy, GE. They just run into that one. Now, lumaki pa yung domain dito ni Medusa. Isang domain expansion with the Viper Spit rather than just that simple Poison Cloud. And what's even worse right now, pag pinilit mo ng GE, may trip fire doon. So A na lang talaga ang palag.
Tingin ko nga si Ras dapat yung nag-call kung saan ba sila mag-hit. Because, again, well, never mind. I was just about to say if you can flash May, then
taking the site would be a bit easier. At least you don't have to deal with the trips. Na -1 pa din yung GE dito.
It's a decent trade, but now they know yung Seekers nga nagaling dun sa may site. Anthem sinira muna yung pwesto dun ni Lightning Fast, and Russ has to go for the flash para lang makapush. Here we go again though, DFM stacking towards screen. The push comes on in. Ito na naman tayo. No one covering that cross actually. Polvi ng Classic. GE now with advantage for Net as the answer back. Net, ang gandang swing yan. Rinig yung reload. Lightning Fast. Huling-huli at kulong na kulong. San ka pa punta? Left or right? May kalaban ka! And Medusa has his number again. 5 rounds na dito ang DFM.
Mapick ng GE kaso they're looking so shaky. I mean, yes, defender side they're getting the picks here, but ano ba yung pick ni Benkay doon? What was the purpose of that? Like, okay, sure, you'll get a little bit of info. Maybe you'll find a blip on your radar, but again, you have to take into account na si May, he's very aggressive. He's gonna play those weird off angles every now and then.
Nakalimutan niya na GE na siya. Kala niya Paper X pa siya. Na may kasama siya mag-W in. But yeah, quick little timeout. Kita natin yung watch party ng DFM celebrated. Gulat nga ako, wala dun si Rico ngayon sa watch party ng DFM. Pero okay to sobra. They haven't had much success coming into the split map so far dito sa stage 1, and right now they're in the lead versus GE.
Yun yung pinag-usapan natin kanina eh. Takes a lot out of a team to play split at the highest level. Like yung demand to play the macro properly, it's very obvious, right? And these small mistakes are honestly snowballing on both sides. But yung pinaka, I guess, malaking bagay on the side of DFM is May is just going crazy with these site holds.
And I want to point something out very important here right now, Raf. Last 2 games ng DFM sa split, when they played defense, 2 rounds lang ang nakuha nila versus Bleed and versus Genji each. So now, sobrang laking improvement na to versus the side of GE. And it has something to do, syempre, sa pace ng nilalaro dito ng GE. Hindi natin nakikita masyado yung burst play gayong sa global. And DFM, they're just controlling traffic right now quickly. Medusa, ito na naman tayo. Mighty Ambitious, pero buti lang may smoke para ng sa harang. Baka back off muna sa Mimil dito sa Medusa, but GE, they have a lot more mid control than usual.
At least may safety pa din yung DFM that they do have a lot of players towards B Heaven. Question is, how long is it gonna last? Snakebite still gonna delay it a little bit more, but DFM opting to go for a main push.
Oo nga, ito yung iniisip natin kanina. Pwede bang manghulin DFM? Nagla-lurk na isa with this push. And an extra angle to. Pwede mang peek from garage if ever. Problema lang, sila pa ang mga pinch ng Viper at ng Cypher dun sa kabila. Paranoia gonna be the play, though Medusa nag-play dun sa may alleyway at umaksa pa ang makakuha ng isa. Anthem there on the board, huling-huli dyan si C's, and that's the problem there for DFM. The plan is okay to push into garage, pero kung kayo lang maiipit, kayo lang mamamatay.
Tingin ko dapat they should have done that earlier para may early control sila towards Ramen and maybe just get a stray pick. But since they let the round bleed out so long, G had no issue of going for that late fight. Now, May again, we've seen him clutch. Kaya niya ba yung 2v4 dito, Dax?
I mean, kasama naman si Net. If ever, Cyber Cage gonna be the call. Ito na si Blazing though. Tumba si May, tumba si Net. And there you go, GE with the bounce back. Good timeout para sa GE para makabawi.
So far, so good on both ends. At least the economy is decent at best on both sides. Viper's Pit, Neural Theft, potentially a good combo that GE could use. But again, they have to find that pick first. And I think for the last few rounds, si Benka yung naunahan in these fights. And that's just really not how you want your Sentinel to be on the attacking side. Gusto mo yung info, yung potential late lurk, and just all those passive threats as the game goes on.
Well, GA doing a decent job also dito sa attacking side. Split pa rin to, guys. Defense pa rin. Dapat ang malakas ng DFM. Kahit improvement, they're gonna want even more rounds coming into that next half. So Medusa, na naman tayo. Pulado na naman si Medusa. Kanina pa siya makulit dito sa mid. Buti na lang may katulong siyang si May. So back off muna, down to the ropes. We're up and down. Tumba ka na lang. Polvi tripping up May there. And GE again, similar position like the last round. And could be a similar result here.
Baka hindi nila na-scout na yun yung routing na Medusa. Vent first into that smoke. But at the same time, kahit hindi nila na-scout, naagaw pa din yung mid eh. And now DFM is like, now what?
I mean, may vents, may ropes, pwede sila dumaan, especially kung may onting opening magawa si Benkai. But with that pull of rotation now, GE wisely putting that pressure towards a little bit of B. Yun nga, it'll force Medusa back. Nag-iisip na dito ang GE, saan yung pagpasok nila. And just that chaos in middle gives Benkai the opening. Ito sinasabi ko, di ba? At sinabi mo rin, Raf, si Benkai talaga magiging crux of the plan. Once he gets those picks, makakapasok dito ang GE.
30 seconds left.
He has to stay alive. I mean, again, DFM, they're playing at this space because they know that Benkai is still up and running. But with C's all alone again, I don't think he's going to contest this. G getting 5 rounds on attack, I think it's a bit of a problem for DFM.
I think DFM, tama naman yung read nila sa pagpunta ng GE. Pero pag bigla na lang sila nakaka-sense ng gulo, di ba? Pag biglang, uy, may naiiba elsewhere dito sa mapa. Doon sila nahihirapan kung saan mag-rotate. Doon sila nawawala kung saan titingin. Kahit nung round 1 eh. Kahit nung na-clutch ni Sis yun, basically, naalagaan niya yung teammates niya. We've seen DFM turn away sa GE. Shy type yung DFM, boss.
Wow.
Oo,
grabe.
Super
Sige.
shy.
Grabe na, sige, kayo na lang mag-double controller, guys. Total, di ba? Parang ganyan na vibes, no? But on that vein...
Oh, no.
Oh, no. On that vein, they should be playing a similar game naman kasi syempre mirror comp. Yung difference na lang siguro dito is the philosophy of how they wanna approach the map. I think DFM, they have a good idea of where they wanna aggress and take in these situations. Pero siguro yung timing lang nila sobrang... I guess I don't have a nice Tagalog word to say for it, to be honest with you.
Say it in Cebuano. Say it in Bisaya.
I don't even have a nice word in Bisaya to say it.
Does it start with the letter Y? I know that word.
Just do it quicker, you know? Like, please.
Bilisan. Yun lang talaga. And I want to see something like that. Parang, you kind of wonder, where is the explosiveness, especially galing sa DFM, diba? We've seen for the past few series, sino nagdadalo usually? Si May. That's his performance, especially against T1. Yung mga matches during that time, maganda rin yung nagagawa niya. Pero pagdating talaga nung yung last game nila, nung natalo sila ng Team Secret, parang umiba yung hangin ng DFM. And right now, I feel like DFM should be taking more of those risks, Raf, kasi they have nothing to lose. They have nothing to gain, yes, they have nothing to lose, but at least they're the ones in that position na pwede gumawa na kahit anong gusto nila gawin.
This goes here. At the same time, it's usually the identity of the region, eh. That they take a lot of risk and explosive fight taking. But again, I don't know why DFM isn't taking that route. Granted, they're still doing okay, but defensive side split, you kind of want to do more.
Baka dishonorable raw yung Lason, pre. Ayaw nila damay si yung GE sa kanilang fate sa no playoffs na possibility here. And speaking of GE right now, this looks to be an even harder hit onto Aiden before this Trailblazer. Ramming intel niyan, Raf. No one's here on A except that single Cypher na magagaling sa Heaven pa nga. So Net, sige. This tripwire can't find someone, but the camera's broken. The tripwire's broken, and red carpet lang na to para sa side ng GE. They don't expect though na Phantom ang hawak dito ni Net. Walang nakabantay ng Heaven na maayos, so at least Net gets one here.
I am still so surprised that they're letting Net get away with this. Might actually get an extra kill here towards Benkai too. Oh, so
cage
triggered. Never mind.
Paranoia play towards the ramp. Sleeper na tama. Benkai tumitingin pa rin. And here we go with the smoke out now. Interesting. Lightning fast only smoking Heaven now rather than a while ago. Showstoppers fly! Pero Paul V, kitang-kita niya kung saan manglalanding dyan si May. Eto na ang runway ng GE. And Global Esports wipes the slate clean. Linis ang DFM dyan.
Why?
Last round in the half.
I'm so confused. I mean, yun nga, we were hoping for DFM to be explosive, to be aggressive. Tapos, di naman sila nag-double swing sa kailangan nila i-double swing. After that one showstopper, parang lahat ng plans nila, it just went out the window. Okay guys, just take the fight. Please trade me.
Ito yun, Raf. Speak your mind. Ito ang matchup na excited akong makasama ka mismo. Isipin mo, all your favorites are here. Global Esports, DFM, Ascent. Alam ko magkaka-good time ka sa series na to.
Alam mo naman, honest ako, diba? So, honest thoughts na lang pala.
And speak your mind.
I am speaking my mind.
I know you're holding back.
Oh, we're having a good time. We're having a really good time.
Pero ito GE ha, they've had a better run here so far compared to DFM. Like a few slip-ups, yes, pero all in all, macro bit better. Here we go now. Blast back in. Wala naman smoke to sa heaven ha. Naka-cross pa nga dun ang GE anyway. But Net again, last on play. Net with the second one. Beautiful wallbang through to play off the tripwire. Does anyone check Colby? Yes, they do. Anthem taking way too long to kill there. Net gonna get the third kill with that trade. At ang GE, hindi pa nakapasok pala yung side to spike. Walang nakatingin like the fast though. Buti lang tinutukan ng malapitan ni May. And a very awkward round. We get everything tied up.
Switching sides.
I was about to say na yung routing ni Ras, parang bakit nandun ka sa gitna? May flash cut, may dog, pero I don't know what they were trying to clear. I'm trying to make sense of it. I really am.
Ako, I'm like, they have two smokes. Why did they not smoke heaven?
Yun
They didn't smoke heaven A. They didn't
Eto.
smoke heaven B. Okay, cool.
Diba, utility review, dalawang smoke, tas may flash pa, tapos may trailblazer.
Yeah.
So, you would think maybe one smoke towards heaven, maybe trailblazer. If they really want to take tower control, maybe try to take CT. But, again, Dax, anong tawag dun? Armchair analyst lang tayo.
Wala.
Play,
Upo lang, magsalita ka lang, Raph. Pero ito talaga yun eh. When you make a play like that, their intention is, nag-fake out ka na hindi ito yung totoong push gamit ng toxic stream. You all know naman, why do pros play the Viper? Kasi yung toxic stream, so it's a
conditioning tool.
Oh, it's a conditioning tool. It's a smoke that you can use wherever you are on the map. Pero tinuloy ng GE, nakapasok naman sila. Pero someone like Neta, his position has been strong in the last 2 rounds. Kanina, medyo pangit lang yung retake ng DFM. That round though, ang ganda na nagawa niya. One in the cross that wasn't covered. One dun sa tripwire, naka-third kill pa nga.
I actually think Net's positioning is so risky for a Sentinel and dapat yung GE mismo nagpapunish.
Kung nag-burst
again,
yung
it's
GE,
like, whoa.
diba? Kung nag-burst yung GE, delikado yun para kay Net. Pero hindi eh.
Now I'm also wondering, so statistically speaking, mahina yung DFM against faster team. So, you know, if you were, let's say, competing against DFM, siguro sa isip mo, bilisan natin to kasi mahina sila doon. Diba? Nakita mo naman yung positioning nila easily punishable with bursts, but maybe G have other plans. I mean, 6-6, still very competitive, but confusing.
Competitive is the word to really use right now. Neck and neck ang teams natin dito. Yung isa, lumalaban para sa posibilidad ng playoffs. Yung isa, happy to be here lang, looking for that second win sa kanilang history, as Raph has mentioned. Pero namatay ka agad si Net doon. Tapos yun lang nangyari sa round so far.
Well, at least di na makalurk yung DFM. And G, they're not necessarily shifting their defense. They're playing really solid at the moment. Siguro may ano lang sa B, wala nang trip. So there's a small opening. At the same time, there's still 2 players towards heaven. So they're fine. DFM still have a flash available, I believe, kung gusto nila mag-burst para sa A. But Cyphercam, undiscovered too.
All G lang. Eventually, nasira na rin yung cam. Nahuli siya ng DFM. On to heaven we go! May trailblazer pa nga ang pinadala. Pero yun na nga si May, masyadong pulada. Blaze to be able to get that kill. 2-man advantage ito para sa side ng GE. Swing pa nga, tapang ka. Yun tuloy, namatay lang ang GE doon! And okay, sige. Walk through the decay. Why don't you on the pistol round? Benkay, ginagawa mo dyan, boss. Medusa, ginagawa mo dyan, boss! Knife out ang labanan dito, Raph. Makakaplant pa ba si Anthem? Pumili ka. Mag-plant ka ba o hindi?
May flash ah.
Oo.
Ay, nag-wave pa yung flash.
Yung bumbot kumaliwak kaysa kumanan, pero buti na lang andyan yung pain shells. What a clear there by Paul V. Lahat ng direksyon, huling-huli sa action. At sa gitna pa nga ng reticle niya, ang kalaban niya. GE will get that pistol na clutch.
I get why they would jump through the decay, pero sana they did it together. You know, so you don't get 1v1.
Masikip
That's
eh.
okay.
Masikip eh. Alam mo ba, Raph? Respectful lang yun. Gagawa ka lang 1 lane, wag 2 lanes.
Buti pa sila may solution sa
diba?
traffic, diba?
Sa escalator, walk sa kaliwa, stand sa kanan. Ganun lang yun.
Oy, kayo, sana binasa nyo yan, ha? if I ever see you on the wrong side of an escalator, I have no idea.
Yo, I watched a reel recently. There was a girl biking and she was biking on the wrong lane and there was a pedestrian. Sabi lang niya,
Tapos?
you're on the wrong lane. Tapos tinangke ng pedestrian yung bike para mahulog yung biker. Wild.
Grabe, human tripwire.
Oo. Tripwire's out. Ganun lang yan.
You're on the wrong, wow. Unbelievable.
It was in America, so they'll be willing to do that. Anyway. Kinagat ng isang lion. At si May out muna. I think it's just wild though. Last round nakakita tayo dalawang knife out na kill. Sa same angle pa.
I think yung timing sa dalawang teams na to, I think you've said it, sobrang awkward. Like, I don't think they know each other that well enough to actually get a good timing read. Or they're throwing them off so hard. It's one of the two.
Kahit tayo, throw off talaga sa push nila. Pero ito ang dali. Hindi yung nag-flash! Okay lang. Nakuha nila yung judge.
30 seconds
Hindi nakapasok yung flash pause. Yun lang naman sasabi ko dun. At GE, sige nakabantay dito si Benkay at si Paul V. Here we go again. Angels are out. Cyber Cage, fires across. Si Net gusto umapit sa last one. There you go with the Firelord as well. Pero maganda naman yung angle na gamit to ng GE. Hindi nakakapush na mabilis dito ang DFM. And Paul V with the 3. What?
10 seconds left.
Classic? Okay, pero...
What?
No. May judge siya, hindi siya naka-ready with that one. And in the end, GE will still get it, pero a lot more damage than expected,
A lot. I mean, at the very least, may showstopper sila soon with that spray down. Pero yun nga, it's those small things, it's adding up. Di siguro niya napansin niya siya yung pumulot sa judge. But maybe the draw time could have been a thing too. Maybe the classic would have right-clicked once. I do appreciate that both teams, they're super active on the map. Hindi naman sila nag-stagnate anywhere, at least in terms of this half. But at the same time, I'm just really confused how there are some picks that, quite frankly, don't make sense.
It's working for Global Esports at least. Pero ang problema nila ngayon, dahil lang doon sa Classic may ni Medusa, bigla na lang, mas mahina ang bonus nila. Pero ito na naman tayo, Blaze King! Ginagawa mo dito. May gonna be able to get that kill. Gets naman. Mahirap naman yung buy dito ng GE anyway. But DFM now, they realize tong B-side open for business. A quick little TP though from Lightning Fast. Ito rin yung flash. May playing the anti-flash immediately. Pero Lightning Fast actually gonna get on the board. Di nakatingin dito sa Lightning Fast to sa kabila. At yun na nga, nakapasok na rin ang DFM.
The Sheriff and with Benkay.
Wow.
He still gets Anthem, huh? Okay.
Impressive. Ito si Maydo. Mayday Parade. Parang kasama lang nung red jumpsuit apparatus. Ano ba yung mga bands na ganung era? At
Thunders ka na talaga, Dax. I like the intention. I like the intention.
Play yung Poison Cloud. Yun yung smoke. Yung Poison Cloud mismo. Don't ever let anyone tell you Viper doesn't have a flash. That was the flash.
Oh my gosh. I mean, like I said, I like the intention there. But it was a bonus. Siguro di naman ganun ka important for GE. I mean, okay. You know what I mean? Huh? I think C's teleported in his own spawn.
I mean, I think it's supposed to be for a jump peek into the TP back. But that's still wild to do. You know? Instead of just using something else.
Ayun nga, nasa spawn ka na eh. Pero at least safe, di ba?
Oo. The S in C stands for safe. The second S stands for C.
Bomb buddy out.
So, we have GE both flashing utility on one side here. At least nakahanap sila ni Medusa. That's no more conditioning on the side of DFM. How is DFM gonna react to this?
Ang sagot nila ay mag-play ng mid, tas tumambay muna for a little bit. They actually go into heaven per GE already in position para sa cross nila mismo. And I love the reposition here from Raspberry. Yung timing ko sa swing ni Blaze King yung naging alangan and could have waited a little bit longer. But then again, Seekers are out and ito na naman tayo. All roads lead to A. Pero dito nakamatay si Paul V. Si Paul V yung anchor, interesting enough. Si Benkai, he's playing from screens instead. The push comes on in. Benkai gets the one. At least he's still alive para buhay pa yung mga tripwires niya. Na one overrun na rin dyan si Paul V.
30 seconds left.
And it's DFM who'll get the plan going.
Layo pa ng Omen nila. Seas doesn't have the paranoia to help the retake here, and Seas trying to push through, maybe cut off a potential player. Honestly, a save call from one of the players of G wouldn't be too bad here, Dax, as their economy is not too good.
Dahil lang sa classic yun, ang naging alanganin pa nga. But here we go again. C is gonna go for the push. Lightning fast. Kita na agad yung balikat na yan. Anong shirt size talaga? Ang tanong natin dito. But Lightning fast getting the one up on. DFM still in 2v1. Pero palado na si Anthem. Si Netren nanakit na. Lightning fast pushing on in. Siya na nga mag-isa dito. Quick little smoke for himself. Pero tingin ka na lang. Peekaboo! Camera sees you. Picture at Picture City. Pang photo booth talaga ang galawan here in Korea. And here we go again with DFM tying things up.
Expensive still. They get the round on the board. And so far, none of these teams can really get a dominant lead over the other. Whether it be from small mistakes or baka kabado sila sa mga push. Because honestly, Dax, we see a lot of the early utility getting thrown out. Tapos walang follow-up.
Yep.
Like, huh?
And it relies on them winning these kind of duels. Na pag hindi talaga mabuhay yung mga certain players dito ng GE, hindi gagana yung plano, makakakuha pa ng extra space yung DFM. But we saw that in that last round. DFM, very aggressive now. This is the May we've been wanting to see. Double blast back in though towards ramps, which GE has given to them. Nag-TP up pa nga si Seas. So there's an angle here that DFM can work with. A side looking very likely for the hit. Benkai, medyo one and done talaga yung position na yan. May already getting the takedown, and I think GE, you're gonna have to play from heaven here.
Showstopper pa si Paul V and has not been using that for the last 3 rounds. Maybe this is where they do it if makakuha pa sila ng extra pick. Kaso sobrang passive ng DFM on this post plant. GE, they're stumped.
Oo nga, tita mo. Medusa's going for lineups. He has a single snake bite. Piniping na ng kakampi niya. Dito pre. Dito mo kaya tapon yung utility mo. And the rest of GE now waiting on Paul V's Showstopper. Naging pulveron na lang siya doon real quick. 2 for 2 trade though. The Sheriff's doing a bit of damage, yes. Pero Blaze King, siya na lang iisa. Looking for any target. Smoke's gone. And his life is forfeit na rin. DFM have taken this lead back.
At least nakita din natin kung ano ba yung ideal situation ng DFM. They wanna play the lineups. They really wanna get a clean side take here. But just to get to that point is something that they're working on. I mean, sure, mahina yung weapons ng on the side of GE, but they still took so much damage from that Dax. Maybe that's something that they have to consider.
Parang pagdating sa post plant, diba? DFM put themselves in kinda awkward positions.
Such a good spot.
Oh,
well, yeah.
Yeah. Tapos biglang nakapasok ng GE. I mean, what do you think? Kasi from what I see, if DFM is so passive pagdating sa post plant, GE is expecting that, and GE actually throws enough utility para lang to do that damage.
Parang at the first half of that post plant, okay, they're playing double crossfire here, tas yung elbow parang bantay sarado, diba? And then suddenly GE walks in. So again, that's the question mark in their plan here. They go for the same setup ulit towards mid. And actually a stray pick by Fovi on Neth. So again, no more lurk on the side of DFM.
Well, it begs the question, how relevant is it dito sa scenario na to? From the shadows lang si Seas, nag-Viper split pa nga si Medusa. Eto to, sige mag-neural theft nga ang GE para alam nila kung saan nakatago ang DFM. They also know may lurk dito si Anthem ngayon, but they have to really find this Viper as soon as possible. Trade muna ng Borel. Polby gonna get in there with the blast back on in. Lighting fast ng TP na rin. At ito magiging awkward. Seas knows exactly what's going on. Kitang-kita ang dalawa sa harapan niya. Isa pang target, isa pang mamamatay sa kanya. And DFM have staged the battle that they wanted. Ito ang stage nila, boss. Dito na lang talaga palakpakan para sa DFM.
Been Medusa for the last 2 rounds, but why? As soon as I give a compliment! What's happening? At least they get the round, right? Pero akala ko magsiseeker si Ras. Because they already burnt the neural theft anyway. They could have doubled up. And kita naman natin, medyo crucial round yan. It's close to an eco reset here on the side of GE.
Yeah, and I wonder, I didn't see that properly kung na-save nga nila yung operator. Pero ito, nag-TP slightly fast. Bumasok si Paul V. Alam ni Sis lahat yan. I guess nagulit na lang ako doon sa dulo rap. Nakita mo si Medusa. Top straight in VALORANT. First time I've ever seen it.
Grabe. May glide pa siya eh.
nga,
Kaso
super glide?
walang momentum na, oo. Where is the ledge?
Wala. Hindi pwede mag-hop dyan. But then again, all in all, DFM, they did well to deal with the oncoming retake na GE na nawalan sila ng lurk, nahuli yung second lurk nila with the neural tear, na basically mitigate nila yung impact ng operator gamit ng Viper Spin, and it's always back to that faster play ng DFM. Pansin mo, May has picked up the pace coming dito sa second half rap. Pero hindi lang yun, si Cease, yung quick call to play that from the shadows allowed DFM to make that round happen.
Sayang lang din kasi pwede mag-snowball yung GE with the Seekers. Like I mentioned, naka-1 na sila eh. Now, it looks like the game plan is maybe Lightning Fast will get a pick with the judge here. Hindi ko alam kung saan ba nila ipwesto yung isang controller. Actually, they still go for this double controller mid.
Oo nga eh. In-expect nila yung mid-push. And dahil lang doon, pag mag-burst na ng galing garage dito ang DFM, medyo walang magagawa yung judge na yan. And I think my question from kanina, it did get answered here, Raf. Hindi na save dito ng GE yung operator dahil sa posisyon ng natitirang member. And especially now, DFM playing a bit slow. We do see the smoke out dun sa garage. Ini-imply dito ng GE yung garage para lang pumunta yung DFM papunta mid.
Go get it.
Ay, so napop na pala ni Ras yung Seekers niya. Impatient lang sila in the last round. Because I thought they could have waited it out. But again, moving on to this, nakita naman natin yung consequences of, I guess, being impatient with your own utility. Still a Viper Spit by Blaze King. So, once again, a very strong tool to delay with.
And the Trailblazer sent papunta dito ng A-main. GE, a bit more aggressive right now sa kanilang pagkuha ng intel. And Anthem gonna answer on back. Thing is, andito yung spike. Nasa kamay ng Sky ng DFM. Everything else will require a longer rotation. At nanam tayo. Mind games there with the Cyber Cage. For Polvi, the jump pick should be enough to know na kailangan mag-rotate dito ng DFM. At yun pa nga, mid-burst. And this is where Lightning Fast can come in.
Okay, nintay nila yung 30-second mark dito, Dax. They're trying to crawl up here. But again, you mentioned that Judge is going to do so much damage. But again, please have your gun out. We don't want a third knife out kill.
Please, Lightning Fast. Ito na tayo. Judge in hand! And there you go! Set up into the knockdown! Everything going in favor of GE now. At ginawa talaga nila lahat para lang sabihin sa DFM. Binulungan ganun. It's like, punta kayo mid, punta kayo mid, punta kayo mid. That's exactly what happens. 10 seconds left.
Manifested.
No real time. At yun nga, sabi mo, diba? Manifest destiny para sa GE.
That's not what it means. Try to pull a fast one on me.
Yep. I'm glad you noticed that.
Now, of course. How dare.
Wala, hindi ka nag-comment kanina sa Perseus. Sa Medusa. You're like, sure.
No, I had to stop the train there. Parang, sige, we stop here.
Okay.
Diba?
Okay. Pero ito yun eh. Parang from the first smoke dun sa garage, diba? To everything they did towards A main, yun yung gusto ng GE. Mapunta dito sa heaven talaga ang DFM.
I think ito na yung first time natin nakita yung traditional double controller play na funnel sila to a strong point. And I feel like we're not gonna see too much of that already, as that Viper Spit is gonna be expended towards mid. Now DFM, if they want to repeat that same action here, it's gonna be such a big risk. It looks like Benkai has changed up his setup towards B.
Tripper pa nga. Dito mo yun?
Not sure what the first one stops. Baka anti-jump or...
Yeah, it's for the raids. The one at the back. The first one is for anyone in front and they don't check it. Kasi
Pumatank yung first trap, no?
kasi ano rin siya eh. Naka-angle siya. But then again, enough about the tripwires because net is dead. So GE, mukhang mahuhuli talaga nila ang Cypher ng kalaban, which means they can actually push on out. Instead, though, they do back on way. Punta ng Rap. Nakastack dito ng tatlo. Ito na naman tayo. Nag-iingay si Ante papunta ng B, pero hindi naman kakagat dyan ang GE. Instead, expect ni Polvi na to. The swing out from May, a little too shallow. And here we go again. GE, ready for anyone coming their way. DFM pang nahihirapan ngayon.
30 seconds left.
Polvi won that round. If this plays out, then I think Polvi just basically manhandled that round. Sobrang tapang niya kanina eh. Imagine if na-burst siya. Pero wala.
Hindi naman ginagawa ng DFM at yun nga, ang nakita ng GE ginagawa ng DFM, si Anthem, pinapalaro mag-isa Sabi niya, pre, padala mo naman yung Trailblazer papunta ng site. That's totally gonna work. At hindi na nalilito dito ang GE ngayon. Sis, oh no, don't play there. Medyo masakit lang naman yung snake bite. Last lang naman yan really quick. And in the 1v4, you pick the target, natatalon pa nga. A little too difficult there. GE now tie things up double digits.
Such a competitive map. I mean,
Diba?
again, there was, I feel like, a minor mistake on the side of DFM. Despite getting all those stumbles, they still managed to go back. I love the read by Polvi here. Even gets a second one for himself.
One enemy remaining.
Also, should this not be a signal for DFM to go again for the burst? They were really dominant on that 3-round swing. Na palagi na lang sila nag 5-man. Yes, there's a Cypher Trap. Yes, there's this and that. But once they have their utility set up, it's like GE can't even fight back on the post plan.
Well, that's why they're going for the timeout right now here. Bruh. You know what they say?
Ito sa, ano,
Sabi ko muna.
nakinig sila sa Filipino broadcast.
Tama yan lang. Tama lang yan. And yun nga, diba? Blow for blow. Pound for pound. Matchup of the century. GE versus DFM. And hindi kong in-expect hindi magiging ito yung score niya. Huli kong nakita to matchup na to, pwede mag-3 maps. Pwede mag-multiple overtimes. Kasi yung pagiging concern talaga ng each team, how do they find out whatever the other team wants to do, diba? That kind of game of pacing. Hindi nila masyadong nakakapapa ngayon.
In that vein, baka may kulang din sa info gathering nila. I mean, yes, they have the Sky. I think that's where some of the other agents do shine. You can get a bit more concrete, but with Sky, sometimes lalo na nerf yung regenerating flashes. It's a bit more of a commitment now.
And
then again, you have double controller.
I mean, it's less important on a map like Split, pero kita mo talaga on other maps like Lotus, sinubstitute na nga yung Sky to play the Fade instead as that single initiator. But here we go again, DFM. They play the flash towards B Garage. Wala nga mag-push dyan. And instead, GE, miss na nila. Mag-play, mag-mid dito, Raph. And now they go for the push. Do some damage onto Anthem there.
So again, walang makakonfirm about anything. I don't think they're close enough to sound spot on the side of DFM. So, reset ulit tayo sa default.
Yeah.
Again, look, nothing. The setup just goes back to the way it was.
Ay, yun nga, diba? And DFM, hindi nila isip mag-push actually into that B site after seeing all that intel towards mid. In any case, they now play for mid. They look to see kung pupunta pa ba dito ang GE. Pero nagsawa na yung Global Esports dyan. And instead, ini-expect ng GE nga na pwede nila kunin yung Heaven. Sige, pero at least ready pa ang GE sa site mismo.
It's either they're so good at dodging the info gather or their timing is just not there for both sides. But again, they're still playing this as carefully as possible, Dax. But mukhang mali yung hula ng DFM. They're gonna be running into the strong side.
And they even have an anti-satchel tripwire there. So let's see kung dyan dadaman na si May. Next play, showstopper burst. At mukhang okay naman yung magiging angle ni May instead. Towards Heaven, may katabi siya. Hindi lang niya alam. At yun pa nga, wala pa siyang nakita. There you go with the cross. Blaze King! Disiplina lang talaga! And he does get the one before he falls. Time running out para sa side ng DFM. GE has to cede the site, pero ang gulo ng positioning though. Mayroon nasa gitna lang ng dalawa. Meron nandun lang sa may screens. And DFM, they have a bit of an angle here with Anthem at least, pero smoke on out. Raph, lightning fast is thinking about A-main, pero hindi nila makapa-expect yung bets mismo. Sees, he's down here in hell. The push on out, not gonna work. Sees again with the 3K. And DFM, handa na sila para sa GE dito. Ben kahit trinahin niya kanina sa setup, hindi pa rin makakuha ng follow-up. And DFM will win the round.
Yun nga if may flash lang sila, siguro iba yung natabaan ng headshot dun, di ba? But oh no. I don't understand this play. But again, I think we're really seeing the strengths of DFM. Kung 4v4 situation super late in the game, then it's almost automatic that they win, right? This is telling of how problematic G's routing is. Medyo magulo pa din yung positioning nila and who has to take this type of trade or throw this type of utility. DFM close the match point now.
21 rounds of unpredictable action, Raph. Ito na tayo sa round 22. At ito pa nga, Paranoia gonna be the play. Ito na nga yung push magagaling doon kay May. And here we go with the guiding light para maka-answer. So ang DFM, nag-iingay na naman papunta ng garage. GE answer back. And that's pretty much it. It's a little bit different this time though kasi ang GE, kino-control nila yung garage mismo ngayon.
At the very least, na-maximize naman yung utility ng dalawang controller nila, diba? At least walang forced pushes and they're getting the delays that they want. At the same time, it is really bogging this game down to a crawl. And now DFM, gusto nila mag-setup para sa burst locks. Kaso wala pa silang smoke. I believe in their belt. But Sis, that's true.
Sis, mag-isa ka dito. Sis, ipit ka dito.
Okay.
Yeah. It happens. So yun, from the shadows. At namatay lang siya. Lightning pass also. He's not from the shadows. He's out in the open. Gets good damage done. DFM trying to go for the cross. Ito na nga si Blaze King though. Nakanda pa rin sa pag-push nila mismo. But the neural theft is the answer. Net actually finding impact. Ito si Polvi. Showstopper pa nga ang linabas. But Anthem has a position. Net's down below. The trade is quick from DFM. And JE sees their opponent on map point sa kanilang map pick.
Match point.
Uh-oh. I don't want to believe this is a sacrifice map on the side of G because at the start of the game, may plano sila Dax eh. And it just slowly deteriorated as the map went along here. And again, this round looks so good on the side of GE to begin with. The DFM, they finally found the solution on how to win against GE.
Yung swing talaga ni Anthem eh. Polvi, he was expecting that the Paintials would be enough to stop that potential wide swing. And dahil binitawan ka agad ni Anthem yung plant, dumuretso lang talaga siya papunta ng garage. It's a wild call, but it works for the trade. And DFM, this is their best chance right now. Pagdating natin ng second map ng Lotus, while it hasn't been the most successful para sa DFM, it's one of their most played. And that's something that DFM loves to run on experience. Ito na ba ang burst? Hindi pa pala. May gets one. Pero may judge na sobrang alanganin dito para sa DFM. Blaze King, pag iniwan lang siya dito, pwede nga siya makakuha ang pitas. But this is honestly the best situation for DFM right now. Back away, ayaw nila pumush dito.
Parang na-feel nila, no?
Oo.
Wait a minute.
Nangyari na to. Deja vu.
Oo.
I have been in this space before.
Huwag natin ulitin.
Oo.
Baka mag-gas pa sila dito on A Dax. But again, strong side. They keep running into the strong side here for GE.
Diba? Running into the A sites. And tingnan talaga natin if they can get their initial push going. Ito na kagad ang Trailblazer. And that's the problem with the Trailblazer nowadays. Masyado siyang maliit para dun sa tripwire na yan. Mado, maybe, has become a yes. DFM, this is what they've been waiting for. Galing sa kanya, Blaze King, huwag ka ganyan! At pinulot pa nga yung judge. Give him an ace. Oh no, si Det pa lang nakapitas pala dyan. Huling-huli si Lightning Fast. No real chance here. Gets the 1, gets the 2. Pero the one who gets the 3-round gap going is DFM. DFM take map number 1.
Okay. Prediction is still accurate, although I feel like despite both these teams vying really well for their map control, yung layering ng utility on the side of G, I feel like they could have done so much more there, considering they're the ones that have a stake in this matchup.
Some of the closest rounds we have ever seen dito. Sobra talagang neck and neck in competition, and that could have honestly gone either way. Kahit yung last few rounds, diba? Except I'd say that last round mismo, GE had a fighting chance to try and tie up that scoreline. It was just DFM figuring out kung paano yung magiging place dun ng GE near the end. Pero tama na tayo dito sa casting side. Lipat rather tayo dun sa panel kasi breakdown pa nila ang nangyari ng map number 1.
Yun yung sinasabi ko eh. Ito na sinasabi ko legit. Ito yung meaning ng ganito kanina. Ito na yun eh. So, a team who has nothing to lose on the moment na lalaban sila sa, Global Esports? Just take it away from Global Esports. That's the most competitive match that I've seen from this week. Guys, Riku, Fluffy, ano yun?
Well, yung sa DFM, parang yun nga, it's really nice to see that they managed to repair yung mga issues nila. And the fact that, again, the stats still checks out. Once the half transpired, mas magaling talaga si DFM. Mas mataas yung percentage chance nila sa winning. Pag attacking side talaga sila. And honestly, I really like yung head-to-head natin. Kasi it did feel like napunta talaga tayo dun sa key players natin na si Paul V, and as well as si May. May, especially at the very last round, they were really getting a lot of, he was getting a lot of these very important impact frags.
Yeah, especially nakikita natin yung statistics ngayon. Very similar actually for both of these teams. Global Esports, they get a lot of those first kills, but DFM, napakagaling sila on that recovery. But I feel like both of these teams are very unpolished. Kita naman natin yung mga commentary ng casters. Sabi nga daw na there's a lot of mistakes that could have been capitalized on from both of these teams. It's just that sa mapang split, DFM has been the one that has been capitalizing more of the punish. In Global Esports, even though they pick a map na alam nila mahina yung DFM, their own coordination, their own game plan seems to be yung struggle nila in being that fighting force. And speaking of fighting, of course, yung MVP for both of these teams, si May and Lightning Fast, really trying to do the best that they can sa mapang ito. But of course, it's still a lot for Global to come back from when they move on to DFM's map.
And as we look at this, 10 to 13, it was like back and forth, habulan, at parang, ito a team na Global Esports looking at the fact na pwede pa silang makabawi and have a chance to step on to the playoffs. Well, DFM is like, ito yung team na parang, pwede kami manggulo, okay lang. Wala kaming pakialam, they just want to keep doing it. And they've shown good performance today and parang it has taken off. Global Esports to a core, like parang nakagulat na kasi parang bigla lang sila nagpakita out of nowhere. Let's see the highlights on how that game went, because Lightning Fast was the MVP of Global Esports, and to look at how they managed to control everything from DFM, completely nagkulang din sila on how to counter them back with the utility.
Kaya nga, I do think Global Esports, parang nare-reel in sila dun sa second half kasi DFM really likes to, again, play things slow. Mag-aabang, magdi-default sila, mag-aabang sila sa mga, hindi sila kumbaga magpo-push muna. Mag-aantay sila na si GE will get a little bit impatient, magpo-push, at saka sila makakuha ng picks. I think it's also very relevant pagdating, kitang-kita, pagdating ng mga mid-round plays din, you can see GE is getting a little bit parang frustrated na parang, okay, we're not getting any trades whatsoever. So parang they're just coming in one by one, and it felt like that's gonna be very important pagdating sa Lotus na they really cannot afford to do similar things like that what they did to Split.
Yeah, yung mga mistakes na to, the small build-up really means the most in a series like this. And with their back against the wall, DFM really pulling out all the stops there kasi medyo bahala na yung score, nothing to lose, nothing to gain. But at that point, it's a different animal once you're caged.
Kalayan mo yun, DFM against GE, and so far, this is the best version of GE that we saw and the best version of DFM as well, na talagang hindi talaga nagkakalayo sa points. And doon lang talaga at the 10th, maybe at around 21, ito nagkakaagawa na when they had so much control of the corners and Medusa having a great way to utilize those Viper pits. Ang nagawa lang talaga nila is parang if they spot one and they had an advantage for GE to push forward, doon sila nawawala on getting that lurks. And katulad ito, like, bang! It was such a good moment to see. I just need to get a good sound effects to play that moment kasi parang, grabe naman kayo, man. Where have you been, DFM?
I mean, tama nga naman, di ba? Parang si May, nag-aabang na lang siya na may magwa-wide swing. Tapos, for 3 times in a row, basang-basa niya yung galawan ni Global Esports. Pero syempre, Lotus, they do a very similar score record dito, by the way. And it's not looking really good. But when we look at the game itself, these are much closer on the side of DFM, at least from the tougher matches that they were able to try out.
Yeah, exactly. Tsaka ito naman yung map pick nila, so they have a bit more confidence going in. The similar statistics, nakita natin na pareho din yung agent pool na pinipick nila. It's a lot of focusing on your own game plan rather than anti-stratting or really caring about kung ano yung gagawin ng kalaban mo. So if you're DFM, it's less about really looking about what G is doing. Just play your own game. And so far naman, it's been working out for them, especially when they're able to get a lot of punishes.
Yeah.
Speaking of punish, go ahead.
Sobrang agree ako sa'yo dyan kasi I do think it's about who gets to execute the, I guess, newer meta when it comes to Lotus with the Fade. Again, you gotta take advantage of those scans. You gotta get those phantoms down. How can you get the space onto a rubble? And as well as sandwich, again, the enemy team when it comes to either C or papunta dun sa door sa may B. And I think what I'm looking forward to kung sino yung pinaka magaling na execution. But I do feel like May had a lot of highlights, especially sa C, mga mid-round performances niya and clutch niya dati, especially when they went up against Secret and T1.
Yeah, stellar performance from May. And again, looking at about how they wanted to play that game, ayoko na magtiwala ulit sa stats on how this map goes because ewan ko, it's always the opposite. At ayoko na, like, I just wanna watch and wait and see on how these teams actually fall in. So, Lavi and Rico, paano ba to? So, with the loss of Global Esports from Series 1, what's the thing that they need to do for the scenario to slowly get their still hopes up para maka-points in the playoffs?
I think para sa akin they should not take the bait. Like if what DFM likes to do is they hold on to their positions, especially if they're attacking for so long. I think for them, para the key here is to hold their positions as well and not over-rotate and not overthink as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think overthinking talaga yung pinamalaking problema ng G. They have the aim, but it's really that coordination na kailangan nila ibalik sa team playing that macro.
Yep, in a bigger scale, make sure that you're fueled up with food because right now you can score Grab's lowest price ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver. Delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver Delivery and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals, which I'm ordering by the way kasi syempre nandito tayo nakaupo and as we watch in the games of the night, mas umiinit kanina, no? When we were watching the afternoon matches, everything is just completely opposite. At nagkakaroon ng shake-up on the bottom team who's like, we wanted to do something out kahit na we can still count ourselves out in this one. So maybe that interview ended up shortly na parang broken-hearted. Maybe it's their time to just break the hearts of people who has hopes na pwede sila makabawi on getting their points in for the playoffs.
I think it's really a reflection na yung contrasting goals nitong dalawa, no? I mean, DFM
yung pinupunteriya.
again. Yeah, exactly. Yung pinupunteriya nila. DFM, nothing to lose. And GE, parang they have everything banking on this series. So, the pressure and less pressure for both of these teams, parang nakikita mo, nagiging reflection siya ng mga galawan. Lalong-lalo na pag close, di ba? Sobrang close na nangyari sa first half natin.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like looking at this agent select din yung Global Esports and Detonation Focus Me. Same composition from both of these teams. Nasabi nga na panel earlier, Sky falling out of this meta and it's more of that fade to re-clear a lot of mga angles sa rubble or kung hindi man yung mound. So it's just a very standard, I'd say, new generation composition and really about playing their game since they know each other's strengths.
Yeah, speaking of strength, look at that. Ito, Killjoy, you have the Viper. So, we're looking at more of the control that they want to get sa Lotus map, as big as it is. So, kailangan nila mostly take up ng corners because we see how Global Esports capitalize on corners from their previous matches and they want to use that probably against a team who just showed up today na para we can just actually shake things up. So, how is this looking for DFM and Global Esports? Sino mas lalamang dito in terms of having that early momentum?
I don't know. If Global Esports does not take the bait, na Detonation is not moving at all, kahit na 20 seconds left, I think Global Esports has a chance to take this to map 3. But if it does, I think it's DFM that's gonna take this 2-0.
Let's see if it's gonna be a sweep. Let's see what's gonna happen here because I am lost for words. Casters, mas painitin yung laban na to and we'll see how this goes for Team Global Esports.
Yes, what do you mean? Sobrang init na nung laban kanina. Scorcher even, yung tipong pang degrees Celsius na record holding, di ba? But, yeah, sige, kung isipin mo yung map number 1, ganun kalupit. Etong map number 2, di ba? Lotus pa nga, ilang beses na nalaro to ng DFM at GE. Both teams taking 1 win each on this map so far sa kanilang career dito sa Stage 1. But who will take it? DFM or GE? Tingnan natin.
Please guys, it's 42 degrees in my room. Di pa ako nakabili ng aircon.
Well, yung sa aircon ko nakasulat 18 pero mukhang mas init pa nga ang labanan kaagad pag ito si GE. Nahuli yung DFM mag-push. So, this is a very interesting strategy. Stay in spawn and kill people.
I mean, it worked.
No?
Tingin ko nga parang, I mean, how do you really attack pistol around Lotus anyway? Like the chances of players actually going full contact is probably the least likely. But it does look like Medusa's gonna get a few kills himself.
Nakita ko na naman yung nangyari kanina sa split eh. 2 kills ng classic ni Medusa. Change the fate of GE. Pero okay lang naman pistol ngayon. And you said it, the expectation instead, GE awaiting, probably an anti-strat even, noticing na DFM has that trend para mag-push na punto this way mid. Then sa Anthem daw mag-isa, fades nga out. Sabi nga ng panel na sinabi ng casters, But lightning fast with the 3K. Pistol round 1 here by GE.
I think mas mahirapan din si Net dito sa mga aggressive fights niya on that defending end. If ever we get to that point, because that paid dog is definitely gonna have a bit of a problem. I know it's the Prowler, but I like calling it the dog, you know. But maybe it is the anti-strat. Kasi yun nga, I don't think it's super common na maghintay lang yung team sa spawn.
Yeah, I mean, DFM, you look back at their history, diba? Some of their rounds are better on the attack rather than their defense. Yung stats nila mismo na magtitiwala tayo. It really goes to show na their structure on the defense is a lot more loose, a lot more willing mag-push. A lot na syempre si May pa nga ang manguna dyan. Pero paganda palagi yung GE. And speaking of, look at the arsenal that they have. A single Vandal, 2 Bulldogs. Oh, itong anti-eco na ready para sa nila. Neto in position, waiting inside the smoke. He notices, may nakapasok na dito malapitan. Medusa siya nung muna. There's the fade with the hot view of shots that Net May also given the opportunity. At pistol lang kailangan ng DFM para lumaban. Ayun na nga, second round Vandal. Thank you very much.
I was about to say na it's a bit of a common problem, lalo na sa mga Japanese teams, that they get a little too eager on the defense. But this time around, they play their cards right. Nagbigay pa ng free upgrade yung GE Dax. Dalawang rifle.
At yun, nag-isa na lang yun, nag-lurk na nga with the pistol. Makes sense kasi kung mamatay yung lurk mo, at least pistol lang mahulog. But this is where everything changes. Ano nangyari sa bend push dun ng GE? Bigla na lang sila tumigil. Nag-expect sila na sapat na yung satchel para lang hindi pigilan yung push no sa bend. But they just re-picks that angle. They pick up a Vandal, tapos na yung boxing, and DFM just say thank you very much to GE there.
Well, that's all they can really do. Global Esports, mukhang wala silang pang bili ng bagong rifles dito. Dax and Blaze King with only a stinger. And again, it's one of those things, right, where you would kind of want to front this and just try to get an opening on the pistol round, or rather on your weaker buy. But it looks like they might be running into a bit of a disaster again. Net has been such a terror for GE.
Here we go again. This position left unchecked by GE yet again. Walang nakatingin si Blaze. Pa nga mahulog dyan. Rusto, beautiful shot. There's the swing. Overwhelming with the numbers made though. Yung Vandal na nakuha niya from the last round. Mukhang binabalik niya yung bala papunta na GE. But Polvi with the shot makes it possible. 2v2. Etong laban na to. Labanan ba ng Eco versus Eco? Is that what we're gonna get here as Rust stays alive?
Ayaw din maghula ng DFM. They really want an active defense. Global Esports. Beautiful punish there. Not allowing them to get a snowball towards that aggression. Pero doable pa din. Rust and Polvi gotta respect those sheriffs in hand. Anthem and Seas, they have all the time in the world to just hold for this push.
30 seconds left.
Season Anthem, they do have full armor at least. So if they have a bit of distance, di sila mamamatay kagad dun sa sheriff. But this is a lot closer than GE might expect. Si Rust nakita na siya kagad. There's the swing on in at ang DFM na ang muna dito. Rusto hits the shot and Rust does it again! Oh my! Clutch para sa side ng GE! Sinagot na naman kanina yung Eco ng DFM. Eco naman ng GE to.
I guess every round we have is completely unpredictable.
Competitive!
Competitive, unpredictable. It's not exclusive to Split. Kahit ang ganda ng first picks ng DFM dito, Dax. Oh man. Why jump peak? I don't know.
Why jump peak? Why close the distance like that? Alam na nila kung saan si Russ doon. Nakita na nila yung balikat na boss. And it's just, okay. Daisy also finding the one. His lurk this time, very effective kasi may Vandal siyang hawak-hawak. At kita mo na naman, no, ini-expect talaga ng GE mag-push dito ng DFM. Tambay lang sa bahay si Benkay muna.
Yan, ayaw nila i-repeat siguro yung nangyari in the previous rounds. And despite losing May, they still get a few rifles in hand. GE, yeah, they don't want to contest that either. Don't necessarily have too much to worry about sa A kasi nag-rotate out na yung DFM. But maybe that will change with Neth again going back into his anchoring site.
Yun na nga yung Prowler. Then check nila yung Rubble. Get conditioning damit ng toxic screen. But then again, ang GE, makapush na rin sila papunta ng A. They look to play towards the doorway. Poison Cloud, smoke, setup, lahat na lang. Ready sa pre-plant, sa post-plant. At yung nanoswarm na lang ang magpapaintay talaga sa push dito ng GE. The Haunt connects. The Paranoia's there. Grabe. Yung sunog talaga, yung sugod doon ng GE. Lightning fast braves the flames of the Nanoswarm. Pero GE nakapasok pa rin. 4v2 na nga to. Si Medusa
30 seconds left.
naghihintay pa ng paraan. And look at this, they pull the rotation towards AC. Pag nawala yung smoke, gulat siya. 4 pa lang ito nakatingin sa kanya. They now pivot back to A. Medusa. He has a gun though, Rafi. Konting pag-asa dito. Narinig na niya yung sound cue na nag-plant. Papabayaan pa niya. Wala pa nag-swing. But Russ is seen. Reload. Easy kill. Easy kill. Ayun. Took a while though. Blaze King with a trade. And Global Esports now with a 3-1 standing.
To be fair, attacker-sided map. So dapat lang, DFM is having a hard time. And GE should be running it up. But the ult economy is looking so good on the side of GE. May Nightfall sila. And I think they have a lockdown available if I'm not mistaken. At the same time, parang lahat ng choke fight dito sa Lotus, sobrang gulo. Like, they never make it out of the choke unharmed.
Oh, diba? You walk into the Nanoswarm, what do you expect? And the thing is, Net, he was given a chance to throw bit utility again. But at the same time, di naman niya sinira yung hot, so huling-huli siya ng paranoia. Sobrang, tit for tat basically. Yung tipong, okay, itong mangyayari, tapos ito yung magiging sagot. The lineup though, Medusa knows the Poison Cloud is gonna be in the way later on. Ito ang GE. Nag-iingay papunta na doorway pero hindi pa sila nagko-commit dito.
Again, baka it's a repeat of what might happen. Maybe the round is gonna be decided on yet another choke fight as DFM. Mukhang mahuli pa sila sa Nightfall, Dax.
Only 1 tag, maybe 2, not too sure. Pero mukhang ayun na nga nakita na nag-track papunta sa taas. At yun tuloy! Libreng-libre lang yan! Dinala lang ni Nets ang kamatayan nila. At ang GE pa nga, ang nag-connect na dots lang sila, boss. Nakita ni Polvi, ayun yung trail nung Fade, yung trail nung Nightfall. At pinadala lang niya papunta sa Heaven talaga. Yung showstopper doon.
I don't understand kung bakit hindi sila nag-back out doon. I mean, alam naman nila may full set of utility yung GE, DFM. Seas is still here. Could potentially cut off the plan, pero ayaw niya mag-commit. Does have 1 smoke available for his potential cross. Unahan pa siya ni Lightning Fast.
Yeah, he's all alone now. At yun pa nga, delikado pa to. Lightning Fast, Russ already in position. And sees, he might not be able to see this coming. So, mag-save na lang siya. Global Esports, kind of exploiting DFM's weird, awkward spots dito sa mga post-plan scenarios. And especially dun, diba? Natamaan ka na ng Nightfall. You shouldn't be able to play a corner like that. Yung magdelikado ng showstopper, pero hindi rin respeto yun ng DFM.
Yeah, I mean, again, parang basic math natamaan na tayo ng Nightfall, tas nakapop ng ult si Raze. I get that there's a slim chance na ma-headshot mo siya on the jump. At the same time, like, fighting those tight and awkward angles towards A, statistically is not very good. I mean, they had such a great hold earlier on with the nano swarms, but suddenly it kind of fell apart.
Kita mo si Paul V, tracing lang. Kung nagbukas siya ng colony book na pang kindergarten, kita niya bigla, okay, point A to point B. Okay, ito yung dots. Sundan na lang natin. At kitang-kita pa nga ng GE ang lahat. So, with the standing like this right now, GE in control. Kailangan talaga gumawa ng DFM na may hero rifle pa nga dito si May.
May comeback factor naman din yung DFM, but GE, they should be playing this lead as well as they can. I mean, they're in full control. Yung DFM palaging na iba yung defensive layout, kaso lahat hindi gumana. Yeah. And now Net, alone, potentially here to the Sheriff.
I mean, dito rin naman si Medusa, may Stinger, may Sheriff, may Viper Spit na handa, pero
aray,
Medusa! Ba't jump pick ng DFM?
Kanina pa to eh.
Tech post gear. Check nyo nga yung mga mouse wheel na mga yan. Unbind. Mouse wheel scroll down.
Mouse wheel down para jump. Kaya pala eh. Dapat up.
Dapat up. Tama. Dapat to, arrow key up. Kasi jump, diba?
Wow.
I'm
so smart.
Genius, as they say. Pero nakapitas naman ng isa at least dito. Ang depensa natin si Benkai ang nawala na dito. But then again, the site is just absolutely free. See wide open. May ito na ang swing. Pero double satchels actually. Pwede biglang mag-cosplay as the attacker store real quick. So ito na tayo, DFM nakapwesto sa labas ng mount. GE nandito mismo sa main side. Ito na nga yung unang satchel. Blaze King though, alam niya kung saan siya mag-landing na naman. And here you go. May was the best chance DFM had in that round. Now, ngayon pa nga si Blaze King, ipit pa rin. He found two, lighting fast with the cover. And Global Esports, commanding tong lead nila ngayon.
Kung nahuli ni May I think Blaze King sa corner, dapat showstopper na yan eh. But again, we're looking so far into the future here. But GE, they're playing really, really good. Baka sacrificial pick talaga yung split kanina just to maybe see what the tendencies are on the side of DFM.
Wala eh, naban raw yung icebox. Ano nang piliin natin guys, kahit ano. Tingnan na lang. And it was a close game anyway.
G.
Di ba? Map pick namin. Sa inyo na map pick namin. Pero ito na, lusob muna si May. He was thinking about the satchels and the showstopper, but because of G expecting this, sige, natag sila nung hot, pero wala pa rin silang kapake-pake. Caesar's Fallen Prowler also with the lurk at least, or rather, seeking out the lurk here as May plays towards the mount. Andito pa rin naman si Anthem and Global Esports. Patience talaga ang play nila habang nag-iingay si Blaze King sa kabila.
At least may info sila kung saan ba yung lurk potentially. But 4v5 DFM, not a lot of map control here. Anthem still waiting on that cooldown and potentially could be baiting for May here. Does have a showstopper again. Oh, but that's all he gets.
I mean, Anthem was calling the attention pero yun nga, not in the right position para tumulong. At itong mound lang talaga, the king of the hills, RGE. Blaze King though, hindi makatulong ang toxic screen at this is awkward for GE. Nag-teleport sila papunta ng A. Pero nag-rotate na rin si Net papunta ng C. Tapos biglang nalito yung DFM. Sabi nga, okay, saan napunta yung spike?
I mean, positional advantage meron naman yung DFM. Maka-ready pa sila sa post plant. Di ba?
Eto na.
Unless?
Oh, Raph, where to meet? Eto na kaagad. Biglang nagko-congregation pupunta ng B. Sama-sama ang lahat. GE though fighting back. The lockdown swing sure. But it's now left to 1v1. Lockdown broken. Lighting fast. Buhay pa rin. 12 seconds na lang natitira mga ka-plant. Muna siya sa may A though.
10 seconds left.
Tuntukan pa sabi. Pero sayang. Free na yung A
yo,
dapat.
Yo!
But big
yo!
play.
Oh! Medusa ano yun? I don't understand. Ba't siya mag-spray ng ganun? Tumaas yung boses ko habang tumataas yung recoil ni Medusa doon, boss.
Naka 4D chess sila eh. Ako din, di ko na in-expect. Parang okay, may plan siya. Tapos may TP. Wala, I will fight. Good call.
Laban lang, swing lang kung swing.
Also, that peak from spawn sa TP play, that is so nerdy. That's crazy. I would not in my life expect somebody to counter that way. I don't know.
Ayun, kalma. Sabi ng Lighting Fast. Oh! I don't know, man. Kaya hindi lang bumaril dun si Anthem. Baka sa kanila pa nga yung round. But timeout muna dito ang DFM. And we've seen this from DFM, against, remember Team Secret, DFM had an incredible rally nung pagdating nila sa Braze. For the other maps, very, very one-sided. We've seen more often than not dito sa side ng DFM after that win versus T1. Sila yung nawawala sa mga mapa.
Hopefully that's a story for DFM. Kasi parang lahat ng play na counter ng GE, that's it. Like they've anti-stratted almost everything. But again, comeback factor by DFM. They just need one round to snowball off. Again, they have to be a bit more careful kasi yung economy nila, it's good right now, but how long is that gonna last?
I mean, it's so shaky. It's truthfully a lot more sloppy from DFM. Multiple jump picks na hindi naman kailangan. Yung mga spray down, yung mga pre-fire na nakaka-anticipate tuloy yung Global Esports. And Anthem, masascan pa nga siya nung hunt. So, eto na naman tayo. Util dump, papunta ng A, trying to pull attention away. Medusa though, he's looking for a bit of redemption. May toxic screen nga nakaharang, pero hindi na yung satchels. In na dito ang GE ngayon. But there's still a little chance here. Peek from the upper heavens, not gonna happen. Mukhang GE nga, mag-play papuntang B.
Oh, butin lang, they avoided Nest. I mean, that Odin could have done this so much. Post-plant situation here for GE. Nightfall comes out for DFM. Try to get one.
Hey, gets ball beam. Oo nga, nakakuha ng pitas dito ang DFM, but in desperation, GE now, Viper split, lost the lockdown. It's all about the defense right now here for the offense. At tagal rin ng lurk ni Rustin, tuloy nahuli pa nga si May na kailangan lumabas dun sa mini door. And at least GE having a chance to still fight on back. DFM, they have the numbers, pero wala silang komposisyon dito sa site mismo. Hon connects onto Benkai, huling-huli siya ni Seas, but still Blaze King is alive, Blaze King is ready. He's playing safe right now. Ayan na nga yung snake bite at pupusa ang boards dito DFM. Russ also kulat pa nga dun sa dulo. He finds the 4 and Global Esports will keep the round steady.
DFM is getting so much closer. But ayaw pa din bumigay ng isang round si GE.
Russ, ha?
Damot mo.
Ang damot ni Russ, 13 kills. Kanina pa siya. Yung clutch ng round 3 ngayon. Ang tagal ng lurk niya dito, nang huli lang talaga ng lahat. And as soon as he saw the dots again, connect the dots talaga laro ng GE. Ping-ping onto the spike and Russ knew exactly where to shoot.
Again, yun naman talaga yung best course of action kahit at the tippy top of Valorant, right? Just try and simplify the plan as much as possible. Don't overcomplicate it. Parang nakita natin medyo na-overload yung DFM dito, Dax. Kahit first pick, di na siya di na effective.
And if you've seen it, right? The fact na si Blaze King nabuhay ng sobrang tagal doon to keep that Viper split up. Now, Global Esports, advantage na naman dito sa gun. Si Blaze King namumula dahil lang sa share shot kanina. Pero okay lang, 5 HP. Still has the wall to work with anyway. Spikes drop muna as Global Esports. Naghahanap muna mapitas dito.
It looks like we might go to map 3, man. Like,
very possible.
Looking at, like, I'm not even joking about it anymore. It looks like G just decided to win. Yun nga, parang naalala nila, nga no, may spot pa tayo sa playoffs if panalo tayo.
May chance pa tayo. Yun yung gusto natin talaga. One more chance. Ang favorite pelikula ni Ray Ray talaga. In the end though, we got Global Esports now trying to play towards the mini door. Pwedeng mag-burst through at mag-play into B na wala na naman katao-tao at all. They're still playing mind games with not just one, but 2 doors. Here, saan ka pa nakakita ng ganyan as B-side still is the answer.
Well, 2 doors down now for DFM. G. Ano?
That's a band.
Pang tito na ba yun, Dax?
Medyo sobra.
Parang tito na yun, Pang black and blue na.
I was thinking, is that a band or a show? I remember Dolly Parton had a song called
the
Two
band
Doors
is...
Down.
Yeah. And there's a band called 3 Doors Down.
3 Doors Down. Yeah, yun nga eh.
Yeah,
Pero ito, there's the 3rd door that's down. Yung mini door. At yun tuloy, doon pa nahulog yung DFM sa dalawa. And here we go again. Lighting Pass malapitan. Medusa go, making the stinger work. Pero ayun na, tinignan na masama ni Lighting Pass si Medusa bago patayin. 8-1 na to ha. Such a commanding scoreline here para sa GE.
I don't know. DFM has just been jump peeking everything. Okay, gets go. Medyo mahina yung economy. Tapos they just want a straight kill. Maybe get extra economy going their way. At the same time, they're given so many ways to go about this, right? I appreciate the confidence, pero walang flash, walang trade, walang support sa kanya. It just doesn't seem like it would make sense to do that.
Yeah. Parang hindi na nga mismo yung nagagawa dito ng GE. It's just DFM running into the sightlines, running into the spray. And speaking of, ayun, hindi lang si Net yung namatay. Tingnan mo buhay ni Medusa real quick. 21 na lang siya, boss. Damay pa. At ito nangyayari. DFM are literally walking into the crosshairs of GE right now.
Face your fear!
I don't get it. I really thought that with the extra safety of potentially the Fade, baka iba yung game plan ng DFM. But it looks like they just cannot play this as well as they would want to.
Nagsasyon pa nga si Paul V para na lang. Hindi masyadong damage yung Snakebite. May still playing up on top. Pero Nightfall talaga. Gandang clear papunta dito sa May. And May is looking for any kind of target. Di na i-expect agad. Nandito na pala si Paul V. Kahit namatay lang yung teammate niya sa backside. And yun tuloy, DFM expecting a lot more passive play here from GE. Instead, feel ko between maps talaga. Nag-pep talk si coach. Sabi niya, guys, push nyo na lang yan. Kaya yan. Timing though on the peak out. Anthem gets the job done versus Paul V. Bigla na lang lumingon. But does it still matter? A 1v3 like this, may flank pa nga and Lightning Pass is just quick on his feet. Ayun na nga, 9-1 na to.
Alam ko anong sinabi ni coach sa GE.
Ano?
Guys, game day.
Hoy! My favorite words.
Paborito mo yan, di ba?
Favorite
Winnable
words.
and
Oo.
game day.
Yung coach ng GE. Alam mo ba sino yung coach ng GE?
Sino?
Si Dash.
Ah.
Oo.
Game day.
Palagi nang nagkakasya ng GE, pinepep talk niya yung GE basta timeout. So talaga yung head coach ng GE. Huwag ka maniwala na busy siya ngayon. Huwag ka maniwala dun sa camera. Si Dash talaga yung coach ng Global. Kaya shoutout sa'yo Dash. Good pep talk. Kita mo 9-1 tuloy team mo.
Paborito pala ni... syempre, team niya yan eh.
Oo. Global rin siya eh. Global talent. Eto na nga tayo. Ball B. Let's go. Boss, saan mo dadali yung showstopper? Ba't sinira niya? Ha? Anthem, sinira mo yung door para lang ikaw yung mamatay! Ba't mo gagawin yun sa sarili mo?
It was made... It was a calculated move, but man, he's bad at math. I mean, baka iniisip niya, I have to help my team!
Yan talaga.
No.
Oy, may chance pa dahil kay May. Here we go again. Pero yun na nga, ito na naman tayo. Oh! Okay lang, Russ. Kahit di makapasok yung hunt. Sige lang, patayin mo na lang. Lightning fast nandun na rin. Galing dun sa May Link. And here, may pumili ka ng angle. Left or right? In or out? Wala.
Out. Wala.
He is not in, he is out.
Ay. I thought, yun nga eh, parang okay, finally DFM got something going. So retake, may extra frag sila dito. Sure, nag-stumble si Anthem. Literally opening the door to death.
Oo.
But, doable, di ba?
Winnable. 110, isa na lang. The mythical scoreline for DFM.
Grabe no, tapos mabawit pa nila on the second half.
Oo nga eh.
Ganun kalakas yung attacking side nila.
Wild. Yun lang yan. And you make a good point. Again, I think we've tackled it a while ago. The defense of DFM has been found lacking sa attacking talaga sila bumabawi. I do feel though for... go ahead.
I really think it's a region thing. Kasi Zeta din eh, medyo RNG yung defense nila. Damay pa Zeta, di ba? Nawala silang game na yun.
Stray bullet out of nowhere. I mean, I think their defense is a lot more disciplined, a lot more structured. Tapos bigla na lang sila ginugulo ng mga teams na willing mag-W key. And I guess that's been the case, pero DFM, I'll be real, this has been the sloppiest form we've seen from them. Talaga, yung peak na nakita natin, the T1 series, the series after that. I mean, the series after that was still pretty good. Pero ever since they lost to Team Secret talaga, na-evolve bigla yung naging condition din ng DFM, and this is a free side for GE to take again.
What's going on to DFM? Baka may ano talaga sila. Weakness to three-sided map. There's just too many choices to retake.
Pili pa nga nila, diba? Ayun nga, pinipick apart ng sila. Letting fast one by one. Dalawa nakuha niya all the way from the flank. And Medusa, siya pa ang na-blindfold dun. Can't see, can't fight. It's GE with the 11-1.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Goodness gracious.
Ano kaya yung iniisip sa DFM ngayon, no? Masaya yung split. Ito hindi.
Okay lang yan, Raph. Isipin mo. Kung manalo dito yung GE, which is very likely right now given the score, pupunta ka sa paborito mo mapa. Na ika.
May paborito mo yan. Ano yung paborito mo?
Hindi, ikaw talaga ang pinaka-ascent lover. Sa
naalala ko yung
pool.
game mo eh. May KO flash kayo na...
Ay! Malupit yung mga nagki-KO flash na kilala ko. Na one-way round. Pero one-way para sa ako'y blind yung kalaban hindi.
One-way trip to spectator.
One-way trip to next round. Favorite ka talaga yan. VALORANT, my favorite game. Pero, ano pa masasabi natin, di ba? Besides na si Fluffy02 na galing Diamond na nag-ascendant. Di ba? Itong DFM, it's just been so awkward sa kanilang mga peaks mismo, sa kanilang mga assumptions. And they have a chance to really fight back, pero they take too much damage sa umpisa pa lang eh.
Tingin ko din parang, yun nga, ayaw nila maghula kung anong gawin ng GE later in the round. So, sige, let's decide the round here and now. So, nag-overcommit sila sa lahat ng fight nila, which is, again, curious to say the least.
It's been a curious case of detonation focus me kanina on the last map na out-clutch lang nila, na out-spray down yung GE. Now, they have been outplayed for, I'd say 10 rounds in a row. And kung manalo pa dito ang Global Esports sa pistol na to, mas alanganin pa talaga ang DFM sa mapang to.
I mean, yun nga, if DFM win this map, then we are all wrong.
Oh, comeback of the century of the universe.
Yes.
And I can't believe DFM just did the same thing GE did.
Well, did you guys do this last half?
Oo nga.
Don't you know what happens?
Ayan nga eh. Si Neto?
I guess, baka yun na yung pro meta ng Lotus talaga. No? Hold spawn.
Stay in spawn. Noted. And if you know what's interesting to me? Net has bought a sheriff of all things. And because of that, dalawang sheriff dito ng DFM, they want to play the longer angles para sa contact points nila.
Once again, DFM strolling towards the strong side here. Viper wall plus Killjoy utility could be a bit of a problem, especially on the pistol. Kaso na -1 na yung GE, so they can't really overcommit on the rotate and Benkai. Ooh.
He should be very happy, the boy pa siya. That means his utilities is gonna be online. Yung nanoform nga, pag-iingay. Bubot nagalit dun sa turret. You know that movie Pacific Rim? That was kind of like that. Pero ito na nga si Russ. Ayan na nga, si May ang mahuhulog dyan. Global Esports on the board. Bigla na lang magiging 4v4 na nga to. And DFM gonna take their talents punta dito sa may A side. Pero ito, ang desisyon na hindi gagana para kay Benkai. Ayan talaga, the big four of DFM. Looking for the back-to-back rounds. Starting with this one. Pero hindi pa naman tapos ang laban. Lighting fast, andyan pa rin. Global Esports. Ayan si Neto. Malayuan talaga pag sheriff ang hawak niya. It's all up to Lighting Fast now. He's had an incredible series. 17 kills and only 4 deaths. Ready to push in a 1v3. Ayan na. Triangle formation na pinaghahandaan sana nila Phil Jackson. A quick little paranoia to play again. Lighting Fast cannot see anything whatsoever. Tap pa nga. And the Prowler says hello. Nets there, gets the shot, and DFM! Ito na ang simula.
Grabe yung DFM, parang Lakers.
Oy,
Talo.
Panalo sila ng round na to ah. Ay!
Look, Lakers fans.
Alam ko,
will do
0-3
anything.
sila. Hello!
Sige lang, may 1 game pa, diba? Believe.
The LeBron show.
I bet Lakers fans are hating on me. Shut up, guys. I'm also a Laker fan, so suffer with me.
Oy! Rifle. Second round. Remember nangyari last time?
Kailangan nila na ito, Dax eh. I mean, what else are they gonna do?
Ano talaga? Buy more market. And ito na, the cash out real quick. May Medusa.
Cha-ching.
Parang chocolate lang yan. M&M. Kinuchili pa yung turret. Okay.
Grabe. Last round. Uy,
galit na galit.
Finish it off.
Pero yun. Inspect muna si Paul V. Ad break muna. Kasi siya nalang buhay. At talaga, the Paul V ad break. Skip in 5 seconds.
One.
Diba si Paul V? Yo, did you see Paul V? May smile pa nga siya. Alam niyo ginagawa niya. I am the billboard now. Ayan na nga. Tapos na ang ad break natin. May will get the kill. And DFM get their 3rd round here.
Again, what if DFM still 2-0 the series? What if?
Malupit ang DFM.
Diba? Sobra. Tapos 6 na overtime. Masaya.
Masaya. 6 na overtime. Tapos mag-maximum pa tayo. Mas masaya pa yun, Rap.
Your favorite outcome.
The OMS to the sim.
They don't look too happy about winning that round, to be honest with you.
Why would they? They're down by 8. Mamaya na yung smile pag naging 11-11 na.
Sige. Kung may flash sale na yung yung map to.
Make a wish. Sabi ng DFM, pero Global Esports, they have gotten fully kitted. This is their buy round. And look at this soft screen. As far as I know, kanyang setup may konting butas na pwede makapeak dito si Russ kung masyadong nag-advance rather yung DFM dyan.
Yung napansin ko din, they're really not using the Prowler to hard clear corners. They're using it for the big hit. But again, yung problema sa DFM kanina, they couldn't dissect that that attacking side or disjoin them to get the 1v1. Maybe it's gonna be a different story.
Buti lang may toxic screen or rather may poison cloud na nandun na nakaharang. I was very worried for Polvi, honestly. Just because he's in a bit of an angle. He has moved back papunta ng C. And speaking of, ito na naman tayo. Rotation papunta ng GE towards the A side. 42 seconds left, opening the doorway. At may chance pa naman yung DFM mag-rotate papunta B. They go inside the 3. Now they're gonna be walking into the Nano Swarm. Si Russ rin nakapwesto dito sa may drop. Ayan na ngayon Honto, pinag-aandaan. Paranoia, tinapon na rin ang stall for time dito. Ang Global Esports, ang lapit sobra ng contact. Pero eto na, lightning fast strikes on one. Sees with the trade. DFM picking the hardest road right now to find a ring, to find a win. Eto na tayo, malapitan na naman. Blaze King dipping in and out in a close angle. But DFM had the advantage 3v2. Gandang intay dito ni Medusa. And somehow, someway, DFM pinaghirapan nila tong site na to, Rap, pero kinakaya pa rin. And Polvy's the only one still standing here.
One satchel and a lot of damage players on the opposite side here. Polvy has to make a move. Like the first duel, Dax. Also, he can't confirm the kill. I think the flank is already happening behind him.
Ayun na nga.
Polvy just burning time. Aw.
Yeah, no way. And DFM, the odds are stacked a bit against them there, Raf, pero kinaya pa rin at dito talaga babawi sa attack.
Attacker-sided map. Well, I feel like...
Nice!
Yes,
Yes?
Dax, what is it?
You're speechless, brother, because of DFM's incredible introduction into the second half here.
Well, if they can keep this going, I'd be very surprised. Polvy just looks so done with life. You guys are 11, please just end it.
Winnable. DFM, eto na ang Kode Pag-asa, Global Esports. With a bit of time about to, and but we've seen this time around a lot more refined. I think is the key word here for DFM. Hindi na alanganin yung mga picks mismo. They're understanding the short swings sa kaya dito ng GE. And oo nga, ang hirap ng ginawa nila papunta ng A kasi ang ganda ng setup ng Global Esports. But nagawa nila ng paraan, and that's what you want to see from DFM na in those straight-up duels, they're actually in good positions and in good form mismo para sa spear control nila.
I mean, meron talagang teams na mas okay yung positioning nila when they have the chance to lead the dance, per se. And DFM, they're maximizing this as much as possible. GE, they are on a weaker buy, but we've seen a lot of thrifties today. Baka this could be another one added to the list. DFM though, they're gonna be playing numbers and range.
Yung nga, diba? Back-to-back thrifty runs pa nga no first half. But here we go again, Polvy. Ito na ang gusto mong lason dito sa sulok na to. And
Uy. Okay.
How do you get perfectly sprayed by
With
a
a stinger
through the smoke? At no one checks the corner. Buti na lang natingnan rin ni May. Damage done though by GE. May pag-asa dito si Lightning Fast in a 2v1.
Lightning Fast. We went for the flank. Baka may free rifle siya, but again, can still do a lot of damage. He does have a paranoia here and 2 smokes. Rolled out the utility. Could just get the 1v1 here, but looks like Anthem and Nest, they are nested really well in this post plant.
Yeah, he's teleporting towards the pillar. Then naman, second chance to try and psych out the opponent. Pero DFM looking for the hole. Tuloy si Neto. But Anthem, nakamark na kung saan yung angle siya magagaling. That got very dicey for DFM, pero okay yung ending na yun, ha? Recovered very quickly.
Nagulat ka pa sa sa turret. Or was it the alarm bot?
Yung turret, nilagay yung net para lang doon sa second TP ng Lightning Fast.
Yun yung distraction play, di ba? Nakita ko, nag-adjust siya ng in, tas late. Oh.
Sige.
Polvy could have done so much.
I mean, he got value at least. They did some damage towards DFM. Pero ang problema, now that we can actually talk about it, the second round buy ng mga rifles, laking tulong sa economy dito ng DFM, diba? Now they have so much money to work with in Medusa. Operator pa nga pinili dito ni Net. And DFM, they're making a case for themselves.
That's right. Gun round again. Not a lot of damage on the side of DFM. Si Lightning Fast is a bit hurt, but what? Bakit nag-jump peak naman ulit? I don't understand.
Tama na.
Mag-hype tayo ng isang team tapos random jump pick. Sige.
Mag-attackpos talaga ang DFM para lang i-unbind yung jump na yan.
Bahala kayo sa buhay nyo.
Pero DFM at least they don't take any casualties here so far. Makakapush nga sila dito sa may mound. And it's really interesting na si Net pa nga of all people are playing the operator. So the backline, sniper pressure, sure. Medusa also. Mag-alert muna. Punta dun sa may A. But this is just something DFM loves to do. Throw utility para lang mabait out yung rotation, and now they're gonna pivot back to where Medusa's waiting for them.
So far yung DFM, parang
30
wala
seconds
silang
left.
interest sa B site, no? Like they haven't done any B hit. Do they sell the fake is the question. They're still lightning fast. Nagsa-sound spot dito, and Polvi already here to help.
Baka Global Esports yan, boss. You can't outpsych them out, but you can't outshoot them. At yun tuloy nangyari. May na nga ng pasok. Beautiful shot from Polvi in response. Polvi! That's good for 3! Make that 4, and Polvi does it all! Tapos ang laban kagad! DFM cannot fight against Polvi himself! Oh, a hero para sa GE dito, pero here we go. Map point na ng Global Esports.
My goodness. Polvi looked so scary for him at first kasi yung kakampi niya got picked off. We all know how that happened, and you know how DFM play. Once they get that first pick, magbaburst sila and they're gonna try to run you down. But why on God's green earth are we just swinging this way, guys?
Kahit siya, it's like,
Polvi is like, I mean, ginusto nila yun.
Hindi ka magno-no sa libre, diba? Absolutely free for pairing Polvi there. And it kind of says it all, honestly. His body language says it all. Shrugs sa ginawa ng DFM dito sa map ng to. And yes, DFM had the rally, but now they have no more room for error here, Raf.
Not at all. GE just one away from taking this map and potentially pushing us to Ascent. Economy-wise, I don't think it matters at this point. DFM, wala silang ulti, especially that big team fighting ulti with the Nightfall. Ginamit nila just the fake. Could have been a great plan, but once again, heroics upon heroics on the side of Polvi, stopping them. Going for slower default this time. Look how G's positioned, Dax. They're gonna be hyper-reactive to rotating now.
I mean, GE has seen na kitang-kita talaga nila yung mga trends rin ng DFM eh. Na alam nila talaga nang fake sila gamit ng utility. And they've really tried to sell it with the Nightfall, pero hindi talaga. Hindi magpapatalo ang GE sa isang good deal mismo. Rusto has been marked. Alam na kaagad na may crossfire dito. Ang Global Esports pupunta ng B. And that's why DFM nag-set up papunta ng C. Third, tinigay dyan ni Benkai. Might have been heard here by Medusa actually. And now they're slowly crawling on in. Paranoia gonna be a play. May instead actually playing the burst. Benkai looking for the swing. Si Russ na lang instead makakakuha ng isang dyan. And Benkai also with the second. Here comes Russ. Finding a double kill so far. Global Esports. Kontrolado na lane site mismo. And that's been the case of the game. Dominant dito para sa GE. Tayo ay mag-map 3.
Grabe, kahit isa. Wala pang nakuha yung DFM. GE, they are finally hitting that potential, Dax. They're looking far cleaner, far more confident in their hits. And may pa si Tropa, si Polvi, di pa naka-recover sa 4K niya.
Buti na lang, tinapas na ni Polvi yung labanan. And DFM, it was just too much of a mountain to climb na. Isipin mo, pagpasok mo coming in the second half, ganun yung lead ng Global Esports. And sige, nakita tayo ng better play there from DFM pagdating ng attack, but I think second half there, but it just wasn't enough para sa DFM mag-rally pack. But yun nga, Global Esports, mukhang magde-decider tayo dito, guys. So, punta muna tayong panel to break down sa lahat ng nangyari ng map number 2.
Thank you so much, Dax and Raf. Mukhang paborito nga kayo ng tiebreaker series. Aabot tayo for game number 3. And yes, bumaliktad bigla ang laban. Pilipinas, it's GE now, bumawi. And so far, we're looking at the weak points on how the team, DFM, was actually wanted to take it for a 2-0. The 3 sides, was it the factor in this game?
Honestly, it was a factor din kung sino yung unang umaatake. I do feel like both of these teams are more in a comfortable spot if they're the ones dictating the pace of the game. And honestly speaking, it really showed. At the very beginning, it felt like it was going to be a close game. Pero after losing the I don't think it's a bonus because it was a 1-1 in the end. Naka-sheriff pa nga yung isang player ng GE. Was a 1v3 and they were coming in one by one na parang na-counter-strafe lang sila kumbaga. So parang it's one of those things na it was a telltale sign na parang it's not gonna look good for DFM on this map.
Oh, it's a series of unfortunate events, I think, for especially DFM. A lot of plays that they tried to make. Pero tama nga, I agree with Riku na sila talaga have been more active when being proactive. They find more success that way. Dito naman pag medyo reactive, dun talaga nahihirapan. As we look at the statistics dito, 13-5, really flipping the script dito for GE as we were talking in map number 1 kung palakasan ng punishment and able to really capitalize on those moments, and it seems like the aggression from GE just really showing through sa mapa na to.
Well, it is now the game of Team GE. So Lotus was the map na pwede na kung pagbabasihan ng kanilang comeback, well, give us more sites to cover. So from this, MVP natin si Russ, and with the fade, he had utilized more of everything against DFM na pwede nilang maganda. Despite that they have the Viper and the Killjoy, they were still lacking that control na pwede nilang mabawi. At some point, naramdaman ko, it could still be the possible comeback na pwede nilang i-point out na could still be the possible comeback of the century. Kaso, medyo kinulang eh. At point, medyo na-pin down sila at 11. Pero so far, it's just looking back on the highlights, how is this for DFM na could have been na pwede nang mabawi?
Kaya nga, hindi nila na panalo yung mga buy rounds nila. It was, and always, there were so many rounds na it felt like it was supposed to be DFM, mga thrifty rounds na parang medyo kulang yung weapon ng GE. Pero it felt like they really fell short. And honestly, they couldn't get any trades whatsoever. So parang kada retake nila, laging kulang or laging wala ng winnable situation at all.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of those moments talaga nawawala din yung mga team coordination at times, and it does help, to be fair, sa mapang ito na medyo malawak yung Lotus. It allows them to really spread their resources thin, tapos nakakapitalize yun ng GE whenever they go for a very hard attack, which honestly DFM has really struggled to contain.
Oo nga eh. The fact that a lot of the players na we really saw shine aside from Polvi was Russ. Ang dami niyang mga moments, that is mga multi-frags. Si Polvi naman, after the second half, ang dami niya rin ng mga shining moments. Yung 4K niya, kumbaga. And I guess also, it did feel like yung mga players na dapat nag-step up for DFM sa Lotus, the multi-frags that the mid-round impact coming from Medusa na we saw time and time again actually in the previous matches. I don't think that we get to see some of the hero plays na we expected from, Medusa actually.
Yeah, I mean, there were some shining moments then, but it was more on map number 1. Dito sa map number 2, parang nahirapan talaga sila para gumulong na maayos. And that in part is just because I think it's their map pick, pero parang they didn't play it that well. A lot of the times, AFK lang sila sa spawn, naghihintay lang sila for other people to make moves.
It happened again. Never mind the stats, ladies and gentlemen. So wag na lang natin tingnan yun because the favor on how they wanted to control that game, G gusto bumawi, and parang we want to have that hope na pwede pa kami makabawi in terms of points. You mentioned about the mid-match control. So ito ba yung part na nagkulang na lang sila to actually have the initiative to turn around? Kasi most of the time nahuhuli sila and they were overstayed in one place. At yung imbis na gamitan na yung skill, well, it was too late for them to react right away.
I do think GE, or rather DFM, basang-basa na sila. I think they've been doing the same thing for the entire stage 1 where mag-aantay sila sa spawn if they're attacking and then see if they can get early picks. They've done it time and time again. I mean, it has worked before, but feeling ko after maybe 3 times, seeing it 3 times, parang basang-basa na and all the other team has to do is stay put.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very telltale sign at this point. Medyo repetitive nga ang ginagawa nila, and it feels like that if they don't innovate, especially nandito tayo sa map number 3, which will be Ascent later on, it's gonna be a map that's all about fundamentals. And if you can't really adapt, it's gonna be very difficult to come up with anything. Especially when you see mga players from GE like Paul Vixa, for example, or Lightning Fast really heating up the map number 2. Baka naman mahirapan sila, especially when they're on the defense for the other team. DFM.
Yeah, DFM. I think one thing that really I'm looking forward to is Neth. I think Neth has been incredibly quiet, and the weird thing was when they fought against T1, he did an amazing job as a Cypher on Ascent. Like, he was really good. All the Cypher cages, all the one-ways, the tripwires, the aggressive Cypher cages that he keeps, diba, during mid-fight. Hindi natin nakikita na yun. I mean, that's the reason why DFM constantly picks this Ascent, because they play it very differently with the Viper and with the Cypher. But it feels like parang nagkaroon ng limit yung pwede nilang gawin. Parang after seeing one match from them, all the teams have figured it out kung paano sila naglalaro sa Ascent.
So may kulang pa. We're yet to see kasi parang kinulang din si Rico, kinulang si Fluffy because you're looking at this team na parang, wait, ano pa bang pwede namin ipalabas? Because, man, in that map, we waited until, in the match point of like 11, tapos dun sila parang nagising. And parang sabi nyo nga, basang-basa na sila and there's so much they needed to change. Well, starting off with a few minutes from now, we will know kung ano nga ba na magiging agent nila. Pero what could be the possible composition for Ascent? Kasi, as you said, there's so much changes na kailangan nilang gawin. So what could be the first step in accomplishing that in this decider map?
I feel like more than anything, the composition gonna be fairly stable. Na mention nga Rico na may Cypher in play, and if Steph's able to really hold that line, it can be very important. But honestly, sa mapang Ascent, which Raf loves so much, it's for a good reason, which is that the agents don't really vary for the most part, and a lot of players will really avoid a lot of things, parang punches, ganun lang sila.
Punches, mga 1-2 punches, yan ang inaantay natin. Any mix-up, kumbaga, yun yung inaabangan natin sa strategiya nitong TFM.
Again, it's Ascent, and we're looking for a change na pwede nilang gamitin sa bawat. So we're down to the best of one, so the scenario still lives. Either manggugulo lang talaga yung DFM or talagang yung Team GE ay talagang kailangan nila bawian and deny a possible reverse sweep. So, doesn't make it on how they wanted to manage this. Because kanina, hindi nga naging masaya yung casters start from game 2 na parang, nasan yung action? Nasan yung nasan yung game number 1? Yung 1-11 and parang, it was the opposite that we're kind of like expecting. Because if they want momentum, medyo na ipit dun sila. And looking how the map went against them, parang they were trying to cover different parts and they were like overthinking as much na parang who do we target, who do we choose to fight, and parang it was a bit of late reaction in a way, medyo slow pace. And Team GE, going back on how they started from the weeks after, they take time to like adjust, and once they read through it, doon na sila like gumaganti at bumabawi. And as of now, we're heading to the agent picks. Let's see how this goes in this map. Ayan na. Global Esports and Detonation Focus Me. Sino mas labang dito?
I mean, there it is. DFM actually having the double controller dito with the Viper and the Cypher. Curious to see how many rounds they get on attack kasi usually mas maraming points yung na-accumulate nila with this composition on defense.
Yeah, ironically, I feel like yung pressure talaga that you can provide having a Viper is very useful. Kagaya, para siyang sa Sage ng game number 1 natin, nakita natin on Paper X. If you're able to really shut down that door position kasi isa smoke mo lang ng Poisoner tapos magmumoli ka, it really allows your team to focus on one angle only and really helps out. In Global Esports, medyo tried and tested composition, nothing really fancy from them. They just want to get everything standard, get their win, hopefully come back because they have that momentum na nakuha nila from map number 2.
I think both of them, bawing-bawi yung momentum for Global Esports and Detonation Focus. And because it all boils down with this map. So, sino ba talagang kukuha ng series na to? So, as we go on and wait, well, casters, kayo na bahala. Painitin na yung huling laban ng gabi.
It's too hot.
Uy, last dance na talaga to. Final round for these two teams, man. Pero Raf, before tayo mag-start, pakitaan mo nga ako ng 1-2 jab dyan. Pagin naman Raf ng 5% ng lakas mo. Okay, we are with Monk Raf today. Pero Rafa, I think you're gonna be a little bit happier than usual watching Ascent here. Kasi iba ang comp ng DFM. And sabi nga ni Rico, diba, this is what they've been running the 2 times they've done so this season. It has worked once, then worked the second time. The flash is wild though.
Too suppressed.
One way. Ay.
Flashback.
Yo. Yeah. The K isn't real, okay. But DFM, man, they need to rally back after that last map.
30
Colby
seconds
ambitiously actually playing into the mid, pero mukhang mababa-back away na nga siya. Ito na tayo, DFM. Gusto talaga yung mas mahirap na daan. Nasira nila Nanoswarm along the way. Dito sa may lane. At si Benkai pa nga ang nasa site. Na scan na dito daw si Medusa. Huling-huli siya ng classic si Benkai dyan. And it's Global Esports with the numbers. Ito na tayo, Colby, 2K. Gamit ng Sheriff. Benkai, 3K. Gamit ng classic. At yun nga, pero ito yung tried and tested na comp ng GE. At sila pa, manalo ng pistol dyan.
Gising na ang Global Esports and apparently di ako naka-unmute, but by the way guys, sobrang tawa ni Dax kasi ang dami yung sinabi na words of ano yan Dax? Affirmation, diba? Gusto ko talaga yung Ascent. Gusto ko yung palaging same ng comp, same ng strats. I love.
Same na execute, same na push.
Oo, gusto ko yan.
Kasi kala mo si Raf ay isang tao mahilig sa variety. Pero ano lang siya, stick to one sa comp.
Parang wala akong reply doon
Okay lang yan. Di mo kailangan sagutin yan, boss. Kasi round 2 na.
Round 2. So, different game plan. And as I was saying, parang sobrang uso na mag-jump pick sa mga decade dito. Mindset lang daw yung minus 35, sabi ni Global Esports. But DFM, I'm looking for them to do something a bit creative with Viper. I think Viper is just such an still underrated agent in my opinion. Parang wala naman siyang bad map. Kaso yung execution barrier niya, medyo mataas.
Pero I wanna go back to what Rico was saying kanina na we've seen DFM basically be anti-strated by multiple teams na nabasa na ng mga teams. Ano yung mga trends ng DFM, what makes them a bit unique, yung mga fake plays. And basta Global Esports remembers that, compared to their map number 1 outing, it will be a lot more akin sa nangyari nung Lotus mismo. So flash play yet again, DFM papasok dito sa side. Bibigay muna nila Blaze King go, both house muna ang kanilang palag. And looks like DFM manggagaling na naman sa mga funnels, parang lang yung kanina. Benkai, same situation, same number of kills. At 3K para sa kanya with the Bulldog this time around. Bigyan ng pa ng kills, binigyan pa nga na pang-4. At sige na Benkai, play for the ace, hindi, nahuli na ni Lightning Fast si Medusa. And a flawless round pa nga para sa GE dyan.
Mukhang testing lang yung split Parang, sige guys, eto, kung mag 10% kami, kaya nyo. Pero kung mag-play ng yung G, seriously, then I guess not. Tapos yung pick ko kanina, Dax, DFM pa.
Okay lang
Baka
yan.
ako yung sumpa.
Okay lang yan. Kasi ito yung kailangan mo lang maalala, Raf. Ang pinili ni Azurai ay GE.
30 seconds left.
So kawawa na ang DFM. Wala
Hater
na.
ako
Wala akong magagawa sa prediction rate niya of 100% ever since last week. Pero ito na, Fragment malupit, Anti-Flash na malupit, and Global Esports. Ginawa ang lahat para makuha ng isa. Maze already gone, and that's the entry for DFM also going to the wayside.
DFM not anticipating the flash into the one-way here, losing a key member. But again, you really want to get rid of this bonus. Kaso si Medusa naka-backpedal pa. These rifles, they're doing nothing.
Wala talaga. Kita mo yung mga score ngayon ng Global Esports 8-0, 3-0. Iba't ibang mga numbers at ends with 0. Pero sa DFM naman, yun lang talaga nakita nila. Pre, tingnan mo saan linant ni Anthem yung spike. Kung saan mo kukunin next round.
Bago to
Oo nga Playing for the future, Anthem. A dash? At least he gets one.
At least he gets one.
Yes, the lightning pass pa yung sa nagsasabi, guys, ako pa yung nagka-det dito tuloy. But Global Esports, continue lang nila yung nangyari ng second map
I still feel like yung issue ng DFM, especially when they're defending, but now even more so, is that they're so ready to fight. I mean, that's not inherently a bad thing. But at the same time, pwede naman sila mag-back out, pwede naman sila mag-util first. Di naman sila dapat mag-commit lahat ng gunfights. But I guess it is what it is. Now the conversion for that bonus was absolutely perfect. DFM, lighter buys, but we've seen a lot of thrifties be stolen.
May chance pa naman. But you know what I've noticed so far? DFM has lacked mid-pressure. Polvi, happy to play on that catwalk. Tas bigla na lang titpik ng P-Link. Kaya tuloy butin lang binantayan ni Neto this time around. So there's a bit more pressure now. Galing si DFM on other sides of the map. Hindi lang makaka-push outwards dito si Polvi. Or beyond that, ito na naman tayo. Cubby still very confident. At bigyan mo chance si Polvi, gagawin niya. Tingin top mid. ay na-smoke out siya ngayon. So, hindi na matutuloy yung push.
Oh boy, mukhang gusto pa niya mag-peek dito. But no, he goes out again.
Nangate. Pero sabi, wag muna.
Wag.
Hindi kailangan kalmutin yan, boss.
Alam ko na yung call ni BNB. Wag mo iigo, wag mo iigo. Bahala ka dyan.
Tapos sasabihin ko sa'yo, kung matapang ka, pipick mo yan.
Oo. May ano may demonyo dalawang demonyo.
Angel and
Walang
devil.
anghel.
Yun talaga. Wala. Sige na nga, laban na naman tayo dito. And DFM, nag-peak na naman in and out, papunta sa may pizza. You got Medusa though. Nag-climbing na lang dito real quick. Rinig na rinig yung mga jump peak ngayon ni Lightning Fast. But eventually, Raph, looks like we're playing into a smoke out muna dito. Lightning Fast also with a one-way setup. Ayun na kasi Polvi nandito sa may Raptors. And GE, they're ready for any kind of push. Polvi hugging the wall. Alam na alam niya kung saan kailangan biglang point tong baril na ito. And that's enough. A 3K for Polvi. The round is basically over. Benkai gets the lockdown ready and we will see another flawless round para sa GE.
Nag-audition ulit yung DFM.
True.
I mean, once again, like, play the numbers, you know. Ascent is a map that, again, despite all the memes, will really expose if fundamentally your team is shaky. And weird nga, kasi DFM does decently okay on Ascent, right? Let me go check the stats again.
I mean, they're 1-1.
Diba?
Of their matchup. But then again, it goes back to, ano ba yung 1 na yun? Yung T1 game. Yung T1 series na peak ng DFM. Tapos, ano nangyari ng second game nila? It was against Bleed Esports. Score nila 4 points to the 13 Bleed had. So the struggles of DFM, the downward spiral ang nakikita talaga natin. And honestly, no matter what we get na result dito sa series na ito, Raph, DFM will much need that break in between the two stages para lang maka-reset for the future.
I mean, to be fair, it's a brand new roster, so it's completely understandable that going into Tier 1 territory, it's such a difficult phase to get past. I mean, as we've said, right, individually, malakas naman lahat sa DFM eh. Kaso, yung mesh nila and their chemistry, minsan it's actually not even like sometimes. Most of the time, it's kind of non-existent. Like, their layering and their just utility timing, sobrang awkward pa din. That goes there.
And then you look at GE, diba? Na more and more nagkaka-chemistry sila. A team na iba't ibang background talaga itong mga players na to. Global talaga. Pag global esports, ganun yung roster. Still, at least with that one indie player, Lightning Fast especially getting better and better. Pero ito na nga si Polvi, ito na nga si Benkai. At mukhang sabi ng GE, tara na nga, patayin na natin sila. A push on out towards B main. They find the Cypher early on. May mag-entry, papunta din sa may A, showstopper. Walang katao-tao except si Lightning Fast dun sa sulok at di siya naka-TP out in time. So at least, DFM, a sight, a kill, that's something they can work with.
Di din maka-freeze ng defense yung DFM. Kahit palagi sila naka-in and out in terms of the sites, they just cannot reliably freeze this defense and use their numbers. But as I say that,
there you go.
They win.
They take the fight towards GE. Nag-push sila papunta ng tray. At yun na ang kinailangan nila. But this is one of the few times we've seen them actually be in a position, no, Raph, na pwede mag-plant ng spike ng safely. And they take advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, DFM, yung strength nila sa split is that post-plant and getting into that part of the game, they're pretty good. They had the lineups, they had, I would say, decent spacing kahit may butas din. But overall, if they really want to play that way, then I think, just from the eye test alone, they should avoid all of these 1v1s. They should just play as a core.
Diba? Play the execute. Tapos tingnan natin kung paano sasagot yung GE. We've seen the weakness perhaps of global esports against teams na pwede heavy-handed yung approach nila. Nag-paint shells. Ayun na nga. Nanguna na si May. Hihintay niya kung saan manggagaling yung peak. But I'm very worried for him kasi ayun na nga si Blaze King nakatingin lang from the staircase. Eventually, their eyes do lock. At mukhang nauna nga pa nga si Blaze King dyan. Second one doesn't happen. Net catches out the crouching Odin. And with a neural theft, makakaplant dito ang DFM.
DFM looking to snowball 2 rounds in a row. Getting rid of one of their biggest problems here which was Blaze King, they're not gonna have all that hard info. Kaso si Ras, he's gonna have that 0 point up very, very soon, Dax. And these blades might just cut through.
Ay, has the first one through at dahil lang sa smoke nahirap pa. Benkai though somehow gets a 2K anyway. Alam nila buhay pa to and the killjoy finally falls. But here comes Russ on the board. That's a sulok. Net the transfer! And kinaya niya lahat ng pwede tapon ng GE papunta sa kanya. DFM will get their second after the clutch.
It's over. DFM wins, joke. If DFM win, then si Mr. Bear, aka Azurai, will not have 100%.
Oh, yun ba gusto mo?
Again, ha?
Yun ba yung gusto mo?
Na masira yung prediction niya.
Yun ba gusto mo?
Di naman, pero I laugh at him. You know? The usual.
Kala ko na classic
Sayang.
crap mentality pero okay lang.
Ayoko.
Oh, tama tayo. You raise me up talaga dapat ang slogan natin.
Oo. Malakas yun eh.
Super. Have you seen how buff he is compared to his pictures from before?
Shout out to my boy.
Iniisip ko may sasabihin ako pero baka bawal eh. Okay na lang. Ito na. Si Ross. Tama na yan! DFM! Ang kukulit nyo! Benkai got a 2K collat in the last round pa lang. Now Russ does so as well. Ang DFM, okay ang disiplina nila pumila. Good for them, pero wag sa Valorant yung gawin yan.
Nako. Again, momentum potentially still in the hands of DFM here. Benkai spends his lockdown. Wala namang flank, but the numbers advantage could be too much. The Odin is still in play for Blaze King. So those plants towards the right side of Jenny might be dangerous. DFM.
Paulvy's already defusing. Paulvy's just taking. Paulvy's done. Oh, that was so close! He was almost done. Ayun na yun. Point what? 0.01, 0.02. But DFM, just in those small margins, nagawan pa nila ng paraan. Kala mo tapos na. Yung round na yun, hindi. Sabi ng DFM.
3 rounds in a row for DFM, and it did look like it was about to get stolen from them. But here we are, Dax. Di pa din nag-iiko yung global esports. Still a very, very good economy to run this through. DFM, they're slowly building bank, but if they drop this round, then again, they'll have to suffer the consequence of playing around with Odin.
Ano ba, global esports bought the dip, bro.
That's true.
Nag-to the moon yung pera nila, pero ngayon, ito na nga, nag-bounce back na. I really wonder how close Paulvy was on that defuse. But DFM, at least pagdating ng mga post-plant, mas disiplina nag-iin ng approach. And right now, they're showing their best foot forward after a weaker start. Smoke's gone, pero May says bye-bye to Paulvy there. Ayan, ang opening na hinanap DFM, pero hindi nila pinapwersa itong issue to.
Slow start, pero nakahanap naman ng picks yung BFM and GE. Looks like they're adjusting slowly but surely. Wala na silang control towards mid though, and if they push this a bit too much, then that could be a free kill for Neth. But Neth, you know how he likes to play.
Ayun ang camera tag again. Blaze King gonna be backing on away. At ang kulit ni Net sa cam na to parang ginagamit yung pseudo recon dart kasi wala silang Sova pero walang nakatingin dito sa wide. Lightning fast, lason na naman. Here we go again. Where's the check? Where's the clear? Absolutely nothing there. Lightning fast instead with a reception at libreng-libre lang to para sa GE. Naka-TP out pa nga si Siso. Nabuhay pa nga siya pero yung spike ay naging problema kung napulot na to ng DFM. They can still go for the plant. Papunta dito sa may dice. Pero ingat pa rin. Ayan, kailangan i-clear to ni Net. Lightning fast, nahuli na rin. But this has been lightning fast round. And he doesn't actually overstay his welcome. TP move na to the rest of the team.
So smart, pero yung paranoia, walang follow-up dito. Blaze King has to pedal out. Does have his own smoke to expend. Net playing a really risky position, but gets 2!
Oh, Net, that was just nuclear for him, but it's not done. Ayan na yung Odin ni Blaze King! He finds the double of his own! In global esports, may time pa naman maka-defuse dyan. That was so close for both of these teams, pero talaga, the critical error ng DFM, walang tumingin dun sa wine.
Again, it's yung small mistakes, Dax. It's just adding up. I mean, if they didn't get that spike deny, then this round could have played out so differently. Net getting those freebies. Diba, we talked about this. The way Net positions, my lord, I'm gonna crouch in the open and I'm gonna kill people.
It's wild.
Wow.
He's like a turret. Basically. Kailangan mag-emplacement muna siya. Kailangan niya pumwesto. Tapos bigla na lang siya ibabaril. But Global Esports, they got away with that one. Gandang-ganda rin. I like that this is making from Lightning Fast. Pareho tayong sangayon. Hindi tayo mag-overstay. Hindi tayo mag-overheat. TP muna with from the shadows per Paul V. It's been problematic. Palagi siyang patay. Nakatago siya dito sa toxic screen though. He's using the wall against them. Eto na naman tayo. Walang tumitingin sa mga sulok. Corners the weakness here of DFM. And Global Esports get killed for free because of it.
Oh my gosh.
Toxic screen nila yun,
That is so big brain.
Toxic screen nila yun, ha? Taas sila pa yung
Wala na.
nadamay.
Inaway na si Medusa. Bakit nag-gap yung smoke mo?
Parang kailangan para lang umabot dun sa tree. Diba? Parang umabot dun sa papuntang window ng A site. Kailangan naka-angle na ganyan.
Have they been adjusting their Viper wall ba? Parang mid na lang siya, no? Hindi siya ginamit parang pa-cover sa site.
Oh, pang-mid control talaga siya. And from what we've seen so far, ito si Medusa, sinulog pa si Russ. Nice bounce off the wall. 9 HP though. Delikado na ang lagay. And not only that, Penkai's ready. There you go. Isang peak, isang patay at Global Esports now with 6.
So close. But again, Global Esports, after that Lotus win, nakita mo yung confidence nila, Dax. It just really skyrocketed. And they're playing these really risky angles that, to be fair, I feel like a lot of teams would not take into account. Like this, I think this is the biggest surprise play we've seen all night.
I mean, I agree with you. I honestly thought na bigla na lang mapapatay kagad si Paul V doon. It's been concerning rin na GE has lost them early on. Pero the face says it all. Minsan talaga parang sabi ni Paul V, I can't believe that worked.
Just has to keep making that face, man. Oh, no.
Kaya tayo nagsusova sa Ascent, boss.
Libreng scan, libreng wall bang, libre na lang lahat.
Yan ang gustong-gusto natin. Freer than free para sa GE. And may showstopper siyang handa. So ito na baka magiging burst na naman ng DFM. May lurk though si Medusa sa may mid. And we've seen this multiple times sa DFM. Second guessing themselves, backing on away from potential entry.
Sobrang reliant nila on those, again, confidence picks, right? So they can set up a better burst, but since wala silang info scan, just like a Sova Dart like you mentioned, they have to kind of go in blind, which is, again, not ideal for GE. The way that they've been bullying these close angles, DFM, they gotta pick it up.
Yeah, DFM, ito na. The pace is setting themselves for that A site. Galing mid, papuntang catwalk. Cubby burst ang magiging paraan.
30
Sees
seconds
also the one lurking towards A main. Smoke out muna. So there should be expectation that Anthem hears this coming. Paranoia also to play for Lightning Fast. Hindi na bulag pero yung showstopper. Sapat pa rin para makapitas. Odin though from the high ground. Russ also on the board. Gandang shot tong galing kay May. At ito na yung pressure papuntang Raptors. Blaze King still with the Odin. Pain Shells actually making their way to the second floor. Pero May sugod pa rin. Delikado to. Double swing. Nakatakas pa siya with his life. And the Viper Spit now online para lang mabuhay dito DFM.
Baka may scan na si Blaze King very soon. They can wait for this. They can spam it with Odin. They have all the tools in the world.
Ito na naman.
DFM knows where it's coming from.
Oh! Start doesn't get anything though, and Medusa instead nahuli niya si Benkai doon sa lurk mismo. So here we go. Flanks gone. Medusa also finding Blaze King. And I think sa Viper Spit na to, kita mo yung paa ng kalaban. Ayun nga, paa talaga. I used to be a VALORANT player like you, but then I got shot in the foot. Paul V, huli red, Medusa, mastermind ng round na yan. At ang DFM nakaapat pa nga.
Grabe. That was all Medusa. I mean, actually, the fact that May got out alive just added so much pressure towards DFM, or not DFM, sorry, GE to do something here. And akala ko baka perfect yung dart ni Blaze King kasi syempre yung momentum nila, diba? So good these last few rounds. But again, DFM, they fight back. And they are just scrounging together what rounds they can get.
Yeah, timeout tuloy dito ang GE. They thought it was gonna be a free round. Pitas ka with Odin, may dart na ready. But they just didn't expect na Medusa had that kind of angle. And truthfully, I don't think these players have seen a Viper in Ascent for so long already. Hindi nila expect itong klaseng angle. That's still the surprise factor of DFM, not GE. they've been anti-stratting. You can see from map 2 onwards. You can see na talaga pinagandaan nila yung DFM kasi ito yung chance nila sa playoffs. Pero itong mga rounds na to, yung magiging reminder rounds talaga ni coach na ito yung pwede gawin ng DFM sa kanila.
Yun naman din yung strength ng off-meta eh. Like, there's just so many situations you can't take into account that I feel like yung nabaril sila sa paa, it's like, well, how would I know that would happen, you know? I feel like yes, it's disjointing. At the same time, that shouldn't work on them more than once at this point in time. DFM, just 2 more to equalize.
Competitive, di ba? Map number 1, yun yung nakikita natin. Ito, may chance sa map number 3. Kasi, neck and neck talaga itong dalawang teams na to. Still though, GE, you know they're fighting for something even bigger. Playoffs potential para sa kanila.
Grabe yung hinga mo, Dax, ha?
Kailangan take a deep breath. We're here for more.
Medyo mabigat yung stakes dito talaga eh.
Yung isa, no chance. Yung isa, may chance.
What is your goal today, DFM? I want to make GE sad.
Oo, diba? Siyempre, ganun yun.
I mean,
dapat play to win palagi.
Oh, of course. No team wants to lose, diba?
Oo, no favors. Kung matalo ka, ng team na hindi makakapasok na playoffs, sad na lang for
kasalanan
you.
mo yan.
Oo.
Grabe, no? Tough love talaga yung PH broadcast, guys.
Nah, you should know.
What? Of course.
Of course. Pero ito na naman tayo.
Ano yung love language mo, Dax?
Muay Thai, boss. Muay Thai.
Sige. Dami kong pwedeng I love you sa'yo.
Alam ko lang. Ay, sayang, classic eh. Good damage na done towards Mado. Kita mo, 46 HP lang siya dahil sa classic lang. But here we go again. Paul V! Boss, favorite niya sa playground, Jungle Gym. Kitang-kita. Parkour, papunta sa taas. The dying lights of Rusdo. Very apparent. DFM nakapasok na ng B dito.
Well, no Crane to play on for me here. As the numbers still equalized by Hunter's Fury naman si Blaze. Kaya nakapulot siya ng Vandal. So, could be doable for G again. They really want that momentum back, Dax. They really want to get this going.
Oh, this could be awkward for Seas. Mukhang nandito pa rin siya. Paul B checks it though. Paul B good for 3. Pero siya na lang ang natitira. Ito yung round na tipong, do I have to do everything myself? Lahat nakatingin kay Paul B. At mukhang hindi niya nakinaya yung spotlight. 5 rounds na ang DFM dito.
Last round in the half.
Naging puno na lang si Paul B. The effort niya. At the same time, it's like, well, what could they really do, right? I mean, the weapons weren't that good. Question mark.
NT, hindi. I think parang hero rifle si Paul B. Beyond that, everyone else will be able to save it. Kita mo, dahil doon, may pera ang lahat, may Odin pa nga, may operator pa nga si Paul B.
Anthem could be the focal point in this map. He does have KO ult, so that could potentially knock out the Blades if Polvy's gonna use that as a secondary. Kaso may one-way ulit dito sa A. And it doesn't look like GE is willing to, again, hard contest this just yet.
I mean,
Lightning
like
fast, falls back.
He did get flashed there. I just wanted to point out, pero eto na, narinig mo na, Blade storm out and about. Nag-iintay lang dito yung Odin sa base nila. And oh no, tinatukan ni Medusa ng masama. Hunter's Fury though gonna be the call. Blazing. At dun sa gulo, si Ras ay susugod. But TFM have a handle on things. Sila may numbers ngayon. Dito, iniisip nila, pupush mo nila itong A-site to. Benkai and Blaze King are in position, yes. Ito rin yung from the shadow ni Seas. Wala siya makita-kita! At ang ganda ng swing ni Benkai doon. But then again, Anthem's ready. Handa, awit. Ito na, 6 na ang DFM.
Nakahalata lang ako kasi yung last second swing ng Killjoy. Parang, okay guys, clear. Ay, di pala.
Joke lang. Ganun lang
Human
yan.
recon dart.
Alam mo naman yung recon dart, pwede mo sirain bago mag-pulse, diba? Ganun lang nangyari na sa Omen.
Oo nga. Oh man. But to be fair ha, they did get the flanking Polwy which potentially could, you know, calm him down a little. I mean, Tapos, naka-off ka. Tapos naka-flank ka pa.
Wild Blades kasi. Pero tama ka naman, Raf eh. Lahat ng tama na nagawa ng DFM kasi mas heads up sila sa play ng GE. And this would have been very one-sided. Kung nakita mo yung simula, di ba? Ilang flawless round rin yun. Ilang rounds na tatlo sa GE, 0 deaths. Parang 4-0 yung nakiking start. But DFM has rallied so well. And now,
Nako.
sila pa mag-i-play ng defense and I'm very interested to see itong double control Cypher setup habang nakitingin si Kuya Wolf sa atin.
Napaka sa ulo si Kuya Wolf eh. Akala ko may trabaho yun.
Kala ko ibang
Player
bang
pala.
to, boss.
Grabe, no? Shout out to our very own Bangkay. Miss you, Wolf.
Ang dami naman natin ng Bang Bang enjoyers dito eh. Si OSX,
Oo.
si Rockheart, si Wolf. Alam mo si Honey Glaze technically. Galing Bang Bang yan.
Oo nga, no.
Back in the day.
This goes here. Nako.
Nako.
Tanda na natin, Dax.
Oo nga eh.
Happy birthday.
Sa'yo.
Sa'yo din.
True. Kay Black and Blue rin.
Oo.
Kay Fluffy, hindi ko na sasabihin bakit birthday niya. Pero ako nag-celebrate yesterday. Dahil kay Fluffy.
Salamat, Fluffy.
Oo. Salamat, Dad.
Anyway.
Tara, game time?
Game time. Game day.
Game day. GE, I guess ito naman masasadong ko sa'yo, Raf. Maubuhay ba si Paul V sa entry?
Tingin ko, kung ma-flash ng maayos ni Anthem, probably not. Honestly, kasi yun nga eh, I've always wanted the Chaos to be a bit more reactive than anything. Isipin mo yung nagsorry na si Fluffy kasi alam niya baiter siya. Joke lang.
Alam na alam.
Pero tingnan mo, si Anthem na low HP na. So, Paul V? Alive? Yes.
Buti pa siya, matapang. Unlike someone. But then again, ito na nga ang GE. Gusto mag-push papunta ng B. And that's the interesting thing kasi they realize Cypher A, ibang setup dito ng DFM. May Viper nga ang nakapwesto. Magandang fragment yun daw galing kay Anthem. So it really just goes to show buti lang buhay pa nga siya. But unfortunately, life cut short. Benkai, ayun na nga ang unang pitas. What a shot from Medusa though! Tumagos pa through the wall. Headshot connects. And you know that packs quite a punch. But smoke's gone. No one's checking for Blaze Game. Buti lang nakareact kagad si Medusa at si Sis. At ganun dapat mag-jump pick ang DFM.
May nakaplant na sila. Kaso si Paul V naka-wallbang ng isa. Medusa low HP, may jump pick pa din. But si Paul V with the trade.
Oh man, yung mga wallbang talaga gamit ng Sheriff. Pero yun nga yung pagiging palag. 2v2 na to. Lighting fast, getting the advantage back. Sinenta lang natitira dito ngayon. And you know, this pressure towards B. May nakatingin nga siya dyan. But no one now on site here for GE. Double up instead. Left and right. Parang lang nung training Rage first time tutorial sa Valorant, boss. Pero Paul V ang makakakuha ng pangatlong niya. And GE will take that pistol.
Grabe, ginawang bot si Net. Last player alive. Actually, Net is not having a good game. Like, in comparison to his split performance and by extension, the last two maps, parang nag-fizzle out siya. Napansin ko din, Dax, parang ayaw mo sa mga waiting game, ha? Gusto mo swing lang ng swing.
No, I love this. What do you mean? This has been the best series I've seen this week. Kasi, yung first series natin medyo one-sided.
Medyo.
sided.
Well,
at least to competitive.
Still, oo. At least may nakita tayong proper adjustments, I guess, on both ends. They're still doing the same one-way smoke, but this time around, it's Blaze King fighting Medusa. Medusa again. Siya yung unang napipick off dito, Dax. Tas na -1 naman yung controller. Bakit?
Ay, nakatulog yung toxic screen. Pero, kung pansin mo, maraming inuulit ng mga teams na to. Rap, masasabi mo ba Valorant ay isang game of repetition?
Tanungin natin yung isang master natin dito,
yung
diba?
mga panelists mamaya.
Yung panelists natin pala.
Kung may sagot talaga sila para doon. Pero yun nga, simple lang to sa GE. It's a free site. They have the gun advantage. At doon na tayo. Second round Vandal. But DFM are in no position to actually fight them.
It'd be smart for DFM to just
die to spike.
Again, die to spike. Avoid giving the orbs. At I guess just slow down the snowball. I mean, GE, we've seen them at full capacity to play really clean and really well. Kung maulit nila, well, I guess it might be done for DFM, but still very competitive, ah. Lightning fast. If he overextends, would be the end of him.
Pain shells will prevent that push, and instead, DFM ayaw nga nila magpapatay sa GE Chan. So, with little knife, GE will have to evacuate, save the guns, especially that they have. Pero they also want to actually catch anyone crossing May. Goodbye. That's all they're gonna get. So only a single orb. Pero, Raph, look at Russ's progress so far. 5 out of 8 towards the null command. That is something GE can work with very soon.
Round 3, huh? That's round 3.
Oo.
And if they can get potentially maybe 1 or 2, or kahit orb, pwede na eh. They're gonna have so much control over the foreseeable future of this half.
That goes there.
DFM, on their end, layo pa talaga. Si Medusa lang yung medyo okay, but that's what? 5 orbs, 4 orbs away?
Yeah, it's too long.
Pwede mag-ace siya. Simple
Totoo.
solutions, di ba?
Totoo. Why don't you just ace all the rounds, Raf? Para lang tapos ka agad ang boxing.
Wow. Actually.
If one player aces every single round and gets 65 kills in 13 rounds, you win the game.
Totoo.
Diba? The math checks out.
Medyo totoo. Oh man, I was about to say na malaking investment dito si Medusa. Wala siyang escape tools or anything, but it looks like he might get another one here. That mid-control paying off.
Oh! Hapong ni Medusa, oh, kahit yung pangatlo, kahit may flash papunta sa kanya, wala siyang katakot-takot whatsoever. But then again, yun lang, DFM. Lason lang yung Viper. To the tank. Uy! Swerte si Sis, na stinger lang yan. Nabuhay pa siya ng 15 HP. But beyond that, DFM playing their hand well. Those early picks making it so much easier for DFM dito sa round na to.
So far din yung DFM, or at least GE, avoiding a lot of the early 3 fights. But now later into the round, they might just walk into this trap wire here, DFM. Waiting and waiting. Wala pa naman silang narinig dito. And I think fast could be the last one they need.
Trigger na nga yung tripwire doon. Blaze King on the board for lightning fast. Markado pa rin. Blaze King trying to find more picks. At least there's damage here para kay Blaze King. The shock dart though, that's actually deadly! Kasi pulado na si May doon. At dahil lang dyan, makaplant pa nga siya. So, Blaze King making this possible. Ano ba? We were talking about aces a while ago. Baka ito pa nga si Blaze King ngayon. The swing out is way too wide. Net the one to get the kill. But that is already a good bonus thanks to Blaze King.
Kung prime Blaze King yan, ubos yan lahat. We don't talk about fracture.
At shoot, boom Esports.
Try again.
Seems like all the teams I liked are... Seems like all the teams I like are not here anymore, but it's okay. At least may value na si Medusa dito kasi ilang round siya dun eh. Nakaposte lang. Oo, tas namatay pa.
I mean, he's a very active player.
I'm not entirely sure why they didn't just fragment Pizza there. They already got the first kill, right? I mean, Russ was ways away, yes?
Oo.
But...
You make a fair point. But they didn't do it, so wala rin.
Diba, to begin with, dapat yung initiating agent mo malapit sa duelist or whoever's fronting. So, maybe small error there on the side of GE. Sana hindi siya mag-snowball into something bigger. But DFM, that's what they're hoping for exactly.
I mean, we've seen Medusa be the reason sa mga snowballs dito ng DFM throughout the series. And fragment out now for Anthem. Dash on out 3-fold Viren. He does get tagged there by the spy cam, and this is such an interesting setup para sa DFM. Yung unang tripwire para dun sa cross towards the door, the other one here on the side, but eto na, macho gun para kay Atem. Kitang-kita sila lahat. Tatlo na patay na yung Atem na dito. May from above too, and it's everything left to Benkai, who's all the way towards mid. So ang layo pa ng lakbay dito ni Benkai. And someone like Anthem, he wants to continue on with the momentum he has. Oh, knife out though, throws it. A quick little jiggle, and yun na nga, sabi niya kay May, tulungan mo ako dito. High, low of the highest and the lowest positions. DFM will tie it up again.
Equalize and backs despite having that null command super early. Wait, did they not use it at all? Or is this a different null command on the side of Global? I could be getting very confused because in my memory, di naman ganun ka-active si Russ lately eh. So was this the same null command from... okay.
The round kanina pa? Oh.
Bakit? You just use it. Like, what?
I mean...
But again, like, it's part of the ult economy, right?
No, I get your point. But Global Esports, kita talaga natin, the play is trying to play into A. They haven't really noticed paano yung setup dito ng Cypher. At kita mo, iba na naman yung magiging pastuhan ni Net. One towards A main, one towards the tree area. Smoke out rin. Manggagaling pa. Diyan kay C's and GE. They vie for mid, pero binigay lang naman to ng DFM anyway.
I like the fact that DFM have successfully slowed down that march towards mid dahil sa heroics na Medusa a few rounds ago. And now they're expecting just a little bit more resistance here. This time around, Neth is gonna have an uncontested cam from B site. Now GE trying to clump up together here. There's nothing really there to stop them anyway, except maybe the Viper's pit.
But the mind games here galing sa DFM, diba? They put the Cypher towards B plus the camera. They break the cam. Sabi ng GE, wag na nga tayo. Kung saan nakaset up yung Cypher mismo. But the tripwires are still in position here over at A. This is a setup for DFM. Kasi ini-expect nila tong null command na to hindi masusuppress si Net na nasa kabilang side ng mapa. Tong Viper's Pit, online pa rin naman. And DFM gawas ng safe haven dito sa A. Pilit ang lahat papunta ng B dito sa GE.
May oras pa sila mag-rotate tax and that's exactly what they're doing. Neth, the turret himself, has to hold this down. So di mag-check yung GE at naubos pa yung nasa market. Uh-oh.
How do they check that? Kung may toxic screen na harang, this is actually one of the smartest rounds na nanggaling sa DFM and Global Esports. They have walked into this trap. Goodbye, Anthem. Talon ka na naman dyan. But beyond that, this was DFM showing kung paano nila natalo yung T1 dati dito sa mapang to. That was just wonderful from them.
Well scouted din. Alam nila yung GE gusto nila mag-fake out. And again, it was just on net. That toxic wall, beautiful. Everything that came after that, even better.
He did everything there para sa team niya. The camera, just to play those mind games. Tripwires para lang humarang. And the Odin spam, plus the toxic screen from his teammate. It was just sobrang on point. At ito talaga yung full capacity ng DFM eh. They play something very different. Tapos hindi mo ini-expect kung hindi mo mag-gets ang setup nila, kayo pa ang mahuhulog sa trap nila mismo.
Grabe no? Tapos yung second node, sobrang lopsided towards GE. Now we're back to being a very competitive map. I really think that Lotus was something we should have avoided. But again, when you're DFM, I don't think you have the luxury of picking what map you can really go with.
Asan naman is a map na parehong teams are willing to play. Week 1 especially, GE very willing to play it. DFM same can be said. So it's not surprising ito yung decider. Pero ito talaga, Global Esports, yung pinaghirapan nilang start, yung gandang flawless runs talaga nung pinakaunang parte ng game na ito. Naging flawed, yes. But not only that, Raf, sila yung may playoff chances here and they lose this, that's gone.
Yun nga eh, baka it's the pressure getting to them. Alam naman natin kung, again, when there's no pressure, sometimes you play better, baka a bit more loose, a bit more relaxed, maybe less diligent. We've seen DFM be the team that's actually less diligent. Ang daming moments na naubos sila dahil sa missed corner check. Now May, anchor down 3, falls back very, very smartly.
Yeah, Seas mag-back away na muna dyan. Paranoia pa na Prime, pero hindi muna siya ilalabas yan. And I guess I really noticed here for GE, compared to the last two maps, plus every single series we've had in the past few weeks, Lightning Fast is having a quiet game and I dare say siya talaga isang most improved player. Nakita na natin sa Liga ng Pacific, but right now, hindi siya nakakahanap ng impact, diba?
Oo. Kasi in the previous iterations of his teams, medyo pure support player si Lightning Fast. Nothing wrong with that, but now he's really kind of going into the role of fragging out and being the X factor the team needs.
First game, top frag. Second game, 1 kill away lang sa top frag nila mismo. But right now, a little bit quiet. Lightning Fast. Kung gusto talaga nila makahanap ng spark na yan, siya ang kailangan gumawa ng play dito. But oh, this is free.
What?
Okay, Anthem ha, pinaghirapan mo pa yun ha. Pero yun tuloy. Okay, a second kill. Man is playing to his own beat. Parang biglang nag-uso siya dun. Tap, tap, tap. Have the rhythm, but GE now left to 2 here. Makaka-play pa sila punta ng A. Paul V. Lightning Fast. There still is a chance, especially if Lightning Fast can get a pick here. Pero magagaling pa sa rafters dito ang DFM mismo.
Mukhang naging kabado yung GE dito ah. Like, before the lead swap, they looked so confident and clean with their takes and parsed the information so well. Ngayon, shaky sila. But at least Paul V gets 2!
Oh no! Paano pa nangyari yan? DFM just jumping to their own deaths. And Global Esports. Okay. Yun
What's
talaga.
new?
What's
Yung jump pick talaga, medyo malala ngayon ha.
Pahamak?
Unbind, please.
Unmag na kayo guys tumalon. Kung DFM kayo, yun yung unang VOD review point nyo. Wag na tayo tumalon. 4v2. Wala sa inyong naka-fight back na maayos. At yung isa, huli yung dalawang galing sa langit. Yung isa, nakakuha ng kulat na naman. But buti na lang, bawi ka agad sa pace dito ng DFM. May getting that kill, making it a 5v4 early on.
So lightning fast, not a lot of smoke, so walang control yung DFM dito, rather GE. But Net suddenly comes online. Nahanap pa niya yung duelist ng DFM, ng GE.
Oo nga, nakuha niya yung intel doon. And immediately shoots one down. Net talaga, playmaker dito sa Cypher na to. Minsan ka lang makita na Cypher na sobrang active. But it's not the freest kill. 32 HP na lang siya. Damage done though by DFM towards GE. But after that last round draft, di pa rin ako maniniwala kahit may numbers advantage dito ang DFM ngayon eh.
Tingin ko nga gusto nila mag-waterfall. Kaso disjointed talaga yung execute. Like, di naman inherently bad yung jump pick, diba? Pero dapat you have to do it at the same time. I don't know.
It's been awkward, sure, pero DFM back in control. A stumble, yes, dun sa last round na yun, pero nakita na natin, momentum is in their favor. At hindi sila nagpapatalo sana. Ben Kaido will find out to Medusa. That's a big pick kasi B-side is now wide open. Mukhang mapaparitik pa nga dito ang DFM. At yun nga sabi ko, diba, kahit may numbers na dun ang DFM, may chance pa rin ang GE.
Ang layo din ni Seas dito. Actually, speaking of quiet games, Seas has not done too much. Again, very supportive role here. Lockdown does get expended.
Oh no!
Hansel pa.
And he just walks into his own demise. Ano yun? Nasuppress ka nga, pipilitin mo pa. At dahil lang doon, tong lockdown na to, libre. You could have wondered there. Pwede pa sana. Mag-back off kagad si May, but I guess he was just completely committed by that point. GE should take this round. Save call na lang ang DFM.
Sayang. Tingin ko din pwede niya ma-left click before the pulse would have hit him, no? At the same time, it's one of those things where it's just such a narrow margin of error. And this time around, mukhang minalas na yung DFM with all these super aggressive plays. They have to go for the save here. Maybe, just maybe, they figure out what to do. Otherwise, Jay's just gonna slip away and go to the playoffs.
I mean, I'll slightly disagree with you, Raph. Feel ko okay sana yung mga opening aggressive plays ng DFM. Pero pagdating talaga ng stabilization, GE, they just peek on out, get DFM when they're just not ready for it.
Remember, it's not only you guys. We three
may
also
points
playing,
na
bro. Let's go.
nakatulog yung DFM. Makita mo, hype na hype yung GE dahil dun.
Okay. Actually, that's a good point. The stabilization, yes, they have the initial speed to do so, pero yung breaking power or again, just to make a clear call on what to do with your advantage just seems absent all of a sudden.
Matatanda talaga yung leadership ng DFM. Saan talaga nakasalalay as this time out DFM might be their last time dito sa stage na ito. It will be the last time. This is their last series. No chance talaga makaabot ng playoffs. Pero yun nga, ang keyword talaga ng series na ito, Raph, ay competitive. And ito na naman, ganito ka-close yung score natin.
Sharing is caring, sabi ni DFM. Kung hindi sila makapasok ng playoff, hindi din. I will share my misery with you, good sirs.
Ibang klaseng friendly na yun, ha? Kahit yung mga unfortunate sinasama pa.
Parang we're all in this together.
Di ba kaya yung song is like, the good times and the bad times.
Ay, nako. DFM, null command is here. But the weapons, it's something that they have to consider. Either Net has to go crazy or Seas has to go crazy, but no, it's not allowed!
No?
Ay.
Pinagbawalan na yung boss. Tatlong namatay kaagad. DFM throwing caution to the wind. And I guess, I want to say I don't blame them, pero Anthem, meron pa naman siyang rifle. Lightning fast, nakisama na sa mga iba. And everyone's looking at Anthem right now. They don't actually know what to be.
Yeah, tingin ko nga, if gusto nila mag-aggress, dapat yung hero rifle kasama. Para enemy team has bodies to shoot, hero rifle gets a chance to retaliate. Now, mukhang malikuran pa si... Oh, No, he doesn't. Do they check is the question.
Yeah, Medusa. I think he got suppressed. Nascan siya nung knife, so they should know nandito lang si Medusa nearby. But then again, ito na si Anthem. Kung galing sa itaas, everyone looking towards the main kung saan nakatago nga si Medusa mismo. Even Benkai playing towards mid, trying to catch any cross of Anthem na nakadaan na nga in the first place. But here you go. Contact point made. Benkai makikisama na sa mga rest of his teammates as GE are all in position dito sa site mismo. Shock Darts even being bounced. Di lang makakapush talaga ang DFM ngayon. And it's just a save call for Anthem. Medusa looking to find a few exits here and there. Pero this Recon Dart now heavily focused para kay Medusa. Lahat titingin sa kanya. He gets one at least before everything ends. Anthem also trying to find his own exit. There you go. Pero beyond that, Global Esports 2-round wins away to have 2 wins on the board and be eligible for playoffs.
Tiebreaker just seems so close for GE here. Kayang if may rifle lang si Medusa, di ba? No? Kaya siguro niya lumaban doon. But again, economy.
I don't want to point out because he said the word tiebreaker after DFM just decided to die. Because of these games, because of how close this matchup is versus DFM, this is not gonna help the GE tiebreaker.
That's true.
I realized.
Round difference.
Round differential, map differential. Nang lasa na yung DFM. Pero yun nga,
They've
diba?
done their job.
pwede ba nila dagdagan yung last na yan with a match when things are going in GE's favor though here, Raf and May plus Medusa. Ito na naman tayo. Contact is just an even trade. Here comes Benkai now moving into the site. Mag-isa lang siya dito though. And I'm worried for this. If he plants this, siya pa ang pwede madali, and that's good discipline for Benkai. Nag-iintay muna siya on site.
Di din alam ni Anthem na nasa site na si Benkai. Trying to clear this slowly. Benkai already positioned here. And again, I like the play here by DFM too. They know that there's going to be a lot of shifting movement, so they have to be active. So binato pa yung... Uh-oh.
Yung fragment, masakit yan. Anthem down to 46 HP. Ang raming smoke to para lang hindi effective yung magiging flash play if ever. But there you go. Knife is out. Suppressed na yan. Huli na si Anthem dyan sa position na yan. And GE still has Benka lying in wait behind enemy lines. Dito si Benkai per si Ross na ang gumagawa ng rescue party. Isang pick lang kailangan nila para makapush, para makago for the plant. And looks like TFM gusto makipaglaban. Net though, all alone. 1v3 na palag to. Huling-huli dito sa kitna. Ayos na yung swing dito ni Ross at ni Lighting Fast. Playing safe ang GE. There's the shot and there's the kill. GE! Eto na. Match point na.
Oh, you can't be feeling good if you're DFM here. Parang lahat ng mangyari is like... This could have been so clean for them. Just after that one double swing from the Sheriffs, it just messed up. Yun nga, di ba? Supposedly you have the hero rifle to give your push better power. Again, they threw that numbers advantage to the win, and now it's cascading through this round here. DFM, very, very desperate. They have null command, and they only have that as a present ult. GE, baka mag 5-man na lang sila dito, Dax. I think they can smell the blood in the water.
No timeouts na para sa DFM. It's up to them to stay alive. Last hurrah lang ato ng DFM. Pero yun nga ba, last round na ng stage 1 nila. Yatsi is playing the judge here dito sa May 3. And GE, we've seen them in terms of trends pivot papunta ng A through that short angle. So yun talaga binabank on dito ng DFM.
Eto, mukhang binitawan na ng DFM yung mid-control. Medusa's that much more passive. Don't want to get caught out on Pete's, and they'd even double it up. Look how confident G is crossing towards A. Sure na smoke pa sila, but that is gonna fade very, very quickly. DFM, very committed pa.
Yeah, this is lovely kasi kita mo yung smoke Ren. Sobra para lang sa mga entry points, and GE want to go for the burst instead. Hunter Spear magiging palagsis, has to go for the smoke, but everyone's looking at May now. May falls, pero dadala naman niya si Russ along the way. Polvi with the plant, and this can be the final countdown ng DFM.
45 seconds. Benkai still has the cutoff towards the rotation. Medusa has been a hero before from that position. From layo niya. We have Polvi, low HP in that corner. Flash is avoided. Execute coming.
Anthem na from above, DFM get the pick. Hini-clear out na nila yung Hell mismo. Lightning fast na buhay pa rin para lumaban. Pero yun na nga, Anthem delivering so far. 2 left here para sa side ng GE. Pero Blaze King and Benkai might have the timing. Net though, on point with the shot. Blaze King trying to tap on away. Sees on defuse shooting. And there's no chance for Blaze King to actually peek on out. DFM buhay pa rin. And ito yung mga sees loose up. Jump pick talaga. Tama na jump pick DFM.
They're still alive. DFM, by the skin of their teeth, managed to take that round. And in that split second na naging sloppy yung GE, you saw DFM go for it, Dax. Oh my goodness. Still so unpredictable.
Favorite words ng co-caster ko dito, went for the jugular, man. Talaga, decisive blow nang galing dun sa DFM. Anthem keeping the team alive with null command, if I remember that correctly. It's still 2 rounds though. The DFM need to win to force overtime. Global Esports, alam mo na, money in the bank. Matagal na, and they are gonna be able to fight well-equipped for the next few rounds here.
Dalawa na lang kulang din ni May para showstopper. So again, knowing May, he will realistically get one. If he gets supported enough, then that could be potentially a coup de grace. But it looks like the null command is here, so kahit anong mangyari, walang utility yung DFM on this hold.
That's there. Oh, the scan actually connects on to Medusa, pero mukhang bait lang yon. May instead galing boathouse, at yun ang hinahanap ng GE. Counter scan is a go. Benkai sees, Benkai wallbang, at masakit masyado yan. Lightning fast, tumingin papunta ng CT. Pagkita niya, uy, marami yan. Ayoko na nga dyan. And GE, they got a little bit of B main, but they have to evacuate the other way dahil lang sa position dito na DFM. And the high-low setup, C is now dropping. Hindi ngayon makukulat this time. The left and right is too much to handle. And DFM are dismantling GE here.
Blaze King, all alone, despite everything, could still get a free plant tax. But again, the post-plant, that's a different story. Dami pa din nilang pera, so it doesn't matter if they throw away this rifle here. But look how safe DFM is now. Ayaw na nila bumigay ng 1v1.
Yeah, but this is convincing, man. Oh.
Imagine if Blaze King kills everybody, right?
Di magwawala ang Indonesia.
10 seconds left.
Sige daw.
Si Parang Son. Ayun!
That's one.
Please.
Ay, wala na.
Stop jumping.
Stop! Please! Please. Okay, we're good, we're good. No panic, no panic. But DFM, they get one more. Money still in the bank here by DFM. We're good. Stop.
Yun talaga magiging takeaway yung DFM patapos ng series na to eh. Tama na ang pagtalon. Palagi tayo namamatay.
Grabe na kung may active stat check pa lang in-game. Death due to jumping. Too many.
May modifier, gravity. Yun lang yun.
Gravity. Vulnerability while mid-air.
Oo. Baka naman global esports, diba? Baka globe. Baka planet Earth.
Pero, eto na. Naka-off si Anthem.
Naka-off si Anthem, pero naka-Bladestorm naman si Paul V. Anthem also. Look at this position, papunta ng Cubby. This is the last reinforced site ng DFM. But through the window, man! May flies on high. Ito hinihanap natin kanina. Able to shoot the trigger bago siya masuppress. And that's lightning fast, gone early on again.
Uh-oh. Once again, GE, medyo nagpapanik sila basta nakulangan sila ng players dito. At controller pa, Dax. The type of player that you don't want to lose super early. Russ has his job cut out for him now. Those flashes are more valuable than ever. Kaso nakatingin ng yung DFM sa 3. May trap din if they see any contest towards heaven.
But I think it's still a B hit. Ito na nga, si Seas pa magiging alanganin ngayon. And if Seas doesn't see this coming, then that's gonna be a problem. The tripwire though will be the early warning signal. Ito na kagad yung blind magagaling kay Seas. And ayan na nga, huling-huli si Blaze King. Headless Chicken can't even get anywhere going. But here comes the flank now for Paul V. Nakakuha siya ng rafters. At one knife para sa dalawa naman. There you go. A knife for you, a knife for you. G is still in the fight here.
Gets the operator too, so contesting from heaven. This could be really dangerous for DFM here. Anthem, no more utility. He has a 0 point. He has one scan. Nade on the side of May. They drop the bot. Net, been quiet. Could be the first out.
But you don't expect the operator in hand. Ito na nga, tatlong kills para kay Paul V. He's been heroic dito sa round na to. And Global Esports, ayaw nila habain pa ang labanan na to. Overtime ang pinaglalaban dito ni Anthem. There's the off shot yet again. And there is just such a level of difficulty para kay Anthem. Nanoswarm pa nga, mas mahirap pa dyan. He does isolate Ross, pero wala siyang chance. And Global Esports keep their playoff dreams alive. Lupit na labanan. Competitive nga, pero 13-11 sa huling mapa.
Nangyari sa ikalawang trap para sa Heaven? Di ba dalawa yun? Oh, no, not flank. Just spelled doom for DFM here, Dak. Pero, sinabi mo nga, may round difference pa. Baka, it could have been enough.
Their fate is no longer in their hands. Pero, at least may chance pa nga sila and DFM. It could have been a great season. It could have been a great stage. Pero they know na heartbreaker talaga tong series na to. Heartbreaker ang nangyari sa buong matches nila. But in the end, they have made history at least. They found their first match win dito sa stage na to. That could have been a second. They got very close and at least alam naman natin DFM improving para sa future nila.
To be fair naman, I think both versions of these rosters are, I guess, mas malakas pa sila sa previous stage, diba? And to be this competitive throughout 3 maps, I think it's great for both these teams. It's just those small things that require diligence that just needs to be routed. Isipin mo kung hindi yun nangyari yung flank ni Paul. Hindi, may overtime pa tayo siguro dito.
That could have actually happened. Pero yun talaga, tama na ang pagtalon ng DFM. Pero tayo naman ay tatalon na papunta ng panel. Thank you guys for tuning into an incredible series talaga. At kita-kits na lang sa panel natin.
Thank you so much for jumping, Dax and Raf. Now we're back in the panel. We asked for an action-packed game. At yun lang palang kailangan. Humiling lang at nabigay sa atin ng Game 3. But, sayang. But so close yet so far. But GE turned out to be the best team against Team Focus, Detonation Focus on me. But now, well, it's just them purely prevailing in this series.
Kaya nga, grabe yung pressure that GE had to carry. Again, we talked about the contrasting goals or pinupuntiryan nitong mga teams na to. And honestly speaking, it felt really good for the side of DFM. They were so close for that overtime. And Net was picking up as well. And I feel like for GE, parang all they had to do was identify where the cipher was. That's why some of the tripwires were a bit more flexible. Like, okay, I'm gonna plant this tripwire dito sa spot na to, but I'm actually gonna be on the other side. They were trying to switch things up a bit, but we all know that yung pinaka matinding depensa na combination is actually with Medusa and Nest together in the side. If they don't attack that, then it's all up to the rest para sa mechanics, kumbaga, to actually land these very important shots if pupunta sila ng A.
Yeah, exactly. Especially since they got that early momentum. Sayang lang na I don't think it really reached what they were hoping for or as quickly. Pero sobrang dikit talaga yung labanan na to. It feels like yung map number 1 na yun nga parang na-erase sa memory natin kasi that fighting spirit from both of these teams to really make their mark this stage rather has really proven to be really difficult to deal with. But yun nga, I think malaki yung punto din ni Dax na that round differential will prove to be a big deciding factor. And although GE do get that win, will it be enough talaga to push them to playoffs?
Yeah, maybe now, mas kailangan nilang mag-ayos on what that team could have been for DFM. We've seen shining moments. Siguro yung mga best of 1, dun siguro nagigising yung dugo ng team na to. Because again, in game number 2, it was so opposite na parang, wait, kailangan natin mag-break time to tune in what's trying to fix, and dito natin nakita on this team like they could show some more potential, but I think from all the experience that they had from all of the series, they can take it to a better learning on to pass it to actually qualify for another chance sa VCT, because dito na nakikita paano sila bumawi. Ang kulang na lang, there were some minimal errors na pwede sanang maayos, but well, Global Esports, they knew, as you mentioned, Riku, and with their corners that hindi nila kayang tingnan, and it's just the cipher getting so much vision for everybody. Titin natin yung post-match stats here. It's 11-13. Whew, so close, but so far for DFM. But still, it was a good series overall.
Yeah, I think, again, Global Esports, a lot of the players na nag-step up this series, parang mas lalo na siya nagpakita. Lalo na si Paul V. I feel like every time na meron knives siyang available, na ma-maximize niya yung usage nun. And I think it's the read actually. It's also the read on top of the execution. I think GE knows that they can just scout for information first and then identify kung saan yung mga weak spots. And then after that, well, puntiryahin na nila yung site na yon. I think the second half was just so important. The first half, very close, but the second half, that's when I felt like DFM was running out of steam. Tapos si Global Esports naman yung parang nag-fire up yung mga important players nila. And I really cannot, emphasize Blaze King and Paul V enough for this series.
Yeah, Global Esports players, everyone stepping up. Halos 20 kills sila lahat, lightning fast, lagging a bit behind, but the support talaga coming in from Omen, always ever present dito sa Ascent. And for DFM naman, of course, we have May, heroic plays coming from him, as well as Medusa, I believe, to really stop that brunt of aggression coming in from GE. Pero ayun nga, at the end of the day, yung mga first blood talaga ng GE, getting that early momentum, especially the lead towards the first half, really, I think, hit them in the foot a bit.
Yeah, and honestly speaking, may mga instances, lalo na yung mga last 2 rounds natin, no? Especially actually that last round, May got a pick. There's no controller anymore for the side ni Global Esports, but they were still able to make it work and use the 3-man squad to, penetrate through that 3. And honestly, it was such a really good execution. And parang they make do of what they have and they're not discouraged just because wala na silang controller para umatake sa side.
True. Akala ko papako na sila sa 12 kanina but the round differential, it was currently the better advantage against that team. Now we're looking at the Alpha and the Omega group. Ayan na. We have Genji and TS sitting on 1 and 2 and DRX and PRX. So far, well, Bleed Esports at the bottom as well as DFM. Boy pa rin ng dreams ng Team Global Esports. Pero kailangan pa ng i-push ng mas mabilis.
Yeah, that's true. I do believe na meron pa ata silang either isa pang match, but I think what I want to focus on is actually T1. Like T1 watching the 2 matches that transpired, they're like, please DFM win, please PRX win. Nakasalalay talaga yung kamay ng kanilang fate dito sa mga yung mga results ng mga matches ngayon. And I do think medyo ipit sila because GE won their match against DFM now. They really have to start winning all their matches and just pray dun sa differentials.
Yeah, exactly. Especially now that they have to compete with both Bleed and T1 on the premise that Bleed or T1 also do win their first or their match this week. Pero thankfully for them though, the first, I think, tiebreaker is map diff bago mag-round diff. So baka may chance sila, depending on how the other games go, before they even get that round differential, which medyo mataas yung score nila dahil sa game ng DFM at sa efforts nila. But that being said though, yeah, it's really a prayer for GE and it's up to the other teams na lang to decide their fate.
Yep, and I think Bleed Esports as well, may konting bawi din na kayang gawin from the match of today. But for now, it's Global Esports prevailing from everything. I think konting pag-solidify at konting polish, I think they can still go through. But looking back on what you guys just said, that kind of situation na kailangan yung mismong kapalaran mo ay nasa kamay ng teams mo sa higher ups, kailangan pa din pagbasihan like, will you still be on that situation or will you just be pushing forward and turn your luck into a positive situation? Depende, because we're looking at scenarios na pwedeng ikabuti ng teams natin as they head on to the playoffs. I'm excited to actually see on how these teams actually develop moving forward, because for this week we're having matches tomorrow and Monday. I think Fluffy, ikaw, malalaman mo kung ano yung magiging progress nila all the way.
Dire-diretso hanggang 29. So everyday na dito sa VCT, mapapanood ko talaga lahat ng susunod na teams dito. Makita ko kung sino pupunta sa playoffs. And personally, I'm hoping that GE might make it.
Okay, so again, I'm OSX, this is Riku and Fluffy. I hope you enjoyed the PH broadcast today on behalf of Dax and as well as the team today and the director. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Let's throw it over to our stage for the interview.
Will you be, coming down on stage? I mean, like over in the crowd and holding up the Zeta sign as well?
Probably not. I'm gonna be home, watch partying.
Yeah.
Gonna be watching with the boys, and yeah, just hope for the best.
Yeah, definitely rooting for Zeta, so you guys can advance to the playoffs now. Ascent, especially towards the end, was really close. It's just I thought it was gonna go to overtime. So what was on your mind at that moment? Did you feel like you guys were gonna win? Were you confident enough that it wouldn't go overtime?
I mean, to some point, yeah, obviously we were confident. It's just some rounds kind of went, to the West. I think DFM played a good game as well. Like the individuals were like stopping us with the Odin and stuff. And honestly, that was the reason it kept them in the game. It felt like our trades were really off because of that.
Yeah.
But other than that, props to DFM for giving us a good game.
And also, I just want to talk about your dominant win on Lotus because Spin actually mentioned in the interview before that mentally resetting in between maps was something that you guys are keep working on, and it's something that needed more work on. So, and it looked like it worked today. So, what was the conversation behind the stage after Split coming into Lotus?
We mainly discussed about our communication. Our communication was a bit too hectic, I guess you can say.
Yeah.
And obviously that caused a lot of panic situations and stuff, and it was hard to trade because of that. But other than that, we just fixed up on that and we went to the next game. And we were shooting great after that, and that's all it was for us.
So communication was overcrowded. But for you especially, Lotus, I feel like, best map in stage 1 for you. So what went well, especially for you?
I pretty much calmed myself down, Like I was struggling to trade Polvi, and I just told myself, just have a reset. We just did some breathing, meditation, and just go win this next game, and I felt very sharp.
Nice job. Well, next up, you guys have done everything you could do. Now all you have to do is wait and pray to God that Zeta wins tomorrow. So what will be in your prayers tonight?
Well, I'll leave it up to God, obviously, but for me, I'll be on stream watching the Zeta game. I'll be cheering for them. Whatever energy I have, I'll give it all to them and hope for the best.
That energy.
Yeah.
Right. Take the win energy, Zeta.
Yeah.
All right. Congratulations, and we'll see what happens. But job well done. So have a good night, well deserved, and thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
Now that was Russ with the post-match interview, and that's all we have for today. But tune in tomorrow because we have T1 facing Zeta and Team Secret facing Talent Esports. Now we'll see you tomorrow.
Enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.